Awesome. Cool. Okay, let's get rolling. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kerry Bruce, and I am a drug pusher. so, um, my and my drug of choice, right, is the Raspberry Pi, right? So, um, it's just the easiest way for people to understand me. um, So the Raspberry Pi, right? So this is a copy that got a little bit of my fan action going on, but so Raspberry Pi 4, we've got the Raspberry Pi Zero, that's a 0W there. So some of you may have like the 3 or the 3B plus. I got to get the case apart. So something like that, right? Um, so this is my drug of choice, right? And the reason I say that is, and I think Avi kind of mentioned it earlier, like we had a workshop last week, and then he spent the whole weekend looking up new projects, right? So that's going to happen to you, right? If you like computing and you like technology, and you get into what we're doing this week, right? You'll end up with a collection, right, of all of these things. I actually have a big Craftsman work case on the over to the right here, my right, that is completely packed with Raspberry components, Arduino components, Ethernet cables, and little gadgets that allow me. I can grab that box and go to any classroom and conduct a project. We can do all kinds of really fun things. And typically I have, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so Raspberries around, which I think is one of the very coolest things about it, because a dozen Raspberries, is less than the cost of a laptop, and I can teach a class of students, some kind of a computing, or technology related project. But yeah, so that's me, and that's what this is about. The survey that I was talking about, the reason why I did the survey is, and I will be honest with you, I literally have today planned, and that is it, right? I'm not worried about the other 4 days because I know we can pull it off, but I'm going to customize it based on what you as a group, what you teach, right? That's a big thing for me. Like, if you teach something, I want to try to see if we can make sure we have a project that's related to what you teach, right? These are all interactive projects. I'm going to do the project on the screen. We're going to go through tutorials. I'll explain the tutorials. I'll show you how we find them. So you're gonna do everything from getting the Raspberry Pi up and running today, which is what the plan is for this afternoon, is to get it up and running and go through all of those steps, the configuration. We're going to do a couple tutorials that add a little bit, enhance a little bit on the Raspberry itself, and then from that point forward, we're going to work through different topics, different ideas around CIS. With the goal in mind. I truly believe that every single class that's taught in a CIS program can have at least one project on the Raspberry Pi, and in many cases, several of the classes could completely be done on the Raspberry Pi. Right? We can do, all of everything in that. In fact, the whole last week with the class that we did, networking, I'm hoping that the students then that were in that class realize once they're done that, oh my gosh, you could teach the entire, an entire networking class using the Raspberry Pi. We built Wi-Fi access points, we built routers, we did all DNS, DHCP. We did, in fact, my machine currently is one of the machines that we built last week was it's called a Pi-hole, which is an ad blocking DNS server. And I'm actually running that on this particular machine. So that's why I had to go find another Raspberry, because I took that Raspberry and put it in the other room next to the router. so I don't have access to it at this point. So we built all these really cool things, and we built out a network. We actually did a VPN server as well. Literally you could teach students how networking works by actually having them build a network, right? So that's, to me, kind of the idea of this whole this whole project of mine, teaching CIS with Raspberry Pi, right? Is I think you could integrate it into everything. Like, so if you're cybersecurity, there's all kinds of things we can do there. If you're, if you teach programming, we can do all kinds of cool things there. We've already talked about networking. I I plan on integrating it into my system administration, right? And doing there's some, you can do some thin client types of things. You can build out servers that kind of complement, like I teach a Microsoft curriculum or a Microsoft server based course. But the idea being that, we can integrate the Raspberry Pi into those networks, and have it do maybe serve NFS or Apple file system, or, act as a Samba server or some other device on the network. So, um, nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at all of the comments. Sorry. I get sidetracked by that. So, I should probably put them off to the side and then get back to that. But the idea of that is, in the whole point of this, is I really think there's a lot of opportunity for that. And as a community college instructor teaching at a school that is minority serving, right? And also, I'm from Central New Mexico Community College, which is in Albuquerque, New Mexico, right? New Mexico in general, right, has a high level of poverty. So we have a higher percentage than most. So there's a lot of folks coming, um, into the program that, have minimal access to technology, or, and they really can't afford, higher end gear. And my goal with this, from the day I saw this, and I saw this, back in 2012, I think it was like way early on. I came across this article about this, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got to get one. And I've been playing with them ever since. And one of the coolest things about it is that it's a really cost effective platform. Right? Literally, if you break it, it's a $35 fix, right? If you break something on a laptop, it's going to cost you far more than $35 for any part on the laptop. um, so that's kind of literally the worst case possible. Like my Raspberry broke, right? I shocked it. I crossed the 5 volt with a GPIO pin, and it's fried. Like, okay, $35. So instead of 150 or 250, that kind of thing. So from a cost perspective, right, the a kit that the students would make it usable is about $100, which is, the cost of a game and a half, video game and a half, which all of them would spend money on in a heartbeat. So my hope with all of this, and why I am a drug pusher when it comes to the Raspberry Pi, is that it brings back, kind of, for me, in my mentality, it brings back my early days in computing, which was back with the Commodore VIC-20 was my first computer. Commodore 64 was my second computer, where you had to actually learn how the computer worked to make it do what you wanted it to do. With today's modern PCs, you don't have to know anything to make it work. Like, literally, you get it in a box, you open it up, there's this big piece of paper that says plug the purple cable here, the blue cable here, the green cable here, hit this button, and it turns on. And because of the magic of networking, you're connected automatically to the internet. You have no idea how that works. Right? So I wanted to bring that back into the classroom, this idea that you've got to understand how these things work, and how they how the computer functions if you want to be a good computer technician, systems administrator, cybersecurity professional. It's really important to understand the underlying components, right? So I'm hoping that kind of at least kind of gives you an idea of kind of where I'm coming from. My goal in all of this is to make a better employee, right? So I teach CIS. We employee or owner or whatever they decide to do, the idea of this is that I want them to be better when they come out of my program, right? Because I look at my students as my product, right? From a business perspective, they're my product. I want my product to be as best as it possibly can be. And I know that if I feed them a bunch of curriculum that has step-by-step instructions, you know what, I need to pause. I'm getting calls from my kids, like multiple kids all of a sudden. I'm not sure what's going on. And they're not in town. So give me, like, I'm sorry. I normally don't interrupt. I'm going to stop my video, stop my thing. I'm going to pause. Let me see what's going on. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I apologize. They usually don't call me, not in a row, like multiple times. So, nothing serious, just not aware that I'm doing things. Okay, and I see a bunch of stuff going through chat, so I'll get to that in a second. Cool. So the idea of this class, this is so the My IT Instructor webpage. This is my webpage. I try to, and I'm not a web person, right? So that's so it's not as good as it could be. But if you go to myitinstructor.com and you click on the WASTC banner there, the WASTC, you'll get to this page, which was the presentation that I did at the winter conference. So Kathleen, there's a download file right there, and that is the more robust version of what I did in April, right? The one in April, we pulled out like the programming stuff. And I know we didn't talk about all of the parts and pieces, but that was all. So that one's there. But this page is the basis of what this week is going to be about, right? So this week is about how do we integrate the Raspberry Pi into your program. And based on the feedback from the forums, I see a lot of you are here because you are interested in the Raspberry Pi. It looks like most of you haven't really used it a lot, or not overly familiar with it, but you're interested in maybe how can I put this in the classroom, right? The other thing that I saw a lot was I really want to do hands-on things like the students would do, like, you're here because you want to do stuff, right? So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking at you, except for this next, maybe hour. So after that, it'll all be about collaboration and going through things. And then as questions come up, like I'll explain things, I'll talk about my experiences, or I'll explain what I think. With all of this, you take what is valuable to you, and take it and use it as you see fit. Hopefully you'll find a lot of stuff valuable, and hopefully you'll be like Avi and spend the next couple of months like researching how can I do this and how can I make it where the students can get really involved with this and do lots of really cool things. All right, but on this page, right, and I'm not going to redo the presentation, but I will talk about the points here about the Raspberry Pi and why the Raspberry Pi and those things. I've already kind of mentioned some of those. The biggest one for me, well, that's not the biggest. One of the most important is cost, right? We're dealing with your stereotypical, college student. And in fact, we're talking stereotypical community college student in most cases. I know some of you are high school even, right? There's not a lot of cash flowing around where we can spend a lot of extra on lots of anything, right? And we are competing for their dollar, right, against food, right, and Grubhub and all these other things that that they can do now, and video gaming. A lot of it's video. A lot of students spend a lot of money on video gaming. To me, the stereotypical CIS student does, right? So we're competing for that dollar. And what I'm trying to do with this is, is get them a low-cost platform where they find something interesting that maybe sparks their interest, that gets them more in tune with the technology and the degree plan that they're seeking, right? With the idea of converting them into a self-directed learner. Like I really want them to grab a hold of this and be excited about it, and then they kind of latch on to the education piece here, right? And they go and they become what they came to school to be, right? They get excited about that, right? Yeah, exactly. Tell them it runs Minecraft and they're hooked, right? Tell them they have to program it with Python, and then they're like, I don't want to program. I'm not a programmer. It's like, neither am I. So, but I do it anyway. So let's go. I love the flexibility, and I think you'll see that this week. My hope is that we're going to do such a variety of things that you'll be blown away by what you can do with this little computer. The size and the power, it's tiny, right? It's a credit card size, and it's powerful. It's as powerful as most modern smartphones, okay? And the newer version, Raspberry Pi 4, can actually push out 2 4K monitors. That's how much video is built into this little $35 powerhouse. A really cool part about the Raspberry Pi, and you'll see this week as we go through a lot of these exercises, is there's a massive community around the Raspberry Pi, right? So Arduino, if you're familiar with any kind of microcontrollers, Arduino is the king when it comes to microcontrollers. And the reason it's king is because there's a community around it, right? When it comes to small board computers or single board computers, right, or system on a chip machines, Raspberry Pi, Orange Pi, Dragon boards, NVIDIA's Jetsons, right? There's a bunch of them out there, right? But the one that has the biggest community is the Raspberry Pi, right? A lot of people have kind of circled around the Raspberry Pi. They do a lot of projects with the Raspberry Pi. They share a lot of their experience with the Raspberry Pi. They're willing to help you if you have a problem, much more so than other competing boards across the spectrum. I'm not saying that you shouldn't try the other boards or use the other boards, or if you're, I'm just saying from a community standpoint, the Raspberry Pi has a really good community around it, and it has that, again, that low cost entry point, right? We can get students into it really quickly and at a low cost, okay? For me, the biggest thing about this is the tactile learning experience, like actually physically, the touch and feel and making things work, right? Installing software and getting configurations to work and learning about Linux and configuration files and installing packages and all that kind of thing. That is, to me, what computing is about. Like, that's always been how I've always operated. That's where I've made a living, is by understanding that back end so that my customers didn't need to worry about it. And they could just use the machines the way they wanted them to be used, okay? And finally, right, I really think it's fun to play with, right? So when something is fun, right, you want to go back to it, right? You want to, you continue to use it, and it's one of those things that you repeat a lot, right? So that all of those things combined, like, make this a really interesting idea, that if we could have a Raspberry Pi kit in the hands of my first semester CIS students, and I know that every class that they take throughout the program will have an activity for them, at least one activity for them to use that Raspberry Pi in, right? Now they've got, 2+ years, right? The 2 planned years, I don't know if you guys have this issue, but it's 2 planned years, and it usually takes them 3.5 to get done, kind of thing. I was on the 5.5-year plan for my bachelor's, so I know how it is. So, my students, as a community college students, like, they're working, right? They usually have families, they usually have other obligations. It's not something where you can jump in and, yeah, I can do that. You can't just, it's not like you're just going to school. Like, that's usually not everybody's, like, they have 5 other things that they're doing. So we're competing for them. So it takes time, but, the idea of this is that we now have, if we have this device in front of them and they see it over and over and over again, and they're learning from it, right? Then they'll start to say, well, what can I do on my own, right? What can I make on my own? What can I, how can we go forward and do things with this thing? So that's the hope. That's the idea surrounding this. And then the rest of this page, right? Literally, these are links, like teaching Raspberry Pi networking. Like, all of these are links for different projects. If you're a programming instructor, right, that you have, I went crazy. Like, you could do COBOL and Fortran and I mean, ridiculous amounts of things on the Raspberry Pi. So depending on how specific your program is, I kind of, the top, C, C++, Node-RED, I think Java's up here, Python's up here. So the kind of the more popular ones are out there. I think Ruby's down below, down there. Swift, there's stuff on doing Swift, which is the Apple side of the house, right? And then I got into some esoteric things, just some fun stuff to play with, right? So Raspberry Pi in security, right? So I've used Raspberry Pis we can create an access point, and you can actually install Kali Linux on a Raspberry Pi. You can do pen testing. You can do all kinds of packet captures and things like that with the Raspberry Pi. You can build a Pineapple Pi, which is a mobile hacking system, network scanners, things like that. So I am a big proponent of, in order to be a defender in cybersecurity, which I think defending is a lot harder than attacking, right? So if you think sports, right, it's a whole lot harder to defend in the cybersecurity world than it is to attack in the cybersecurity world, right? And it's simple math at that point in time. If I'm a defender, I have to patch 1,000 plus, vulnerabilities and holes, and I've got to make sure everything is covered. If I'm the attacker, I just have to find one way in, right? Simple math. Attacker needs to find one way in. You have to defend everything, all of the different things. So, but I think in order to be a good defender, right, you have to understand how the offense works, right? So in the lab, we do, we have a sandbox lab that's separated from the school network, mainly for this purpose, right? Because all of our students are sysadmins on all of the machines, administrators on all the machines. So we can destroy, a student could accidentally destroy a PC in one of our classrooms. And in our classroom, it's fine because it's in our classroom, right? And it's not outside of the classroom. So we actually we've set up Wi-Fi access points and had students, break the web encryption and then do a man-in-the-middle attacks and things like that. So they're actually doing these things in controlled spaces. We do have the conversation with a student, like in a controlled space where you have permission or on your own equipment. Those are great, right? As soon as you do it not in a controlled space and without permission, that goes from learning to felony, right? That's the difference between the two, right? One of them is I'm learning, the other one is I just committed a felony, right? So so it's a big deal, like, but you can't, you just can't be good at defense if you don't know how offense works. Not in that world, I don't think. That's just me personally. So but we can do cybersecurity, right? We can do lots of different cloud computing, and this is going to be tied to a lot of the IoT types of things. But there are, you can connect Raspberry Pis to AWS and Google Cloud and Azure, and there's lots of things that you can do there. You can actually do you can connect your Raspberry Pi to lots of different services, right? So you do some programming and you can connect to services and create, useful tools, useful utilities, useful projects that you can run on your network. Okay. I teach an IoT class, which is the kind of the crux of playing with the Raspberry Pi in my world. Is doing the IoT course, which is where we teach, Python. I call it scripting. We're programming, but we're not really we're not writing tons of programs. We're taking pieces of programs and putting them together into smaller scripts. But we do physical computing in there. We do system administration work in there. I make them do presentations and projects. So those are more kind of the soft skills side of the IT house in that regard, right? So we play there. And sysadmin, like I can grab any server that you can build on the network side. We can build out any kind of base server. There is some virtualization that you can do. There's thin clients that you can do now with system admin. So that's really fun to play with as well. If you're into web development, I know at least we have one web instructor here, at least one. I think there may be more, but you can turn the Raspberry Pi into a full-blown LAMP stack with WordPress and all kinds of fun stuff, right? So you can actually build, your students can have their web page with them on a Raspberry Pi and connect from their computer or log into the device and actually, update the pages and do everything that they need to do right on the Raspberry Pi. So pretty cool stuff. Computer science, we can use the Raspberry Pi to get into machine learning. I have competitive robotics teams here at CNM, and they use the Raspberry Pi to do autonomous challenges, recognizing colors, making decisions, recognizing paths, making decisions. This year, right now, they're working on voice control, right? So they're actually able to say, turn right, turn left, and the robot will do what they ask it to do. So that, and we can even get further into that. We're doing a NASA project where we're actually teaching a robot to recognize objects in a space and then make decisions based on what objects it sees. So kind of doing machine learning there as well. I've had students build a parallel computer out of Raspberry Pis, so 22 Raspberry Pis connected together, so 88 cores, which is, so if you get a student that's interested in those kind of things, like with, that's relatively low cost supercomputer. And in fact, we are looking to build a supercomputer once we get back into the physical classroom again. And then robotics as well. Like I do a lot of robotics, a lot of stuff with the Raspberry Pi. We do a lot of VEX robotics here as well. But the Pi stuff has my interest the most. It's been the longest running. We've actually competed in a competition called Pi Wars, which is held in Cambridge, England every year, except for last year and this year. Like we're doing the virtual version right now. And I've taken a team of students to England for 3 years before COVID. We went back every year, and 5 new students each time. So, these are, again, and we do a lot of fundraising and other things on top of that, but these are students that they had to get them passports because they'd never had passport before. They'd never traveled, more than a couple states away. And I'm taking them across the Atlantic Ocean to a brand new country to compete at Cambridge University, which is really fun. So the things that you can, again, the idea of all of these things is that you can take whatever it is your students are interested in, and you can go down that rabbit hole, right? Which was the point of the survey, right? And I haven't, completely gone through all this. I've read as much as I could before we started class, but the idea of the survey is I can take the class the rest of the week and I can go down the rabbit holes that are interesting to you as a student, right? So out of the group, I'm going to find, the things that are the most, that I can guess are the most interesting, right? And then you'll have the opportunity to kind of sway that as we go. I'm perfectly fine doing workshops or doing tutorials that I've never done before, right? So if stuff breaks. It's not a concern of mine. Like we'll either figure it out or we'll go on to something different, right? But I am really big on having my students see me as an instructor struggle when there's a problem, right? And then work through the problem. I am not the instructor that shows up having done everything beforehand. Sometimes I do just because I want to make sure I know what I'm doing. But most of the time, I'm just going to sit down, we're going to open it up, and we're going to read through the lab. And I hope that you see some value in that process. You can do whatever you feel is necessary to teach the way you want to teach. I just let you know ahead of time, right? There'll be a couple times this week where we're going to grab something I've never even seen, and we're just going to run with it in order to see if we can't figure it out, right? And you'll hear me talk through the process the way I would talk through with my students, so that they understand kind of what's going on in my brain. Okay. All right. If there's questions, now's a good time. I'm going to pause. I'm going to take a look at, because I see chat kind of scrolling around. I'm trying to answer those questions, but I just wanted to set the stage, like, for this week, right? And I think from the forms I got, most of you are not overly familiar with the Raspberry. Maybe somewhat, you've played with it once or twice. I think very few of you are using this in the classroom at this point in time, and you're looking to see how can I integrate it into the classroom. I saw a lot of folks they want to do hands-on things. They want to actually, do the stuff. And that's what I do. If you've ever been in any of my workshops, 99% of them are let's do stuff. So that's what we're going to do the rest of the week, is we're going to do stuff. I think this first part, after this conversation, I want to show you the different Raspberry Pis and some different options you have. We can talk about classroom setups. We can talk about, like, if you wanted to get a lab of things, or if you wanted to have the students buy their own. We can talk about all those different types of options this morning. And then we're going to roll into right into installing the operating system, getting it up and running, getting it configured, getting familiar with it. I think you'll find that it's actually pretty, it'll be familiar, right? Short of, having to go out to the command line to do updates and stuff like that, the rest of it has a graphical interface that students will be comfortable in, and bouncing around is not really hard, and I think it will work. Okay, so that's the plan. And in fact, I have it written down. I do have it written down for today. Tomorrow morning, I'll figure that out when we get to the end of the day. Let me go back to the chat real fast. I'm looking. Wow, there's a bunch of stuff. All right, so let me see if I can real quick kind of fire off things. We talked about the OS. We will cover exactly which OS if you want to download early. If you have a decent internet connection, you do not need to download an OS beforehand. And I want you, if you can avoid it, right? Because then I'll show you the process that we use. I'm going to try to show you like 3 or 4 different processes for doing that. For getting it installed. Get a copy. So PowerPoints, I've already talked about the PowerPoint. It's up on the top of this page, and the link is lower in the address. And then, yes, Tony, I need to add you. I'll do that at the first break. I write it down, otherwise I'll forget it. I know me. So if you missed last week's class, we are going to do a networking this fall. I think it's still limited to 15 students, but I think we're probably going to open it up to 20 students. And then the other thing about if you find this interesting, I have everybody's emails. So afterwards, probably I want to say a couple weeks out from now, I will send out an announcement about doing the live Twitch streams. So if you find anything interesting and you want to continue to kind of go down this path and learn things, there'll be some opportunities there. So I'm working with Karen at WASTC to make sure things like that get done. All right, I'm trying to go through this. Okay, so then I see, how do you get your students to pay for it? They don't want to pay for books, right? Students grumble. Yeah, I love that. I want to learn, but I don't want to pay for it, right? I don't want to invest anything in myself, right? That kind of, I don't know. That's one of those attitudes that kind of drives me nuts. Right? Because I think education, that's the one thing, people can't take away from you. So if you learn something new, like, people can't take that away from you. You always know that, right? So you always have that. And a student that really doesn't want to pay for books to learn something I can understand grumbling because of the costs, right? We use Cengage, and to buy a 2-year license, it's like $240, right? We used to have on our server classes MOAC, which was the Microsoft official academic curriculum, and it was $200 per class times 3. And now we do 7 classes for $240, right? So we got it down to like, $35 per class, but they have to invest that big number up front. So I will tell you, for the kits in my class, when I started teaching the IoT connecting things, the IoT, it's just called Internet of Things in our curriculum. When I started teaching that class as a special topics course, I had gotten some funding. I think it was Perkins at the time. Like, I go after every single dollar I can find. So I spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we get as much funding as I possibly can to put into the classroom. But I got funding to get like a 30 computer lab. So we bought 30 Raspberry Pis, 30 HDMI cables, I think 60 SD cards. Like, I bought kits and I put them in these little plastic tubs, like the hefty plastic tubs, and they were labeled and they were numbered, and the students would check them out and then have to return them all in working order at the end of the semester. If they broke something or lost something, then they would be charged. C&M would just charge them through the normal accounting process. And they couldn't, if you have a bill like that, you can't graduate, you can't get your grades, that kind of thing. So it was really important for them to take care of them. However, over time, like, just natural things, this kind of started breaking. So it took about 5 semesters or so before stuff started really kind of coming apart. Like there's just, they had been used so many times, the SD cards, I had to go buy new sets of SD cards and things like that. And I think the management of a classroom set of stuff was, became overwhelming. Like it was just like, how do we make sure I I'd have a little bit of money every month, every year to kind of replace these things. So we got to the point where I was like, you know what, we should make the students buy the kit. So we have them for the IoT class. Instead of buying a textbook, I use all open source material or Cisco provided materials. They buy the kit as their, as their quote textbook, right? I have a page under my IT instructor student resources, and it's under my course, like the IoT course here, and I'll put the link in the chat here. But on this page, you can see right down here, I have the recommended kits that I have the students buy. So, and then the problem with this, it seems clunky, but there's always this, like, you can do this one or this one or this one. Like you can do either one, whichever one you feel comfortable with, or something similar. Like if you want to go find something on your own, if you're going to do something off of, not on the list, just email me and I'll review it real quick and I'll tell you if it's good or not. So we have them buy an Arduino kit, okay, which normally costs anywhere from $35 to $50, right, depending on the kit that they buy. And then I have them buy a Raspberry Pi kit, which is normally around $100. And then I have them buy a handful of other items. So essentially, I think it says right here, right, the recommended kit is about $185, which is like what a textbook costs. And for our program currently, this is the only class where we have the Raspberry Pi, right? The thing is, like, if you have them do it in 2 or 3 classes and you coordinate with instructors so that, students are taking, they know they have the kit and they know it's good for these 3 classes, then that kit price gets spread out over multiple classes, right? So 185 seems like a lot, but if I compare it to them having to buy a laptop, right, or a computer to do their work, it's really a small number, right? And if I compare it to another textbook in any of the other classes, it's equal. Okay, so in this, I've given them, like, if you have a kit, then you want the kit, and you want this. If there's some parts that I really like them to have. If you buy it individual parts, like you can buy them all individually. You don't have to buy in a kit. If you need, depending on your monitor, like I don't know what kind of monitor they're going to have. What adapter they may need. Like, so there's, each individual student needs to kind of figure that out, which I think is a really important learning opportunity for a student to figure out what parts and pieces are needed for them to be successful within this particular class, right? So, so I put that link to this page in the chat so that you would have a copy of that. So we currently have them buy the computers. You can buy kits, and I've got a couple of computers, a couple of Raspberry Pi based solutions over here that I think would last longer. And I'm going to unbox some of them because I haven't even unboxed them yet. So we're going to unbox them as part of today's lesson. And you can kind of see some of these really cool innovations that have come out in the Raspberry Pi world, right? Right now, for my students, I literally have them buy, right, a kit, a Raspberry Pi, right, and they use it like in this form. Usually, I have them buy a case as well, right? So it's hard to see the case, but right, I have them buy a case so that it's protected. But there are some other options, especially if you are going to buy, if you're looking to have like a classroom set for the students. I've got some options that protect the electronics. I think, and that's the biggest concern with it. Like the electronics usually tend to be what gets messed up along the way. All right. So I'm going back to that. Does that help? I mean, I know students are always going to complain about that. But I think, it's important for me. I've got them where they've invested the money in the kits. And my hope is that eventually I have them use the kits in a couple of other places. So then they can spread the cost out over those couple of courses. I'm looking through the list here. All right. So yeah. So so with the kits here, the students have to go out and buy the parts on their own, right? So they go out to web pages and do their thing. Now, I have worked with my bookstore before, and I think the easiest way to work with the bookstore is to first engage SparkFun, um, which is a company based out of, I want Boulder's not right. It's northwest of Denver. So they're based out of a metro, the Denver metro area. Um, they have the Cisco recommended Arduino kits and Raspberry kits are both from SparkFun. They tend to be a couple dollars more than, say, if you went to Vilros or another kit that's available on Amazon. But for those students that are on Pell Grant or financial aid, where they in order to get it paid for, they need to buy it from the bookstore. What we've done is we've set the base kit. We had SparkFun construct that kit as a box. The whole thing is a box, and then the bookstore bought X number of those kits, right? So in any particular class, if I can remember correctly, it's about 30%, 35% that are maybe using their financial aid funds to buy the books. The rest of them are buying them. And I thought it was a lot higher, but it ends up being, it's less than 50% that are using those funds. So they don't need to, like if you have a class of 30 students, you don't need to have them buy 30 kits, have them buy half of that. And that usually is enough. And they can, the students can go and buy the kits. What we ran into is we had way too much inventory, and it took 3 semesters for them to get through, students buying them from the bookstore. And by the time we got there, some of the parts were outdated or something like that, and we had changed out parts. So then that student had to go buy a piece, or I had to find a piece that they, we let them borrow pieces. So is that helping like answer the question for anybody that's worried about the question of like kits? You can actually have SparkFun build a kit and they can buy it. The other way, if you want to go a little bit less expensive, I would say Vilros is another really good option. They have really nice kits, and you can combine a couple. Like you can buy a Raspberry Pi kit and Arduino kit, and just have those 2 kits be what the bookstore buys. And those are both U.S. based, right? And I think because a lot of schools have that issue too, they have to buy something that's US based. The Raspberry Pi, if you're not familiar with the history of that, it was created at the University of Cambridge as a way to teach computer science to the younger students in England, right? Specifically in England, and it grew to a worldwide phenomenon really fast. But the original intent was, and it came from the computer science department at Cambridge University, was like, we are not getting as many computer science applications, and the applications in general are less talented than they were, say, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So they were seeing a trend, fewer applications and not as skilled, right? So, and they're like, what could we do to fix that problem? And their idea here was, if we can create an inexpensive computing device that we can get into middle school, elementary, high school. They don't have them that form, but that's for us, right? That's how we see it. If we get it into those age groups and we can teach them computer science in a fun and interactive way, there's a high likelihood that we can increase, our enrollment numbers and the quality of the student. And this is basically kind of, it blew up. It is now, the Raspberry Pi is the #1 selling computer of all time. It outdid the Commodore 64 about 18 months ago or so as the #1, single computer sold, like 15, 16 million now. It's ridiculous. It's a really big number. So that's kind of where it came from. If you're familiar, if you are interested about where Raspberry Pi came from, raspberry was one of the few fruits that had not been trademarked yet when they were looking. And pi, pi, is a play on the number pi and the fact that they designed this machine to teach Python, right? The programming language. If you're familiar with Python, right? Python is not named after the snake, it's named after Monty Python, which is why all the tutorials have spam and eggs in them, the original tutorials. So just interesting facts if you don't know those things. Fun facts, I guess, not interesting. I don't know, maybe one of or both. All right. So if you have a kit that you want to do, like we have an Arduino Raspberry Pi kit, you could just go with a single Raspberry Pi kit if you wanted them to buy a kit. And then in the kit, there's certain parts that you need to make sure that they have, right? So it needs to have a Raspberry Pi, it needs a power supply, it needs to have an SD card. It needs to have an SD card reader in the kit. Most of the readers that come in the kit are total garbage. So I actually recommend a different reader. And then it needs to have some kind of, like an HDMI cable for them to connect to their monitor, right? And a lot of students end up connecting it to their TV because it's the only one that has an HDMI connector to it. And you can buy adapters from there. So if you want to kind of put together a kit, and that's kind of what we'll talk about, the different pieces, and I'll show you different pieces here in a minute that you may want to consider having in your kit. But if you can single source it, like SparkFun, Vilros, something like that, it's easier for your bookstores to buy it, and they can buy a pre-done kit. The concept of like when you take an art class, like you go to the bookstore and there's an art class and there's all these different parts and pieces, and like they came from all kinds of places. So I know it's doable. It's just you have to work directly with whoever's running the bookstore in order to make that work. And I've done it. We're recording all this, which is probably not a good idea for me saying certain things, but like I don't like bookstores at schools, because like that $185 kit becomes a $225 kit, right? So I do out loud tell my students, if you have to buy it at the bookstore because of financial aid, buy it at the bookstore. If you don't have to buy it because of financial aid, don't buy it at the bookstore, right? To me, it's a $50 difference, like, right? And I'm like, well, that's a video game. Or that's, I don't know, 12, current comic books. I got whatever your thing is. All right. So I don't know if that helps answer the questions. I'm going to talk about options here in a little while. But that's kind of the idea. So I have this kit that I have them buy. You can outfit a classroom with kits. And have them use it that way. If you do that, I would highly recommend that you way overshoot the number of SD cards that you purchase up front. Like if you have a classroom of 30, like you're going to want to buy 90 minimum, right? SD cards. Because those are the things that break the most, right? They get corrupted, they get broken, they physically get snapped. I mean, there's all kinds of things. There's a couple of kits that I'm going to show you where I think you can protect the Raspberry from getting damaged pretty easily. So you won't have a problem with the computer getting messed up. You'll just have a problem with like the pieces that go to it getting lost is one of them, and getting broken is the second part. All right. So Daniel's asking, did everyone get their Raspberry Pis working? We have not got that far. We're going to get that later on today. If that's what your questioning is, right? In all of my classes, they always get them working. Like you can't pass the class without that. So, but in this class, we will, we're going to walk you through the process this afternoon. So I was kind of silent on purpose. I didn't, send out any pre-work or get this up and running, because then I run the workshops as if you were teaching a class. Like this is what you're going to do. These are the resources that you need, right? And here we go, kind of deal. And documentation will be light during the class, but after the class, and I told the other class, give me about a month and there will be complete documentation on everything that we do and everything that we cover. Okay. And there's so some people doing some current updates and stuff. So if you're already ahead, that's fine. No problem. COVID test is great. Knock yourself out. Have fun with that. right? So it looks like it had, well, Avi, you cheated. You got it up and running last week. And I didn't say what OS we're using. We are going to use the basic Raspberry Pi OS. I and so right here, Raspbian. So it's no longer called Raspbian, and that's it. Doesn't it's I'm not correcting anybody, and just so that you know, it's called the Raspberry Pi OS at this point. Um, Raspbian was the original version, and that's kind of what people normally associate with Raspberry Pi. It is a Debian Linux distribution designed specifically to work on the Raspberry Pi. But they have officially changed the name to Raspberry Pi OS. Um, um, so, and only reason I bring that up is I really, in my class, and there's a movie called The Giver, there's a book called The Giver, and then there's a movie called The Giver, right? So based on the Giver. And one of the things that I remember from that is precision of language, right? And in our world, right, precision of language is important, right? Because if a customer calls and says, my hard drive's broken, right, and you ask questions, most likely what they mean is their computer's broken, right? Or when they say the internet is down, right? Well, I'm pretty sure the internet's not down, right? But like their connection to the internet, that's a problem, right? So as a technician, like I was grading yesterday, and what did he say? So the answer to the question was, right, you just made some changes. How do you test, right? And the proper answer was I would ping the router, right? And the student was, I think they answered something like, I would try the connection again. And I'm like, what do you mean by you would try the connection again? Like that's not what you're so. Do you mean ping the router? I didn't ask that, but like, does that make sense? So that's the only reason why I point this out when I say it's Raspberry Pi OS versus Raspbian, right? Raspbian's older, right? Raspberry Pi OS is current. Just a precision of language thing. I need my students to, and you can do whatever you want, but my students, my day-to-day students, like I want them to like explain like DNS, but DACP, like specifically, what we're doing here, like as precise as possible, right? So, there was something that was, oh, one of the students like, what's the difference between DDR2 and DDR3 is like, well, the number of notches. I'm like, there's only one notch. But I think the student knew what they were trying to say, but that's not what they said. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. All right. Anyways, I'm going to get off that soapbox. So yeah, Minecraft, it runs Minecraft, right? We use it to program. You can actually run a Minecraft server on the Raspberry Pi, and it's easy to do. And then we put the link in the page there. What size memory cards we need for this class? 16 at least, 64 max. So you don't need anything more than that. 32s are normal. I have 16s, 32s, 64s. And I kind of interchange them. If I was going to do something where I wanted to have, store data on the machine, I'd use a larger one. For this class, I think 16 you'll be able to get away with. I do think that if you get down, you probably can make things work on an 8, but it would be tight unless you're just using the non-graphical interface version of the OS, which is another thing we'll talk about in a little while too. All right. Oh, nice. So then make an arcade machine. Yeah, exactly. So that's one thing that I tell them, like when you're done with class, you can turn this into a media streaming machine. You can turn this into a retro gaming machine. You can turn this into, you can turn it into a wireless access point, right? There's all kinds of cool things that you can turn this into. So once the class is over, you can do whatever you want to with it. In IoT, right, we have a final project, and most students actually continue to work on their final project after the class is over, which I think is totally awesome, right? Because they've actually implemented it into their house or into their life, and they continue to improve their final project. So they're actually using the Raspberry Pi in their final project moving forward. Okay. Yeah, the video game console is really good. That's a good idea. Cool. Yeah. All right. Other questions? Any other questions? Anything else at this point? I'm just, this is that natural, uncomfortable pause, right? Okay, let's learn some new stuff. I gotta open up a new. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go out to raspberrypi.org. Right, so this is the website for the Raspberry Pi Foundation. They are the ones that created the Raspberry. They maintain the OS. They also maintain a set of magazines and books: Magpie, Hackspace, Wireframe, and Custom PC. If you want ideas for projects to do, all you have to do is open up any of those magazines. The Magpie is Raspberry Pi based projects, a lot of IoT type stuff. There's always tutorials in every single issue. There's 100 pages in each issue. There's programming tutorials, physical computing tutorials, all kinds of fun stuff. Hackspace, when they came out with the first magazine, I fell in love with it, right? Because the very first magazine, there was instructions on how to build a trebuchet, like an actual 3-foot tall plywood trebuchet. So they do Raspberry Pi maker type stuff, Arduino type stuff, the little feather, right? They do all kinds of, and then lately, most of the stuff is going to be around the Pico, which is Arduino or Raspberry Pi's Arduino. It's not competitor, I'm not sure is the right word, but it kind of fits in the Arduino space. It's a microcontroller that was designed, the chip was designed by Raspberry Pi, the foundation, and they have now a little $5 Arduino type board that you can get. Okay. Wireframe, if you're into programming, Wireframe is all about video games, and it actually has a lot of programming tutorials on programming video games, right? So if that's of interest, that's a really good magazine to go after. And then Custom PC is like it's a British version of a PC magazine type of a deal, but more towards the custom build side of things. So, and the way I kind of think about this is, if you've ever been to a car show, right? And I think most people have at least seen a car show, right? The cars in a car show are not the cars that normal people drive, right? So in the PC world, we normally drive our desktop PC, like our office PC, our classroom PC. That's your normal day-to-day driver. And then the custom PCs would be, your souped up, 1968 Camaro RSSS kind of a thing with Chrome and all the fancy gadgets and stuff. Like, they would be the customized, the fun, the ones that have, in my case, RGB lights that glow underneath the car and have fun headlights and all that kind of fun stuff. So when you think about, PCs, right, you have your run-of-the-mill everyday drivers, right, your desktop PCs, and you have the custom PCs that are built for a specific purpose. And they're usually fancy and have all kinds of fun parts and pieces in them. Okay. And custom PC is all about that. Okay. So they have a lot of resources there that you can use. Okay. From a hardware perspective, right? So that's what a lot of this is about. We have, right, the Raspberry Pi 4 is the newest version. So I'm going to actually bring this out over here real quick. So the Raspberry Pi 4 is this guy here, right? So again, these are, credit card size, right, computers. It runs a system on a chip. And what we mean by system on a chip is it's got the CPU, the GPU, and memory all here on the chip. So it's a full-blown computer, right? So that's the difference between, like, say, this and an Arduino. The Arduino is a microcontroller, and a microcontroller, we're going to send a program to the microcontroller, and it will do only that program over and over and over and over again. This is a fully blown computer. Like, you install an operating system. Yes, I can make it run a program over and over and over again, but it's a computer first, and then a program runner second, right? This is powered by a USB-C adapter. Usually, I think this is like, you need 3 amps to go. Okay. This has 2 micro HDMI ports on it. Okay. Each one of these ports is capable of 4K graphics, right? If you were to buy a video card for a computer today, it would cost you more than $35 to push 4K graphics. This thing can run 2 monitors with 4K graphics. Okay. This adapter right here, this one right there, is a camera adapter. So this little little latch pulls up, and you slide a ribbon camera into this. And I can show you an example of that a little bit later. There's a 3.5 millimeter sound, right? So your typical sound plug for a computer. On this end, right, we've got USB 2, USB 3, right? I've got, on the Raspberry Pi 4, this is a full-blown gigabit Ethernet adapter, okay? I can run gigabit Ethernet on the unit, okay? Also, there's a chip right down in here that is your wireless network, right? So it's got Wi-Fi built into it. The Wi-Fi is 802.11ac, right? So it is the latest and greatest, Wi-Fi 6 for those who've converted to the new naming convention, right? AC for technicians that learned it that way. So it can run and connect to the latest and greatest from a Wi-Fi perspective. Okay. The other thing it has on here is low energy Bluetooth. I think I want to say 4.2, right? So you can connect Bluetooth devices to this as well. There is an adapter on the end over here, which is real similar to the camera adapter right here. This one is designed to drive displays, right? So you can actually ribbon connect to like an LCD panel. Okay. So there are projects out there that you can find where you can take an LCD panel out of a broken laptop and you find the associated PCB board, the power control board. You can then ribbon connect this to that and have a panel connected to your Raspberry Pi out of an old laptop, right? Or there are some other, displays. The Raspberry Pi 7-inch touchscreen display runs off of that cable as well. Okay. The operating system, I'll flip over real quick. The operating system is run on a micro SD card. Okay. I'm trying to see if I know I have one around here. I know I have 40 of them around here, but so micro SD card, right? Similar to that. It's just going to slide in here, and you'll install the operating system here, which we'll do today, and then you plug it into the bottom of this and then power this device, and it'll boot off of the SD card. At some point, I fully expect them to take where they'll flash it, but I think that's an expense thing. Okay. The Raspberry Pi has been priced at $35 from the day it came out, right? The base unit is always $35. They try really hard to keep it in there, and they've improved the specs of this dramatically over the 10 years that they've been doing this, 9 years now, right? But they keep the base price at $35. With the Raspberry Pi 4, that's the first time that they've offered anything more than 1 gigabyte of RAM, okay? So when they first came out, you could buy a Raspberry Pi 4 with 1 gig, 2 gigs, and 4 gigs, right? So it was like 35, 55, 65, or 35, 55, 75, okay? Then about 6 months in, they actually came out and said, we no longer sell the 1 gig version. The lowest possible that you can buy is a 2 gig version. So Raspberry Pi 4 2 gig is $35. The Raspberry Pi 4 gig is now $55, and there's now an 8 gig version, right? The 8 gig version now brings the ability to run a 64-bit OS on here and actually take advantage of the memory, right? For the Raspberry Pi 4s. I will warn you, however, that the Raspberry Pi 4, there's some weird firmware thing going on, right? And a lot of times you have to actually flash the EEPROM to get stuff to work. And I've had students that have they bought the 8 gig because it's the most powerful version, only to find out that like the libraries the Python libraries that they were using wouldn't work properly because of the way that the firmware was acting and things like that. So I caution you, and I caution students from buying the 4 gig or the 8 gig version for the IoT class, right? I think if you buy the 8 gig, 4 and 8 gig for say like to set up networking components and things like that, I think you'll be fine. I haven't tested it that way, but I think you'll be okay. So I'm a little leery because I really want it to work. I would rather be slow, right? I'd rather it be slow and functioning versus fast and not. And then Kathleen is asking, is 8 gig fine for this class? I'm going to go with It better be, right? Because you have one. So, so we're going to try it. I think the stuff what we're going to do in this is not overly complicated from that perspective. I don't know that we're going to get into any kind of EEPROM issues. However, if we do, we'll go through the steps that are recommended to update that stuff. So okay, so then Joe's like, oh crud, I ordered 25. So did you order 25 for like an IoT class? No, just a regular, like we're gonna install maybe programming and do some other stuff. Maybe go ahead.
Yeah, I ordered 25 of the kits from Bill Ross.
Yeah.
So I got the whole shebang here, looking to figure out what we're gonna do with them now.
All right. And you've got 8 gig versions?
Yeah, those are the
Okay.
only ones I could find actually with to order that many. So
Oh wow. Okay. Nice. And yeah, and it's I think at that point just be aware that I've run into there, and you can kind of go look like problems with the Raspberry Pi 8 gig, right? And you can kind of see stuff. And there are some firmware things that you can do and some EEPROM updates and stuff like that, so that can be done. That you can to kind of alleviate the problem. And I would do those ahead of time because it's nothing more frustrating than something not working. And not knowing why it's not working versus having done that and then maybe avoiding it. Right. So, nice. Yeah. So this is great. I love it. Like, so who's good at overclocked? So John's got some stuff. So running it with 2 monitors right now. Right. So this is a super nice computer for the cost. Like even if you buy the 8 gig version, it's $75, right? And you can run 2 4K monitors. There is a way to overclock them, right? So if you're going to overclock them, make sure you have some cooling or fans or something on them, right? That kind of, I can take that back to the whole custom car thing. Like if you put nitrous oxide, right, NOS on a car, right, it runs faster than it should, and typically it ends up breaking at some point because you're pushing the boundaries, right? So same thing with overclocking. I love it when my students are overclocking. I love them when they try it, right? As long as they're doing it in the most protective way, right? Kind of a deal.
Yeah, I have it set up. Well, I mean, I've been running with a little case and fan, and it works out really well. Bought
Nice.
this kit off of Amazon for 139 bucks, and
Yeah.
it's been working flawlessly.
Yeah.
So
And
I just want to say, I'm sure you're going to cover it later, but make sure you set your password on the before you connect it to any network. But anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
yes. And then you'll hear me say for the class, we're going to leave it as is. And then as soon as the class is over, you need to change it.
Definitely, yeah.
So, I usually leave it because and actually I have like 3 different machines now with 3 different passwords. So I got to remember, okay, which one am I on? Which one's going on? So yeah, so I love it. Right. So these are the newest ones, right? And I have, I've got a handful of them, and the 2 gigs work great. The 1 gigs work great. Like I said, I've had students that have problems. And it's usually when they kind of get into like trying to get libraries working and I'm not sure exactly what the deal is, but when they dig into it, it comes up that there's some firmware thing and like how the pins are addressed a little different in that firmware that are causing some problems. I only as a warning, right? So if you can avoid them, that's going to be the safest possible thing. But then if you can't, then obviously make sure that you're on top of anything that they've fixed. One thing Raspberry Pi has been really good at is fixing anything that they've had problems with, right? The one other thing that the Raspberry Pi 4 had an issue with is on the USB, and I think you can see it now. Let me grab, but right here you can see there's 2 fuses right there. So they were trying to do some electrical magic on the USB side of the house, right? And they only use a single fuse instead of the required 2 fuses in parallel deal. Only to find out by using the 1 fuse that smart power adapters do not recognize the device as a device that can be charged. So it wouldn't charge the device. It wouldn't provide power to the device. On a smart charger, right? a regular power supply will send it over to it, but because of that silly little 2 fuse thing, and they fixed that pretty much right away. And I think when they fixed that, that's when they said, okay, 2 gigs, 4 gigs, and 8 gigs are now the standard. And then their software, if you've been around any Raspberry Pis at all, their software gets better every time they come out with a new release. And you'll see a lot of really cool tools that we'll play with today. This is the newest one, right? So the Raspberry Pi, let me move this out of the way. The Raspberry Pi 3, 3B, 3B Plus, right? All of those. There's a 3B and a 3B Plus, right? The difference is going to be more power and better Wi-Fi, right? Between the two. So if you have a 3B, it'll work fine. In fact, you can do these with 2B pluses as well. Most of the projects we're going to do, it's just going to be a lot slower than these, right? So each time they went up in hardware, they went up in power and ability. Wi-Fi here is restricted to N. The USB is tied on the 3s, is tied to the US, or the Ethernet is tied to the USB. So it caps out about 300 megabits per second, whereas this is independent on the 4, so you get a gig. Okay. Earlier versions, the Raspberry Pi 2, you're going to get maybe 20 to 25 megs on the Ethernet adapter at the most, right? So, and a lot of times, like, you can use 2s like on smaller projects or just as an end device that's picking up sensor data. So they're completely usable depending on what you're doing with them. Okay. So the Raspberry Pi 3 is going to have HDMI, a full HDMI, and it's going to have micro USB instead of USB-C. It's got the 3.5 millimeter sound. It's got the camera and the display adapters. It's got the 40 pins of GPIO, which I haven't talked about, the 40 pins of GPIO, which is what makes this stand out from a regular PC. Otherwise, all the rest of these devices are available in a laptop and a PC, right? What laptops and PCs don't have are these GPIO pins, general purpose input output pins. These are pins that allow me to connect sensors and other devices and customize what I'm doing with this, right? And I can program those to do things, right? It's got I2C, SPI, it's got the regular, your kind of on-off digital general purpose input output pins, right? You can also plug in, you can actually run power to the unit through the pins to power the unit as well. So there's options there to get it up and running. The Raspberry Pi 4, and I forgot to mention this, see this, there's 4 extra pins right there. I should just use a pointer because my fingers are way too big. Right? See these little pins, there's 4 pins right there. The Raspberry 3 doesn't have those. These 4 pins allow you to plug in a power over Ethernet hat. And I can run power over Ethernet and run these off of the network. Okay. Which from a supercomputer standpoint is now I don't have to have, if I want to put 50 of these together, I don't have to have 50 power supplies. I can run them off of a couple of PoE switches, right? So the PoE hat, and they just came out with a new version of that, the PoE hat about 2 weeks ago. But so that's another thing that the 4 gets that you don't get with the 3s. Okay, so not as powerful, but it'll still do everything we want to do. Not as fast, but it'll still do everything we want to do. And it pushes out 1080p instead of 4K. So these are 4Ks. This is a 1080p. Okay, most students will be fine with 1080p. Right? There's, so these tend to be, the kits tend to be a little bit cheaper than the Raspberry Pi 4s. Or, I've had students just buy these, used, right? Just buy a used one from somebody on Facebook or eBay or whatever to save some money. But 3s and 3Bs, 3B pluses, they all work. I actually have a bunch of 3B pluses from previous projects that we just kind of keep running and keep using over and over again from that standpoint. So those are the 2 main Raspberry Pi boards that you can use. This is a Raspberry Pi Zero W. So it's a wireless version of the Raspberry Pi Zero. The Raspberry Pi Zero, obviously you can see it's a whole lot smaller. Right? It's still got the 40 pins. It's not as powerful. It has the brains, I believe, of the 2B plus. Right? So it's not as powerful as, say, the 4 or even the 3. Right? However, one thing this can do is there is a Raspberry Pi operating system that can be installed on a regular PC. Okay. On a regular PC, you can install a Raspberry Pi operating system, and you can connect a USB cable to that and then connect it to this and access the pins from the actual desktop computer. So if you have a lab, right, and you can set your lab up to be dual booted, which is what we had for a while. Like the students could boot the machine and they could load up Windows. Windows would be the default. And then, or if they rebooted, they could choose the Raspberry Pi OS. And then they could buy this, which costs $11 with the pins, right? So this is an $11 Raspberry Pi. You can buy it with the pins or without the pins. So this one has the pins already pre-done. This one, you can see my cruddy soldering job. I hope it works. You never know with these things, but right. But these are $11. So that's another significant cost reduction, right? And I can just a USB cable to the computer, and I can access this, right? And the operating system it works and operates the same as the operating system on the Raspberry Pi itself. So this would be another option that you could do. These both have the camera adapter on the end there. Okay. It's slightly smaller than the adapter here. So there's a specific cable, but the cable costs like $2, right? That you would replace for your camera. So this is another option if you wanted to have, right, a little tiny version connected to desktops that are running the OS. A lot of times what I would do also is I would get my computer department, ITS, would, as they remove machines from the classrooms, I have them give us, maybe 20 of them, and we put the OS on it so that students could use, in the lab. I have a lab for this now, but students can then connect their Raspberry Pi Zeros to that. The full Raspberry Pi doesn't connect to the desktop, which I don't understand that yet, but the little Zeros do. Right. So there's some options here as well that you can do as far as the types of computers. So lower cost, right? $11 for pinned versions. The Raspberry Pi 3, 1 gig, and the Raspberry Pi 4, 2 gigs are both $35. The 4 gig is $55 and the 8 gig is $75. Okay. Students are going to need a the SD card. They're also going to need a power supply, which I didn't pull out a power supply, but they need a power supply to connect, right? So this one needs a USB-C power supply. This one needs a micro USB power supply. Okay, and each one of them has a little bit different requirement. I think this is like 2.5 amps, and this is a 3.0 or 3.1. So it requires a little bit more power. The other things that I have the students purchase, they need some kind of like an HDMI cable. Right, so I have this HDMI cable, which I got from Monoprice, Monoprice. So this is like a 3-foot cable. I got it in yellow, so it was real obvious that it belonged to the school, because nobody usually just buys a yellow cable for fun. But these only cost, like, this is a 3-foot cable. I think it cost me like $2.80 or something like that for a set of cables. But they need an HDMI cable, right? And the HDMI cable works great for the 3B plus. The problem is with the 4, right? Those don't go together, right? Those don't work. So in that case, you have to buy, and this is one of the downfalls of, I think, the 4. You have to buy, a micro HDMI adapter, right? So this adapter, you plug that in, and then you plug the HDMI cable here, and then you plug the HDMI cable into your monitor. But these typically run anywhere from $6 to $10, these little adapters, okay? A lot of your kits may come with a micro HDMI, like a long cable that has regular HDMI on one end and micro on the other. So then that would be something to consider, okay? But if you're doing a 4, right, you'll need these adapters. And if you want to run 2 monitors, I'm trying to figure out where I lost my other cable to. I just had, you'd have to buy 2 of them, right? So you're looking at another extra $20 in order to run, to convert to HDMI. Okay, so that's, right. I think the issue would kind of go in with these smaller versions. You have to now have these little adapters, right? Which is, I don't know, I bring that up because you have to deal with it. If a student, let's say they have the HDMI, let's say they have a 3B plus, so they have this cable and they connect this cable, and then they're like, well, my monitor doesn't have an HDMI adapter, right? I don't have an HDMI adapter on my phone, on my monitor. They have a couple of options. First option is that they have DVI, right? This adapter, which is HDMI to DVI, is maybe $4 or $5 on Amazon, right? So it's a pretty cheap device, and you just plug it into the monitor and you run DVI, okay? The other option that they could do is they would buy something like this if they have VGA only, and that's an HDMI to VGA adapter. And then at that case, you actually eliminate that cable. You plug this into the Raspberry and then this into the monitor, okay? So those are options. This particular version, I think, was maybe $10. I have another adapter that's 20. These need to be active, right? So that's another thing that you need to look for as you get into this. This needs to be an active VGA, meaning it actually amplifies the signal. Otherwise, sometimes you have problems. All right. Right. So when it comes to video, it all depends on what the student has or what you have in the lab. Okay. In the lab, I like this combination the best, right? Well, actually, I like this combination the best because it's one cable, right? I just have these two and I plug in HDMI, and we're done. Now, in a computer classroom, right? If you have a modern computer classroom, most likely you're going to have HDMIs, right? In my case, like, we're getting monitors, leftover monitors, right? So we have a lot of DVI type monitors. So we buy these, we have these adapters. So then these adapters, we screw them into the computer and leave them in the monitor. And then the students would then plug in the HDMI when they need to, okay? So from a lab perspective, that's usually going to be the most common combination is these pieces here. If you have VGA, then you get into this needing these active things, okay? And if you're using the 4, right, we would add this piece to the end of this whole connection deal, okay? Now, for my students, when they have to buy their own gear, okay, I talk to them about, right, you need a keyboard. If you want to look at the screen, right, if you want to look at the screen and plug the computer into a monitor like it's a computer, a regular computer, you need a monitor, a keyboard, and a mouse, right? And then depending on the monitor, you would have to pick whichever of these cables that they need. I tell them, don't go buy brand new monitors, right? I tell them, go to garage sales, go to Goodwill, go to the Salvation Army, go buy a cheapy monitor that costs you $10 or $20. And don't spend, right, for the Raspberry Pi to do these experiments, right? Do that. If you already have a desktop at home that has a monitor, most likely it has a second adapter available, and you can use the menu on the monitor to switch between your Raspberry and your computer and flip back and forth, right? At that point, you may want to consider investing in like a KVM switch, right, and flip between the two. We will show you later today, you don't even need to do that, right? You can go without a monitor, without a keyboard, and without a mouse, right? We can install the operating system using our PC, plug it into the Raspberry, find the Raspberry on the network, and then remotely connect to the Raspberry, right? And then from the remote connection, I can have a remote connection on my PC, and I can interact with my Raspberry as if I was sitting at a monitor, keyboard, and mouse, okay? So we're going to show you remote connectivity components. But if they want a physical setup, they need to have a monitor. They could also use their TV, right? Most TVs, modern TVs right now, right? And most students have some form of a flat screen TV. They have an HDMI adapter on them, right? So you can plug your Raspberry into the HDMI, right? You can actually plug a mouse in and find the IP address and then remotely connect to it from your computer, right? So that's one of the options on finding the address for them to remotely connect. All right. Are there questions on these? This is the like the, I don't want to say low end, but this is like, I'm going to buy a Raspberry. I'm going to connect the parts and pieces to my monitor and use it as if it was a regular computer. Okay. I mentioned 2 other parts that you needed. One of them is a card reader, right? So you need a, like, so I've got like all kinds of different card readers, right? And what I mean by those is you've got micro SD card readers, right? That you can plug in. This one has it up on the end here, but right? All of these are just, I mean, they're just different brands. All of these for me, they're all 3.0 USBs so that I can run them as quick as possible, right? It's 10 times faster than 2.0. As long as it's in a 3.0 port, right? You guys understand that, hopefully you understand that, right? That, right, you're only going to run as quick as your slowest component. So if you have a 3.0 device and you plug it into a 2.0 port, you're only going to run at 2.0 speeds, which is 1/10 of the speed of 3.0. All right, so these are just, you know, USB adapters that I can plug in, and I plug my SD card in, right? So I take that SD card from earlier, and then I plug it in to my adapter here, and then I plug this into my computer, and it shows up on my computer as a attached storage, like a thumb drive. Okay, and then I can adjust it from there. Okay, so they need one of these. Most of the kits that you buy are going to have, they're going to have an adapter in them, right? And quite honestly, those adapters are, I don't have one to show you because all of mine are broken. And literally they break when I'm trying to get them out of the computer. Like they're really tiny. They look like, most of them look like a Wi-Fi adapter, right? And you slide where that little plastic piece is right there. You actually slide the SD card in there and it becomes the plastic piece. And then you stick this in and you have to pull this in and out of the computer, right? With an SD card inside of it. And I hate them, and I've broken every single one of them, which is why I recommend students go out and buy, you know, go spend the $8 to buy one of these other ones, because they're so much better. These are all listed. I think this one's listed on that parts list webpage that I gave you earlier. Okay, so you need one of those. And then I highly recommend a case. Like I really like I'm going to move all this garbage out of the way. I like the Raspberry Pi case. This is a 3 case, right? So it's nice hard plastic. It comes apart so I can do things with it. And then I can also, right, I can close it up and protect all the pieces. Right? So if I'm using it kind of as a computer and not kind of accessing the pins or the camera cables and things, I would basically just kind of snap it all back together. And I've got this nice little Raspberry Pi case. Right? This is my preferred case. The cases that you'll get with Vilros are going to be plastic and they snap together, and it's really hard to get them apart, right? And it's hard to access the pins and things like that. And it's not, I'm not knocking Vilros. I buy their kits all the time. I just like these cases. I prefer these cases because of the fact that I can pull them apart really easily. Right? I can get access to the pins in a matter of seconds instead of fighting with and breaking off plastic tabbies. Okay, so again, just recommending or showing you my recommendations of things. But a case helps protect the Raspberry. You don't really want to throw the Raspberry Pi into your bag, your backpack just as it is, right? But if I have it in a case, I could throw that in a backpack and be comfortable that it's not going to get messed up, right? The SD card is accessible down here, and where I see my students break these is when they have it in a case, and they instead of pulling the Raspberry kind of out at an angle like that, they'll try to go straight up, and it catches the lip and busts the SD card. Right? That's probably 90% of the broken SD cards are them being in a hurry. And ripping them out of the case. Okay. Questions so far? These are just the base Raspberry Pis, kind of the components and pieces that you can use, right? I've always operated with these. I've used them in class. My students buy them in this form, right? They all have all kinds of cases because they usually buy them with the kits. And then when we get to the pins and stuff, we pull out, pull the case apart and we get access to them. I do have, every once in a while, I have a student that'll buy the Raspberry Pi Zeros. And these, what we do a lot of times is we'll prototype a project here, get it functioning you know, as a Pi script or whatever, and then we'll install the light version, which is a non-GUI version, and then put the scripts on this and then run them here. This requires less power, and it stays functional a lot longer, like especially if you're doing anything with battery. Okay. So that's a basic tour of the actual device itself, right? Are there any questions at this point? It's 11:37. It's a good time to take a break, right? I've been talking the whole time, and I know that kind of drags after a while. Like we go a lot longer when we're doing work and we're all working on stuff. But let's take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, right, I'll give you a little preview. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Raspberry Pi's newest, right? The Raspberry Pi in a keyboard, which is, I think, a decent solution for classroom, right? The other thing that we can take a look at from a parts standpoint is the Pi Top 4, which is a ruggedized adaptation of the Raspberry Pi as well. So this one is, this is what I'm looking at doing. And I'll show you some reasons why in a little while. But so we're going to take a look at those two right after the break. And then we'll get started working into getting your Raspberry Pis up and running. We can talk through other classroom scenarios, like other ways to put your classroom together, other ways to have your students, you know, if they're going to buy kits or you're going to buy kits, kind of how to do that. I can answer any questions that you may have about that, about what I've seen or what I've used or anything. All right. So let's do that. We're going to take a 10-minute break. It is 11:39. Let's say 11. I'm sorry. That's Mountain Time. It's 40 minutes after the hour. Let's be back at 50 minutes after the hour. And then we'll go from there. All right. I'm going to pause. I'm going to mute and turn off my video and things like that. If you have questions, you can put them in the chat and we'll address them as soon as we get back. But yeah, let's take a couple minutes so that we can, you know, go to the bathroom, get some snack, top off the coffee, whatever you need, and we'll get back at it. Cool. All right, let's continue on. I don't see any questions at this point. Again, if you have questions as you go, right, you're free, you know, feel free to ask, because I mean, I'm just trying to be as informative as I can. And if something doesn't make sense or you need more clarification or embellishment, let me know. Okay. One other thing, as an instructor, you're going to want to figure out is kind of how you want to manage your SD cards, right? So this, again, kind of going back to the idea of once you get started, right, there's all these little things that you end up with. So what I've done is I've gone to, you know, went to Dollar Tree and bought a little cheapy lockable box so that things don't fall out and the lid doesn't come off. And I don't know, this, you know, note cards are old school, but what I have is actually, I've got all these SD card holders, right? So these actually hold 10 SD cards each, and I've numbered each of those slots, because what I don't like, these have gray on them, so when you write on them with a pen, it's really hard to read them. The other cool thing about these, if you do write on them with a pen, you can actually erase them with a regular pencil eraser. So you can actually write on here exactly what's on there. What I decided to do is just number everything and then keep a note card in the pile. So I've got, you know, all the different OSs and then like different versions or different sizes. You know, I've got like this entire thing is all blank SD cards, but they're all, nothing's free, you know, just kind of floating around. I guess floating around to me would allow them to get broke or cracked or lost. So I have them in these little cases. These little cases, like this is a dime card that I got off of Amazon. And these ones are, these are like, I guess, designed for photo, you know, storing SD cards for photo, for cameras. But either one works. Like this one holds 8, this one holds 10. They're really thin. I can actually put them all together. I did notice the other day, like this dime card has the hole up here, but you could run a little, twist tie or piece of wire through the corners there, right? And then have them, kind of whatever. And then depending on what you need for whatever, like I'm saving, like I've got an open VPN, I got a firewall version, I've got my Pi Academy OS. When I went Pi Academy training, I have that, and I know on there's actually a twittering, like it's not a twittering, it's an emailing photo. Like, so you can take a picture, press a button, take a picture, and send yourself a photo. So, and that was done before like the Ring doorbells and stuff came out. So like we created a Ring doorbell with a Raspberry Pi long before the Ring doorbell. So your students could build their own Ring doorbell. In fact, I had students build them. But from a management standpoint, from a teacher standpoint, right, having access to a bunch of SD cards that maybe have the OSs already installed on them, right? This is a bunch of them, right? This is literally 48 SD cards. And that took me time. I didn't buy them all at once. Every time I go to Micro Center, which I don't have a Micro Center in Albuquerque, so anytime we go to Denver or I've been to the Houston one, I've been to Denver, I've been to Orange County. Anytime St. Louis is where I found a Micro Center in the first place, but I go and buy, 10 SD cards at a time because you can get them there for, like 60% of what a normal SD card costs. But I keep those. So I keep in here, like I keep my my adapter or my SD card readers. I also keep a handful of thumb drives in this little container. But then I know all of my SD cards and all of my ways of actually adjusting them are all contained in a box that's not going to come apart. So just as a, again, whatever organization works for you, this just seems to work really well for me. I always know where my if I'll do an example today. We'll look at the Cisco PL app, and I can just pull off out of my SD card and reboot and show you pieces, right? So yeah, so I see Joe's like, Fry's Electronics used to be the thing, right? And then I found Micro Center, and it's Micro Center. Yeah, Micro Center is awesome. It's the best. When I started teaching, and when I lived in St. Louis, and our school was about 45 minutes south of town. And what I would do is once a semester, I would pick a Friday, and we would do what I called a non-field trip, right? Because I didn't want to do the paperwork. So I basically told my students at 2 o'clock on this Friday, I'm going to be at Micro Center at this address, right? There's only one in town. So I'm going to be there. If you would like to come and tour their build your own PC area, right? Come and hang out. We'll go through everything. And we actually went up and down the aisles, every single aisle. We pulled boxes off, compared, power supplies, compared RAM. The students were able to touch cases, which they didn't, until you touch a case and understand like what a $25 case feels like and what an $80 case feels like you don't understand the quality difference unless you actually touch them. But we would go up and down. Like I called the store manager ahead of time, like I'm going to be there, this is what's going on. And they're like, please come down. Every single time we got interrupted by customers wanting to ask me questions, and I'm like, I don't work here, kind of a thing. And every single time we did this, I did it for 5 semesters straight. Every single time, at least one student would show up and actually buy the parts to build a computer. And then they would bring it to class and build the computer in class, which I think was a really great experience. But Micro Center also carries Raspberry Pis. They carry Arduinos. They carry SD cards, and their house brand is really inexpensive, on the tune of like, you can get them on sale for like $3.54 for like a 16 gig or 32 gig. I mean, it's really pretty cheap. But as an instructor, you'll probably end up with 10 or 15 cards at least, or maybe like me where you end up with 40 or so, because you do labs and stuff. So I build labs out, and I take machines around, and I do labs for instructors, I do labs for students, I do labs at high schools. So I have an extra set of that kind of stuff. So, but that's always, you want to keep that stuff organized and readily available. So if something goes wrong, you have an SD card to just replace it and keep on trucking instead of having to rewrite the SD card. All right. Cool. So there's a question, am I okay if I don't have a case? Absolutely, you're perfectly fine. We don't need a case. A case just is gonna help you protect the electronics as long as you're not, messing with it too badly. We're gonna crack into the case anyway. We'll do a physical computing project, right? I mean, it's part of playing with the Raspberry Pi is that physical computing thing. So don't worry about that. You'll be fine without a case. So what I would like to look at real quick, because I haven't even, I got this I've had this for like 2 months. I haven't even cracked it open, and I can't get my camera to go any higher, maybe a little bit higher. Then this gets in the way. So I don't know. This is pretty cool. So this kit is the newest thing from Raspberry, right? So kind of think, Apple quality there, like that's, and it's right. The computer is built into, right, a la Commodore VIC-20, Commodore 64. Like this is right up my alley. This is how I started, a computer and a keyboard, right? So this is pretty cool. You've got, there's Ethernet here. That looks like, I think that looks like a desktop lock, right? The Kensington lock. You've got some USBs. This looks like the power, the C power. It's got the two little baby HDMIs, right? So we can plug our little adapters into that one, right? So this kind of deal, right? The SD card goes here, and then you have 40 pin, the 40 pin access right over here, okay? Now, what is significant, what's missing from this, right? And it's not there. There is no ribbon Pi camera adapter. So if you want to use the Pi camera on this device, then you can't, okay? You would have to use like a USB attached web camera to use a camera for this, okay? So of this device, that's the one kind of drawback that I see from this. The other thing is those pins, whoa, I keep missing the camera. These pins right there are kind of a pain in the butt to get to, okay, from this perspective. But what I did find is SparkFun makes this really cool adapter. And what I made the mistake of is it came with these two little rubbery legs, and I didn't know what they were, and they ended up in the trash. So, which is not good. But this actually just plugs right into the back end of that, right? And then you have all your pins right there. So I think that's totally cool. That's a $5 part. Like that's nothing. The kit itself, I think I paid $100 for the kit, right? So this is a keyboard, right? So you have the keyboard already. You don't have to mess with the keyboard. It's got the Raspberry Pi 4 built into it. It's got access to the pins. You can use this little quick hat thing to get access to the pins for $5. So I like that. Like, so this is like, I'm thinking from the standpoint of in the classroom, right? In the classroom, I'm thinking. What else is in the box, right? The power supply, right? So the power supply is in the box, right? So you would plug the power supply in here to the power adapter right there, okay? It also has a mouse, right? So there's actually a wired mouse. It's in the Raspberry Pi colors. You would plug that into one of the USBs and you'd have a mouse available, right? So you don't need a keyboard or mouse for this, which is nice. Also in the kit, go ahead and dump those things out. Also in the kit is a micro HDMI to HDMI cable, right? So I don't need an adapter. I can plug this in as long as I have HDMI monitors in my lab. I can plug this in, right? And these don't even have to be on the desk the whole time. Like you can put these kits, right? Put these kits together and just say, you know, students can come and bring it out and connect it, plug it in, and off and running. They have the adapters for it. They also have, there's actually an SD card. This is the adapter. I'm like, where's the SD card? The SD card's not in here because the SD card is already preloaded here in the Raspberry. Okay, so it looks like it, yeah, it's a little spring-loaded. So if you're trying to do a classroom kit, like the students aren't going to mess up the electronics on this. Okay, and it's $100 for everything you just saw, right? Except for the $5 for this little guy here, right? Which gives them the pin access and is even labeled what the pin numbers are, right? For those of you that don't need glasses, like I should probably put my glasses on for this one, but right, there's actually the pin numbers on there. So when you tell I need on pin 17, they can find pin 17 and plug it in. So I like this a lot from that standpoint. The only thing I don't like is the fact that it doesn't have, you can't plug in a Pi camera to this device. It's not possible. Okay. It also comes with a guide, right? This is a really thick book from the, and I say thick, it's, a good ½ inch thick easily, right? But it's got a graphical, right? Like how to plug everything in, what's going on, what this is, how to use the operating system, right? Programming in Scratch. Like, so if you wanted to do an introductory class about Raspberry Pi, like this book would do it, right? This book would do it. Here's Python, right? So there's some Python programming. There's some physical computing, right? So they're going to talk about physical computing and breadboards, and you're using Scratch and having a good time, right? Then there's this is the, oh, I lost it. Right? The Sense Hat, right? Which we've used a lot, but this is a physical device you can add, or it's emulated in the operating system. Okay. So with this book, like, especially if you're teaching, you can teach all kinds of stuff just out of this book. Like you bought the kit and this is their textbook and off and running. They go and they knock it out. Right. So I think that's a really good option, because it has the keyboard, the mouse, everything is built in, is right there. And it's a Raspberry Pi 4. So it's nice and fast. Like this is a desktop computer in a keyboard. Okay. So from an option, if you're going to buy kits for your class, this is an inexpensive option. You need to add a monitor, right? And I honestly, on my monitors, if you're in a classroom, you can simply plug into the extra port on a monitor, right? Or flip the ports or change the ports or whatever you need to do, right? So I like that. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that before. We can plug it in a little while, but I think that's a really cool option from a standpoint of getting connected. The one kind of drawback is you need to have something like this. Two drawbacks: the camera thing, still, that's going to bug me, right? And then this one, right? But this is not a big deal to me. $5, and I can extend out my hat there. The other thing it has is it has these quick connects, right? So you can buy sensors that use quick connects, which are these pre-done 4-pin cables, and I'll show you an example of quick connect in a minute. But those also make it a little simpler to operate on. Right. So if you're looking at a classroom set like these, you add a monitor to this and you're up and running. Literally a monitor and an adapter and you're up and running. Nice. Pretty cool. Has anybody ever played with one? Does anybody have one? Have you tried it? Ever seen it before? Did you know it existed? Oh, nice. Kathleen has one. Good. All right. So a couple of people have one. I like them. I like the idea of them. I mean, they remind me of what I used to play with. All right. So the other option, right? So we've talked about the Raspberry Pi. Like you can just buy a Raspberry Pi kit and you can have your Raspberry Pis on the table and knock yourself out and you just go to town. that works perfectly fine. You could do something like the Pi 400, which has the keyboard and the mouse and the cables and everything, and you're talking $100. It also has a set of instructions that if you're just introducing the Raspberry and you want to get, you play with Scratch and play with Python and play with physical computing, then that's a really good kind of introduction to the actual Raspberry Pi platform. The other option is going with something like this. This is a Pi Top 4. Okay. And it's made by a company. The company's name is PyTop. They make, so I'm going to move my camera here and see if it works, but they make this little guy, which is the PyTop Seed, which is like a stand-up, like this is on a little, it's got a little kickstand in the back and it stands up. I've got a Raspberry Pi down here in the corner. It's got a monitor connected. And right there, you can kind of see and then you could plug a keyboard and mouse into the side of it over here on the side, right here. And you can play with it, right? These are older, right? This is the newest version. This Pi Top 4 is the newest version of this from this company. It looks like they still sell the other ones, but I think because of the PCB, you can only put like Pi 3s into them. So that's a concern from using that. And I use it because I have a bunch. And I like to be able to see what's on the screen when I'm doing my labs, right? You can do it all remotely, but I like to be able to look over to the right, grab the mouse, and make sure everything's working so I can do the lab properly. Pi Top 4. And then the other one, the other device from the same company, I'm going to move the camera the other direction now, right? So let's see if this works. Kind of crooked. There is a Pi Top laptop right there, which I really love. It actually pops open. The Pi sits over here. You can plug in breadboards and actually do physical computing right inside the laptop. You've got the monitor, the keyboard, the trackpad. Everything is in one place, right? So that's the Pi Top 3. I don't make any money from Pi Top. I just really like Pi Top. I want you guys to be full disclosure, right? In the vein of full disclosure, if you go to the page where I have all the parts and you use any of those links, at least half of those links are associate links. So I earn comic book money for that, right? If you click on it, you don't have to pay anything extra, and I get to go buy a comic book every other month or so. It's pretty much what it works out to, right? So, but just be aware, right? I don't want there to be any kind of surprises there. I haven't tried it yet. I've had this and I haven't tried it yet. I'm just really excited about this one, right? This is a Raspberry Pi 4, pretty much in an armored case, like for lack of a better term, like this is a beast. Like it's nice and heavy. It's got thermal inside of it. They take care of it's got all kinds of AC and everything like that. It's got all of the adapters that you need, the USBs and the Ethernet right off of the Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi is kind of sitting under here. They've extended the pins out to here, and they've made them female. So then you use male to male like you would on an Arduino for your breadboarding. It's got a little display that'll help you figure out what's going on with the device. It'll kind of give you some readouts and things like that. The SD card, I think it's hard to get open, is over here in this little, I don't want to break it. I just got it. I just opened it up. That little card does not want to come open. I opened it up earlier, so this should open up. But the SD card sits in here. So it's, again, obviously super protected. Students aren't going to mess up the electronics on this at all. Like it's not going to, right? The worst they can do is we corrupt the SD card on this device. So I think that, and then you basically just plug it. You take one of those cables, like a micro, this one actually has, yeah, the micro HDMI cable right there, right? You plug that into the monitor and you're up and running. Pretty cool. Inside the box though, we've got a USB-C to USB-C cable, which video, right? I believe this is USB-C video, if I'm not mistaken, right? So video here and the HDMI there. It has a pretty hefty power brick in it. Right, so this is the power brick, providing lots of good power, and it's got the little snap open thing. If you're in a different, if you go to Europe or whatever, there's different adapters in there as well. And then they also have, oh, I didn't even know those existed. That's cool. So this is power, right? To power the device. I'm going to leave the other electronic pieces inside the case, but what I did notice in this little baggie here, it's got a tool, a little screwdriver for getting into the case. So a little, if you need to get in, it looks like there's a couple other parts and pieces. These are neat because you can plug them in there, and now your Raspberry Pi is like a regular whoa, I went way too far. Right, so I plugged in, this thing plugs in to the pins, and now I'm using my regular male to female wires that I would normally use on a Raspberry Pi. Right, so that's pretty cool. That little extra piece there. Again, that's all kind of self-contained Raspberry Pi 4 that you can utilize. Now, what they have come out with since then, so you can plug this into a regular monitor, plug in a regular keyboard and mouse to the USB there, right? So regular USB, I can plug in the USB-C for the monitor, or I can use an HDMI adapter. This is the power, here's the power button, and then your sound port is right here, okay? I believe there's a way, and I haven't looked it up yet. I believe there's a way for you to sneak a camera cable through there, and this lid can be popped off so you can actually connect the camera. But I don't know those instructions 100%, so I don't want to push that. All right. So that's the Raspberry Pi 4, and again, another reason why I'm excited about this one. Normally it comes with this kit. Like this is it's called the foundation kit. It's a sensor kit, right? Super nice case, right? Again, I'm looking at this from the quality of it for for the students and for a lab where we don't want to mess things up, okay? So you flip the case open and there's this little base plate. The base plate, when you pull it out, the base plate will snap into the bottom of this. So I can connect those things there, snap the base plate in, and now I have quick connects that I can address with the programming. I've got a pile of quick connect cables, okay? So instead of having to wire individual devices, I use these quick connects to wire to, say, a yellow, let me get this top piece off here. Here's a yellow LED with a quick connect connector to it, right? And it actually has color codings on it, so which ports you can plug these into, right? I can plug them into a port, and then I can address that port, and I've got this nice like container that I'm not going to mess things up, right? So high quality, right? Definitely on the higher end of the quality for the parts and pieces. The other cool thing about this is there's these little adapters that are magnetized. Does anybody know what that looks like?
That's a Lego connector.
Right. So I can use one of those green flat Lego platforms as my breadboard. And you can just plug these, there's 8 adapters, and you can just plug these things in and set them on there, and they all stay in the right place. Like, I don't know, I think it's just really ingenious what they've come up with here.
That's really cool. That's a really cool feature.
Right? And this magnetic, you plug them in and you're going off and running. All I have is I have a Grogu that I can plug into the top of it if we wanted to try it. But you got a buzzer, ultrasonic. There's a potentiometer here, so you can teach potentiometer. There's buttons, right? And these all have that same kind of quick connect adapter deal, right? And then this one's a sound sensor and a light sensor, right? So you've got this whole kit, and it plugs into the base plate, and I just use the wiring that comes with it, right? And I've avoided, you know, breadboards and other things. I mean, quality and like, it's hard to lose these parts. Like I can make sure all the parts are back in here before we close it up. Whereas an LED that gets dropped on the floor, it's, you know, it's gone forever kind of a deal. So that's something that, I don't know. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. We are about to buy, I think probably a set of 30 of these for a robotics program. So I'm super excited about that. I think that's going to be totally fun.
The only thing I don't like is like it's so easy to burn like an LED or something. Like I don't know.
Yeah, what the replacement cost would be.
Yeah,
I can see that. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
I'll find out soon, and I can report back.
I bought one, I think, in Kickstarter like several months ago. I haven't opened.
Okay.
But that's the only thing I saw. Like it was like it's so easy when they're learning, the students.
Right.
It's gonna be very easy to like burn it. Like, oh yeah, I didn't know I need to put a resistor or something like.
Right. And
easy.
I'm 99% sure that these. We should check, but I'm 99. There's no resistors in this pack. I think the resistors are inside of this.
Yeah.
I honestly think they are, but we can. I think we should look it up. Like,
yeah.
I think they come with the proper resistors already in the unit. So you're just quick connecting the unit, not the resistor.
Yeah.
So if you're teaching electronics, right, and you want them to understand the resistors and things like that, this is probably not the kit you want to use, right? If you're, you know, like if I'm going out and doing a lab and I just want to get students excited about, you know, an LED turning on, which by the way, turning an LED on is amazingly satisfying. It's really simple, but it is amazingly satisfying. You know, I would use this for that purpose, right? Now, we're going to take this and expand it out a little bit more because you talked about the Kickstarter stuff, and there's all kinds of other things that you can do with this. So the other thing you can do is they have, right? So they have, first of all, they have a protective case, which is this little green case thing. I'm not worried about protective case right now. But they have this keyboard, which was part of a kit that you can get that has a keyboard and a mouse in it. So to me, these are a little more delicate than say a Pi Top or the computer, the adapter that we're going to use. I don't even know how it goes together yet. So it looks like you can power this over here, but you have a keyboard with a trackpad on it, and there's a monitor, which is a touch display, full HD touch display monitor. I'm gonna take it apart off camera real quick, or unbox it off camera. So it's got a little adapter here for USB. It's got all kinds of fun, you know, so this kit comes in it, so it allows you to connect everything together. And then it's got this monitor, right, which allows you to be able to, looks like you should be able to connect these two pieces. Oh, it magnetizes, right? So that's a magnet down there. And it's got a stand on the back. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you can click in the Pi Top on the back and it becomes the stand. Like, so then now you have this, which I know it's hard to see, but you have a Pi Top clicks on the back there. And the keyboard is here and connected through the device. And then the only thing I think that you would have to do at that point is, I think you have to connect. Yeah, so right here, you would connect your video from here to here. Oops, you can't see it. From the Raspberry Pi to the camera, or to the monitor, right? And then you have this little kit, which is about the size of a laptop, right? If I pop this off, right? So I can store that pretty, I mean, that can store pretty easily, right? And I believe that the kickstand here, yeah, it folds out too, so I can lean the monitor back more, right? So you can see I can stand it more vertical, or I can lean it out, and then I can click the Raspberry into the Pi 4 into this, and then I can connect this cable to the base, and then I've got a think like this is like an iPad setup, right? But this is actually a Raspberry Pi touchscreen, and I got a keyboard with a trackpad and everything all together. So this is more the kit that I'm looking to do in my environment, because I want to be able to package that and go with this, right? Just have this like that and be able to go places and then open it up and run with the Raspberry Pi, this Pi top. If we want to do, right, if we're going to do physical computing, I simply take the Raspberry off of the device, leave the kickstand out, and then I have the Raspberry here connected with a wire, right, which is that green wire that came in the other kit, right? This wire here, I can connect from here to here. Okay. The problem with this is expensive, right? $200 for this Pi top, and then $200 for the setup here. So you're looking at $400 for this thing here. I like them from the mobility standpoint. I like them also from a maturity standpoint. These things have been around for a long time. I can still connect a camera to this, the Pi top camera to this, which I can't connect to the keyboard version. And the keyboard version, I would need to have a monitor. This has a monitor, right, built into it already. So I think that's, I don't know. I'm just, again, showing you some options. And I've shown you kind of all generations of the Pi top stuff. Now, another reason why I'm grabbing this, why I like and why I'm gravitating towards the Pi top. I need to go off mic real quick and grab another part. Hold on. All right, I'm back. So another reason why I like the Pi top. First of all, I like the portability of this. Like I can get a little padded bags that I can put this in, and I can stuff a bunch of these into a box, and I can carry them around, and I can then it's a lot smaller than, say, the Pi tops, which I currently use in my kits. And this is protected, like the students aren't going to really mess that up. And I've got the quick connect case that I can do, right? So all of this together, that's a pretty small deal. If you've ever seen me at a winter conference, I show up with these Pelican cases that literally are 3x3 by 18 inches full, and they're full of lab components. So I can get my entire lab into one of those cases going forward with this kind of setup. Okay. So that's one of the reasons why I like this setup. The other reason I like this setup is they have this, right? And I'm a huge, we have competitive robotics teams out the wazoo. And this is, you take that Raspberry Pi brain and you plug it in. There's an expansion plate, and then you build, this has all the parts to build a vertical robot. It's got cameras. It'll do computer vision. In fact, PyTop worked with Microsoft down here in the corner. And if you program in .NET or you teach .NET, you can actually connect to the robot. You can connect the robot to a Microsoft Teams channel, and your students can send programs to the robot through the Teams channel. Meaning you can have a robot in a space, right? I would put it in a bordered space, and then you can have students anywhere virtually, all connected teams, all programming the robot together collaboratively, and then seeing the results in a video in Microsoft Teams. So it gives you this really cool expandability, right? And I mean, you can see it comes with, it's got encoders, and it's got all the parts and pieces, all the sensors and everything. I mean, this is the first time I even opened the package. This is crazy cool. All the parts, the base plates and everything, they all come together in this kit. Again, this is another expense on top of that. But if you are interested in getting the students into robotics, like this kit pre-done, you just take the Raspberry Pi and add it, right? The expansion plate comes with the kit itself, but you add them all together. And now you have, not only do I have the Raspberry Pi that I can teach programming on, physical computing on, networking, system admin, cybersecurity, web programming, website development. Now I can actually put it onto a physical device and make it into a robot. There's another kit, which I don't know, they always show pictures of it, but they never released it out as a, they've never released it out as a kit. It has a drone. Like you can actually, this becomes the brain of the drone. Which again, I think this also has battery, if I'm not mistaken. It has some kind of built-in, it has to, because it's going to be on the robot. So this has battery power built into it as well, right? So if you're trying to do like the most expandable, doing everything kind of thing, I think that's a really cool option. It's a more expensive option. But I think these will last a whole lot longer than say, just straight up Raspberry Pis, or it's more adaptable than say the Pi 400. If you're going to teach in classroom and you're going to do just everything in the classroom and you're not worried about kind of mobility and robotics, then this doesn't need to, that it can be in the conversation, but then it's not in the conversation because of the expandability. Okay.
Harry.
Yes.
How in your lab you have the old Pi tops, right?
I had the Pi top seeds. Yes.
And how you keep them unlocked? How you keep them in the lab, or how?
They all are housed. I have them in those Pelican cases that I talked about.
No, but I mean, when you are in class, are they in a lab open 24/7? I mean, or
no, the lab is only available if there's an instructor in the room itself. Okay. The room is it's a classroom on one side, and then in the back corner of the room, there's like a 4-foot opening that goes into a room behind the classroom. And in that space is where we store all of our gear. Okay. In that space, I have all the donated servers and donated printers and donated parts and pieces. We've got these organization, the bucket organization, like 2 levels of organization where you can slide the buckets back and forth and get the things in the back. I've got storage shelves. I keep the 3 mobile labs in there. Each lab can handle, it's 8 computers in each lab. So I've got a lab of 24 total computers that I can fit. I have a Scion XB. It's a little bitty, I can fit all 3 of those boxes in my Scion, and I can drive to any school in Albuquerque in New Mexico and fire up a 24 computer lab from those boxes, right? I've brought those boxes. If you've been to any of my workshops at the winter conference, I've brought them to the winter conference. So the school lets me take a van for that one. I put them in a big full-size van and I drive to California for that lab. I want the smaller versions, right? This is that's it. Like I can get away with these smaller Pi tops. So that allowed me to get into a much smaller space. At that point, I can put the whole lab, 20 computer lab in my RV, and I can drive the RV instead of driving a van. That's just me. So I look at it like when I'm looking at these parts and pieces, and the reason why I like this, I like the ruggedness of it. I like the portability of it. And then I like the expandability of it. The fact that I can do regular wired, electronics wiring, or I can, flip on and put that quick connect adapter to it and do quick connects. If I'm if we're doing younger kids, like we do middle school kids and we only have a 3-hour block of time. If I do quick connects, I can do LEDs, ultrasonics, sound sensors, where if I was doing regular electronics, it would be LEDs and that would be it. So I always look at it from what can we get done in the time frame? What would make it exciting for the students? And the reason I'm sharing these, I know a lot of you are like, well, do I get kits? Do I get this, that, or the other? So Joe, you bought the Vilrose kits. I use the Vilrose kits in my classroom. I have students buy the Vilrose kits because they own the kits. Those kits are great, especially at the community college level, because then they have to learn the electronics and how everything plugs. That's part of what I want my students to learn, is that plugging in of things and making things happen. This right allows me to expand that out. I can do the plugging in, I can do the quick connects, I can do the tablet kind of setup where they can actually use it like a computer without having to find extra monitors, keyboards, and mice. I can plug them, we can bring out the robotics kits and they can take the brain and plug it into the brain, plug it into the robot. So lots of things like that you can do with it. Again, I don't make any, I don't work for them. I just really like it. I really like the idea of it. This particular idea, right? And I think Tony brought up the one, at this point, the one concern that I would want to look into. But I truly believe that the resistors necessary for those LEDs are built into the actual device itself. So I don't know that, because they come on those little square tab things. Right. Let me see. Yeah, I'm going back to the comments now. So, all right. So looking forward to the Pi 400. Got 1 month to go. I just opened mine. I'm excited about it. On the 400, the ribbon camera is not accessible on the Raspberry Pi 4. That little slot right there, I believe you undo 2 screws here and this piece comes off. You can slide the camera in and connect it, and then slide it back down and screw them back on. And then you would have a camera dangling out, which kind of normal, right? So I think that's, on this one, it's possible. On the Pi Top 400, I don't think it is, or the Pi 400, I don't think it is. And then Joe, I'm going to read this comment out, because if you didn't see this comment, I think it's hilarious, right? I'm going to spend way too much money on Amazon when this class is over, right? You are absolutely right. You are, right? And I'm okay with that. That's what it's like. I tell my students, like there's so many fun things that you can do, and the more you get excited about it, right, the more you're going to spend, and you're going to learn so much from just playing around with these things. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's money well spent.
Yeah. Absolutely. From an instructor standpoint, absolutely money well spent. From a technician standpoint, absolutely money well spent. I will tell you, right? We have a student group called Hackerspace, right? And in Hackerspace, we do Raspberry Pi stuff. We have a laser cutter. We have a 3D printer. I've had students build a 3D printer from scratch using Arduino and Raspberry to control it. One of those students actually got a job with the Air Force Research Laboratory at their makerspace, running all of their 3D printing in their makerspace because of the project that they did in Hackerspace. When you get these in front of students and they build projects with these and they make things, right? I have somebody that's built a Siri-based garage door opener, or a garage sensor where you can pull in and it would turn red when you need to stop the car. I've had somebody build they built a Keurig water reservoir filler, right? It actually would continually fill the water in your Keurig from a separate tank that would go in the cabinet. Those projects are resume building projects. Those are projects that when the students put them on the resume, employers want to talk to them, not because they took, an A+ class, or unfortunately, not because they got an associate's degree, but because they built a 3D printer out of a Raspberry Pi, or they built a parallel computer out of 22 Raspberry Pis, or they built a robot and they competed in a robotics competition on a Raspberry Pi. Like, they want to talk to the employers want to talk to students that have done those kinds of things, right? I see it over and over again. They're not, the employers aren't interested in the student until they react. Oh, what, you built a parallel computer with 22 Raspberries? Yeah, I did. How did that go? Like, they want to talk to them. Like, I've seen it in recruiting events when that happens, right? In my lab's a mess, right? I'll tell you, my lab is a disaster. But we've had NASA visit right? NASA came and visited as part of our computer science program. And when they came through the lab, like literally, they turned to me and said, "Can we just stay here all day?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're welcome." I'm like, "That'd be awesome." Right? NASA engineers want to stay and play in my lab. Like students, like that's what we want. We want students to just get excited. Oh my gosh, I can do what in here? You can build a computer. There's 20 computers over there. Take them apart, put all the parts together, build another computer. Right? Here's laptops. Take the laptops apart. There's printers. Take the printer parts apart. We've got instructions on how to take them apart. Save the servos. Save this. And we can build something out of an old printer. Right? And we put all those parts in boxes, and then people, anybody that comes in the lab later on has that ability. So, I don't know. That's just how I operate. I try to collect all those things, and we have this big lab that we can do that with. So, so I'm trying to see, like, can I see taking this class and plugging into overhead projector and bypass instructor workstation altogether? Yeah, you can. You can do that. The other thing that I do is I use an instructor workstation and I remote connect to my Raspberries and I project that onto the screen. And then I use an overhead like I'm using right now to show like the electronics components, right? So that they can actually see in detail me plugging in a cable, and I can say, here's port 17 is right there, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we're going to plug in there. So I like having the overhead projector or the document camera more than overhead projector, but document camera for these types of projects where you can actually see what's going on, right? I'm scrolling down, right? Yeah, I can't agree with you more on that, right? It shows passion, perseverance, independent thought, research skills, right? There's a ton of cool stuff that my students learn in these classes. You'll see when we get into the workshops and the labs that we're going to do, it's all about kind of what they would have to do in the real world, right? Let's go look this up. Let's walk through the instructions. Let's try to figure out if something goes wrong. I do real world labs. All of my labs are that way. A lot of times I'll tell them, this is what I want you to have when you're done. And I don't give them any instructions, right? And they get mad at me. And I'm like, that's what the real world is going to be. Your boss is not going to say, set up an Exchange server by Friday, and here's the step-by-step way to do that. Like, they hired you because you do that kind of thing. So if you don't know, you need to figure out before Friday how to do that. So I do that in my classes constantly. I give them the end goal, and I want them to get there by any means necessary, right? That's appropriate. By that, I mean, you do the work yourself. And at the end, like, I want you to show me the results. So I have them take screenshots of the working items, right? Or a video of the working lab. And that's what they submit to me. I'm not having them fill out, questions and things like that. Like, here's what I asked you to do. You figured out from from the beginning to here how to do it. Show me in a video form that it's done, or show me in screenshots that it's done. So we can talk about kind of how I do those classes later on, but that's kind of the idea of this, is that the more your students play with these things, the better they're going to be as a technician, as a technologist, right? As a computer information systems professional. And they're going to think better. They're going to think on their feet better. They're going to be quick about how to get the solutions, because we put them in a situation where they had to figure that stuff out. So then the question is, are you able to make the instructions for taking things apart, and what parts to save in our shared drive? Yeah, I can find all that stuff. We've done all kinds of projects. One of the projects that we were about to do last year, it came from a previous instructor student, but we have a bunch of old laptops that were donated, and they don't function. They're broken or cracked or something. And one of the things you can do is you can actually harvest the cameras out of the laptops, and then using a multimeter, you can figure out where the electricity flows, and you can solder in a USB adapter and make web cameras, right? So think about the fact that, hey, we do a lot of these things online now, and web cameras were hard to find. Like, you can salvage cameras out of old laptops and build web cameras for students who can't afford web cameras, kind of a thing. So that's kind of the stuff that we try to do, right? So when we come across those things, we'll try to get there. All right. We covered a bunch of parts and pieces, right? I mean, I hope it was informative. I hope it made sense. I hope that I didn't bore you to death, right? I just
No,
think
that was great. That was really great.
I think it's important, like you kind of know all the different possible things, right? That you could do, right? And then because a lot of times, like you need to come up with the solution, like, you know, well, we're not going to have the students buy these things. We're going to do it ourselves. And you know, and you've got to come up with how to do that in the best way possible. And, you know, and no one way is better than others. I think it all depends on, it depends on what your situation is. So I think this is funny. Like I did back in 2009, I did a class, and it was, you know, this came up again, and you can see I started and then I didn't get anywhere. Right. So, this is the idea of this page is I want to talk about these points, and then we're going to break for lunch, because lunch is in like 18 minutes, right? For each, like for your, you know, for your classroom, how you're going to set this up, you can do Raspberry Pi only desktops, like, and that would be like doing a Pi 4, 400, or just a regular Raspberry with, you know, if you have a lab where you can just have Raspberries as the computers, right? Then like you take a Raspberry, you plug it into the monitors that are there, or you take a Pi 400, or you take a Pi Top, or whatever the case is, whatever device you use, and you just plug it in, and it becomes the only computer there. Okay. That's not likely to happen, right? I use a Raspberry Pi only desktop scenario in my mobile lab when I go out to do workshops, right? So, and I bring the computers out, we work on them, we put them back in the box, and we put them away, and we put them back out, right? So it's really cumbersome setup and tear down. You can also share with desktop PCs, which I talked about earlier. You can, and I've done this in class too. We have desktop PCs on the desk. We work with the ITS department to make sure that the right connectors are in the bottom of the monitors, and we provide, the students would then show up, you know, they plug their Raspberry right into the monitor that's there, switch the monitor to be the Raspberry, and then we off and run. We take the keyboards and mice off the back of the computer, and they've got everything they need right there. So that's another option. I use that option a lot in the class where the students buy their own gear. I have the desktop, you know, I have a monitor, a keyboard, and mouse. We have the adapters on all the monitors. The students can set their stuff down and plug their Raspberry into the monitor and use the monitor, right? You can also remotely connect to your Raspberry Pis, and this is when you have no physical access. So in that case, which we'll look at this afternoon, you're going to set up the Raspberries as headless. The students would bring their Raspberry, and they would have to name their Raspberry specifically, you know, whatever it is, it had to be different. Like we usually use their email or something as their name, or the name minus the @ symbol. But and they would plug the Raspberry Pi in, and if it's on Ethernet, they'd have to plug an Ethernet cable in and the power, and that was it. If it's wireless, they would plug in the power, and it would connect automatically to wireless. And obviously you have to set this up. But then they would all set them up in the back of the room, and they would go to the desk, their computer desk in the classroom, and they would use either SSH or VNC, and they would connect to their Raspberry Pi remotely. Okay, so you connect to their Raspberry Pi. In order to do that, we need to understand, you know, they need to understand how networking works, how IP addressing works, how to find their computer on the network. So usually we install Nmap and have them go through and do an Nmap exercise, or we have them use advanced IP scanner, or something along those lines, so that we can find the Raspberry Pis and connect to them remotely. Okay. So you can do the Raspberry Pis remotely without knowing anything, and you got to discover it. Or if you have access to your Raspberry Pis, you could maybe plug it into a monitor to find out what the Raspberry, you know, like we have monitors on the back workbenches. They can plug it in, find out what their IP address is, and then unplug it from the monitor. And then the next person can plug it in, find their address, that kind of thing. So with this, is what we're trying to do is we're remotely connecting to the devices. Okay. If you don't have physical access to the device, you can't really do like physical computing things, right? If it's somewhere else, like in a data center or something like that, you wouldn't be able to access the physical points. If you remotely connect, say from your computer to your headless Raspberry Pi, which headless means it's just not connected to a monitor, keyboard, or mouse. If I can actually physically access it, then I can actually still wire it for LEDs and sensors, and I can do all of those kind of things as well. So that's another scenario that may work or may not work. There was at a point, and I don't think they're continuing to maintain it, but there used to be a network boot version of this. And if you're good with Linux, right, you could probably set up your own network boot version of this. But basically, the machines, you can set up the Raspberry Pi to boot from the network. It would find the server. The server would deliver to it an an OS, and you could use it kind of in that scenario, right? So think like virtual desktop infrastructure kind of a deal. Okay. I've already talked about the desktop. So if you want to dual boot a desktop and plug in Raspberry Pi Zeros to that, or maybe have some laptops, old laptops that you install the Raspberry Pi desktop on, and you can connect to the Raspberry that way. So that's another way to go about it. So I only kind of bring all these up so you can kind of think about your situation. And if you want to dig into something more detail later on this week, then we absolutely can dig into those things. There's also network connected with remote GPIO. So that allows me to actually connect to the computer, to the network, and then from the desktop, I can actually remote connect to the GPIOs and actually program the GPIOs over there. Okay. And then the last item here is a headless setup, which is actually these remote connected ones are headless setups. But I had a student that went through and actually wrote up instructions on how to do the connection settings. So when we get to that later today, we'll use some of his tutorial for that purpose. Okay. Additionally, for this, if you have the Raspberry Pis and the little laptops, you can, the monitor and keyboard, you can have those in a lab. People can check them out and plug them in and fire them up and use them. The Pi Tops, which are the older version of the laptops, that's just a laptop version of the Raspberry Pi. That's another option that you could use. Most of you in the community college world will deal with just putting a Raspberry Pi on the desktop and connecting it to a monitor, keyboard, and mouse. Right? Usually is what we're going to end up doing. And none of these are better than others. It just depends on your situation. And I want you to know that there's all kinds of ways to connect it from that standpoint.
Kerry,
yes.
One of the things that I'm doing in my lab, we have tables in the middle, and we just grabbed all keyboard, mouse from IT, and I'm putting those. I don't know if you've seen those boards.
Yeah. I have them over there to show later. We have that. Yes.
But that's what I'm planning to do in the lab.
Okay.
But I'm worried about stealing. I mean, so
yeah.
I'm thinking, and I asked the police if I could put cameras inside the lab. And of course, I already put signs and everything. I mean, that was before COVID, so the lab is not done, but the idea is to leave them there so anybody can just go inside. Around the lab, we have the regular PCs that people use to teach, because other people need to use the lab for teaching other stuff. But at least that way I can actually leave them there because I want them to use the Pis.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and we have ours in like little boxes in the back, and students can check them out and then go to a workbench and work on them.
The other thing that I did, because we got a capital grant, and so I bought a bunch of stuff.
Nice.
One of the things that I wanted to try, I bought several cards, like laptop cards.
Oh yeah.
So, and I'm planning to put at least 24 Raspberry Pis with a switch and a router. Nice. With Wi-Fi, and I wanted to move them to a room if I want to just teach a class, and use remote desktop connection to use them remotely in the lab. And that'd again, cool. This is one of the things that I'm planning. That of course now I cannot do anything.
Right now you everything's kind of on hold. Yeah. That's actually a cool idea, because then at that point you can set up the Raspberry Pis with and your wireless network there with like permanent IP addresses, right? You can reserve the IP addresses for each of the devices so that you get to this address, you get to this address, so we're not doing the discovery component. and then you move it around, and all they have to do is connect to the wireless, and then
Yeah.
they can be
And
they'll be
the
able to
students
connect
can
to the
use,
computers.
yeah, the students can use their own laptop if they
Right.
want. Of course, it's not for physical computing because they cannot have the
Yep.
access. But at least if they want to, you want to teach, Linux or
Linux
anything else,
programming.
or
Last week we did networking with no physical computing, right? I mean, all of those components can be done. Web, you can build a web server on it without being physical computed. So yeah, so as long as you're not doing physical computing, that's a really good way to do that. And like the idea of this is like, I know when people think Raspberry Pi, they think of that physical computing component, but there's more things that you can do that's not physical than there are physical. So I think that's another really good way to think about it, right? So I think it's one of the things about the Raspberry, it's only going to be limited by your creativity at that point. Like what you do and how you do it is like, it's really flexible. All right. Any other questions at this point? The idea of this morning was just, I wanted to introduce the Raspberry, introduce kind of the idea of the class, kind of go through where you can start thinking about how do you, what would you do in your classrooms? How would you have the students set up, right? And you can noodle on that for a while. And if you come up with questions, right, let me know. The other thing that you could do, and I don't know if you guys noticed, I sent you an email this morning about this Teaching CIS Miro board. And if you went out and looked at it, right now I just have it set up with kind of there's a brainstorming notepads, right? But you can grab any color if you have something that you want to, if you double click on it and start typing, right? How to set up headless, right? Raspberry Pi. So if you have something that maybe it would help us kind of direct what we maybe want to do later on, or if there's a project that you kind of are keen on, that you saw on a list somewhere, you saw on a web page somewhere, right? Just grab one of these and kind of yank it off to the side, and then we'll use it as a brainstorming board, right? The idea of that is just, I want to be able to capture your thoughts. If you come up with something that you really want to try, like if you put it out there, I review these things every night. So then as I'm preparing for the next day or the next couple of days, I can kind of fit where things would go, how they would work, and try to address either the question, or I try to see if we can fit the project in, or make sure that we have a project that's similar, so that you can is more geared towards what you guys want. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. All right. All right, so last thing before we take off, I'm going to jump back over to the raspberrypi.org website, okay? So I know I have some of you are a little anxious about your internet connection and the speeds, and you're worried about the OS and that kind of stuff. We did this last week, and very few folks needed to download the files ahead of time. And we'll get there, but if you feel like you need to download the file, right, this will allow an hour before we even start talking about the installation, right? Because when we get back this afternoon, we're going to do the installation. Okay, go to raspberrypi.org. On the top here, you go to software. Okay, and on the software, two things. We're going to use the Pi Imager this afternoon. So you can go ahead and download the Pi Imager and get it installed. It's going to download an executable, run the Imager, and you're good to go, right? And then we'll get to that. We'll use that later today. If you want to, and you don't need to download an operating system if you have a decent internet connection, right? You don't need to. It's part of the installation. The new Imager actually pulls the file automatically. Okay. If you feel like you need to, right, and you need the hour to download the file, right below the Imager is manually install the operating system image. It says see all the download options. You're going to click on see all the download options, right? And you've got three options that we're worried about right now. desktop with recommended software is almost 3 gigs, right? So if you're worried about downloading, it taking a while, then that's not the one for you. You're going to go with the Raspberry Pi OS with the desktop, right? So this is going to strip some software out, and we may have to install a thing or two later on, but not everything. This one is only 1.1 gigs, right? So I would hit that download button there and download the file, okay? The light version is really tiny, and we'll use the light version later this week, but we'll do that separately. So remember, you're supposed to have three SD cards is what I was hoping for, right? So we're going to install this operating system multiple times today. We're going to try, obviously if you have a keyboard, mouse, and monitor, then you'll do it, you'll do a standard installation. And then if you don't have a keyboard, mouse, and monitor, even if you do have one, we're going to do a headless version as well. So we're going to show you how to set up a machine headless without the keyboard, mouse, and monitor, because those are going to be things your students are going to be up against, and you're going to want to know how to do them. The other thing, if you want to install the desktop version, we can do a VirtualBox VM, virtual machine, and we can install the desktop version of Raspbian into a virtual machine. So then you would have a desktop version and then your Raspberry Pi physical version of the software. And that one you would need to download. That's also a 3 gig download. You can do that tonight if you want. I don't know that we will have time to get to this particular install today. It usually takes the afternoon to go through multiple installations and kind of make sure everybody's comfortable with it and we're in the right place. All right. Yes, no, maybe so. Cool.
Looking good.
All right. So then that's the plan, right? If you feel like you need to download, start to download now. We're going to take a break for lunch, right? We'll be back in an hour. So, right. It's 1 o'clock my time. It's 2 o'clock, when we get back, whatever time is yours, like an hour from now, come back. At that point, we'll start talking about the installation process, and we'll get into all the hands-on stuff where you have to make it work. All right. Awesome. I am going to pause. I'm going to turn off my sound and I'm going to turn off my video. And I will answer questions. If you have questions or something comes to mind, you're welcome to put it in chat. I'll deal with those when we get back. All right. I'm going to probably go for a walk and go get a bite to eat. So we'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, hello. That's funny, actually.
The worst part about it was that they had no idea in their whole entire store where their SD cards were.
Really? I would suspect near the cameras.
Yeah, that's where I eventually found them.
A little crazy. All right. Start moving some stuff around here. Right. Shut the door. Sounds like people are coming in the house. It gets hot in here with all this computer equipment. I'm gonna bring a fan in. I hope it's not making too much noise. All right. Oh, very cool. reading the comments in the ones that came in after we started class. That's good. I think everybody's on the same goal, essentially, learn more about it, right? Try it out, get some best practices, get some ideas, which is good. So give it a couple more minutes and let people get back from lunch, and then we'll get rolling.
Kerry, where is the Miro diagram that you had it in front? Did you post it somewhere?
For this class or for the
Huh?
for this class, there should have been a link sent out this morning for Miro,
Like an
which right now
email?
we're just using the sticky notes.
Okay. Is that an email, you mean? Was
Yeah.
that an email?
It was sent to the email that you signed up to the class for. And if not, I can, in fact, I think I can, let me click on the share up here and copy the invite link and stick it in chat. That'll work too. So there's a link.
How do you move the little sticky notes around?
If you created it, then you should be able to click and hold. Left click and hold it, and you should be able to move it. Like I tried to move yours around and it wouldn't move it, but I can grab one from behind it. So we'll just move the ones from behind it, right? So.
Well, I was just going to delete it. Oh, you know why? Because I locked it.
Okay.
Oh, okay, there it goes.
Awesome. Cool. Let me see. I'm grabbing if there's any other links, I'm going to grab those. I created a document in the Google Drive. It's called Web Links from Class, and right now I'm just tossing the web links up in there. If as we go throughout the day, if you have web links that you want to share, you put them in the chat for everybody, and then also drop them on that document. That way, then they're all there for everybody. I think everybody wants to get, as much resources out of this as possible. So part of this would be, modifying these documents and sharing information that you're aware of. And we'll even put some files and things up there as we go. And yeah, so that'll be good. I'll try and move these off out of the way, get myself organized for the afternoon. All right, so we are going to do some installations, right? So at this point, you need to have with you your SD card reader, right? So you need an SD card reader, and you'll need a couple of blank SD cards. So I've got this set here is all blank for mine. That's all we need to actually get the operating system installed. There's some software that we're going to do on the computer real quick. However, those are the only two things we need to get them installed. Once we have this, though, then you'll need your Raspberry Pi, your power supply, an Ethernet connection, preferably. If it's Wi-Fi, that's what, yeah, I think we'll get there when we get there. I don't know if you have access to a monitor for your machine or not. So I think we'll try to do, let's get the operating system onto a card, and then we'll kind of walk through each of the different possible next steps while we're waiting for the card to finish, right? That'll be part of it. Okay, so let's do that. So those are the two pieces we need right now. So SD card, which we'll just pull one of these out. All right, so we got an SD card. So 32-bit SD card. This is a, and I'm gonna set that inside of there, and we'll deal with that in a second. Before we get to that point, what I would like to talk about is for those that downloaded the file earlier. All right, so if you went to the software and you came down here to see all download options and you downloaded the desktop version here, okay? That zip file that you got, obviously you need to unzip it before we can use it, okay? But it also, and I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but there's a SHA-256 hash that goes along with this file. There's also one for the light version, and there's one for the recommended software version, okay? I'm going to assume that some of you don't know what the value of hashes are. I don't know where everybody's at. I do like to bring this up in class, so I like to follow kind of how I would do this in class anyway, so that even if you are comfortable with this concept, you can walk the students through this idea. So the idea of this hash is an integrity hash. Okay, so what we can use this hash, right, which is just the results of a math problem essentially, right? So think 1 + 1 = 2, right? In hashing worlds, right? Simplifying this, dramatically simplifying this, right? There's this magic formula, right, that we run a math problem against the file, right? So we use the file as one of the variables and it will kick out a hash, right? Specific to that file, okay? And because it's specific to the file, after we download it, if we check the hash, we should be able to verify that this file is exactly the file that we were expecting to get, right? So it's a way for us to check integrity of the file to make sure that, first of all, nothing happened in transport, like it didn't get, we didn't lose anything or something didn't get jumbled around. The other thing that we can also check, you know, if somebody attached a virus to it before we downloaded it, right? That kind of thing would show up. So if there's a mismatch on the hash, then you know the file is not the file you were trying to get, right? That's kind of the idea here. The first thing that I do is I have my students look for, I think it's called MD5 and SHA. So the checksum utility, the very first one there, right? If you click there, the one that I use is this download CNET one. I've always used this one. I'm sure there's other ones out there. If you have one, if you have one that you like better, great, knock yourself out, use that one instead. It's not a personal thing. I don't, you know, this is just one I use and it always seems to work for me. So you essentially would download that file. Maybe, here it goes. It's a real quick executable to install the software. It actually just runs it, right? So this is the checksum utility, okay? Now, the other day, I downloaded the light version of this software. Actually, I have the Buster version. Let me go to my downloads and get the right ones. Go by size. So here is my So what I'm looking at right now is this file right here is the light version of the OS, okay? And that's in my downloads folder. So if I go back to, how did I lose it? I closed it. I'm trying to find my, oh, okay, this is where it is. Sorry, I got lost for a second. Here's the light version right here, Raspberry Pi Lite, and then here's the hash for it, okay? So if I take this, I'm gonna take the hash here for the light version, I'm going to copy it into this verify the hash section down here. And then with this program, I'm going to browse to the file that I downloaded the other day, which is this file right here, which is the light version of the Raspbian OS. Okay. So I'm going to click OK, and this program will automatically run the hash checks against it. So it did an MD5 hash, SHA-1, a SHA-256, a SHA-512. The way I explain this to my students, right? Those are just different math problems that we run, right? And they all produce a different result. They all produce a result that's unique to this file, right? And if I hit verify right down here, this will check, right, against these hashes, right? And I can tell right now, I can see that these two are going to match, but I'm going to hit verify so that it actually tells me it's going to match, just in case something is amiss. Normally, the way hashes are designed to work is it should be really obvious to the human eye that they're the same or they're different, right? So it's real, like, it's not like you have to kind of dig through and find, oh, that 0 is a 4 down here normally. Right, but so I checked that and it verified that the hashes match. So what I know from this is that when I click download, the file that I was trying to get is the file I have on my computer. So there's not, I didn't lose any bits. I didn't add any bits. I didn't have, there's nothing attached to it that's not supposed to be there, right? All those kind of things. Okay. Now, to show my students how this works and how different it can be with simple changes to a file, I usually create a new file. So I'm just right mouse clicking on the desktop. I'm going to go to text document. I'm going to call it test.txt. Okay, so test.txt. Everybody comfortable that I just created a text document on my desktop? Okay, and then I'm going to double click on this to open up Notepad, and I'm going to say this is a test, and I'm pretty excited, so I'm going to do an exclamation point. Okay, save the file. Okay, so my hope is that everybody's comfortable that I have a text file and that inside the text file it says this is a test, exclamation point. Okay, I can open it back up to double check. Yes, it is. I am going to, first of all, we're going to get rid of this hash down here because we're going to create a hash now. We're going to create the hashes now. So I'm going to browse to my desktop and I'm going to grab that file, and it generated hashes. It's a really tiny file, like it didn't have to go through 400 meg of data. It's, you know, maybe a K, right? And it generated these hash algorithms, right? These hashes, okay, from the algorithms. I'm going to copy the 256 and I'm going to paste the 256. So this is my 256 hash, right? 54BA for this file. Everybody comfortable so far? Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the file test.text, test.text. And I'm not really that excited any longer, so I'm just going to create a period, right? So I changed the exclamation point to a period, right? One change, pretty minor change. Going to save that file, reopen it to make sure, right? Just as a verification for the students. And now I'm going to browse to this file again, right? So PC, desktop, test.text. I'm going to click open, and you can see right away that the hashes are massively different. I just changed an exclamation point to a period, right? If I click verify, hashes don't match, okay? Again, just to show them how a hash works, right? What the point of a hash is, right? So we're going to run a math problem against a file, right? So just think of the file as a variable, right? So think algebra, x plus y, right? So we're going to take y, and that's going to be the file, and we're going to generate x from that, and that's what this hash is. Like, that's simplified. That's not how it really works, but the idea of it is, right, that we have one variable, we're trying to create another variable. We create this other variable, and it only works with this particular file, with that file being the variable, the other variable in this equation, okay? And anytime I change that file, in this case, an exclamation point to a period, right? It also changes if you lose a bit, like a 0 or a 1 somewhere along the way, it'll change the file's hash, okay? So if you had a problem in transit, if somebody attached a virus to it, before it got downloaded and it wasn't matching the original file integrity hash, then you would know, like, you can use this to verify that that file is what you expect it to be, and you wouldn't accidentally install a virus or cause problems on your machine. Okay, so I like to go through that process as part of this installation when we have to download the software. And up until about 6 months ago, we downloaded the software all the time, right? That was the normal process. We used a bunch of different utilities to make this work. Okay, but you can use this, any kind of checksum utility to verify the hash, to kind of explain the hash, show them how it works, so that they have at least the more understanding that we can get out of every single thing that we're doing here, the stronger they're going to be. Okay, now I want to say back in the day, but 6 months ago, before they came out with the Raspberry Pi Imager, which I don't, it hasn't been out more than a year at this point, we would need to get multiple utilities to download in order to get our SD card set up, right? I want you to be aware of the utilities, but at this point, we're not going to use them. I do recommend that you get the SD card formatter. Okay. Then this is a personal preference. I like the SD card formatter from sdcard.org. I'm going to give you the link in the chat here in a second. Right, but if you just search SD card formatter, you're going to get this. This is going to be your first link. Now, the formatter for the SD card memory formatter, in my experience, right, Windows, once you've written an SD card with a Linux operating system and it creates a multiple partition deal, and the first partition is like 500 meg, and then the rest of the rest of it's broken into a couple of the partitions. Windows will only recognize that first 500, and I haven't tried it lately because I just simply use other utilities now. But it used to be that Microsoft would only recognize the first 500 and would only format the first 500. Like, you wouldn't be able to capture back the entire 32 gig SD card that you have available. So SD card formatter, which is from the SD Association, which is the governing body for the standards for SD cards, right? Has a formatter that does that automatically. It will look at your SD card and it will expand out to the full size of the available SD card. Okay, so I really like the utility. It's really simple. If you need to format SD cards, right, and I have it on my machine all the time, so I can format them. It's really simple. So if you're on a Mac or a Windows, right, you would just grab whichever one here. I don't know if it has. If you're using Linux, you are kind of going to rely on DD, I believe, right? And I know enough to be dangerous in Linux, and I know enough to operate around the Raspberry Pi. I haven't delved into how DD works and running those commands. But if you are familiar with those, then you can format using DD. For me, it's Windows, right? I'm going to run Windows. So I'm going to click on this link here, and you got to, read the license, right? We're all read, give away your firstborn child, that kind of thing. Accept. And it's really small. I think it's like 6 megs. It's not a big deal. It is zipped though, so you've got to unzip it. So I'm going to go to show in folder. Right? And the reason I don't do any of this ahead of time is I want the students to see me do this, right? And then they can kind of get familiar with how this process works if they're not familiar with this. I'm assuming most of you are familiar with this, but right, I want to do this as if you weren't. Okay, so I use 7-zip to extract my files. You can use Windows, will do the same thing until you run into like an XY file or some other odd zipped file, and then 7-zip typically becomes the best option, my best option. Okay, so that was in downloads. I'm going to go by date modified now. I thought I unzipped. Oh, it's in the form. It's going to be a folder now. So SD card formatter right here is the one I just unzipped, and inside of that there's a setup. Okay, and this is going to set up, and then I put in the SD card formatters in chat. Right, this is just going to set up the ability for me to I don't really need to do anything. I'm just going to click next. I've already installed it. But it'll do a real quick install. Okay. And then anytime I want to get to that using Windows, right, I just go to the search bar and type SD, and you'll see SD card formatter, and you can open up SD card formatter. And this is the interface here. Really simple, straightforward. All right. Word of warning, right? Before we start formatting things and plugging in stuff, okay? If you have an external USB drive attached to your system, be ultra careful to not reformat your drive on accident. I've done it. Or do what I do now, and I unplug that drive. I am just so paranoid about it because I did destroy it. I am so glad that I used an online backup utility that I was able to recover. But and it was a real simple, real quick. I was in a hurry, click, click, click. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just formatted my hard drive, kind of a thing. So, so make sure you tell your students too, look, if you have an external device that's a storage device plugged into the USB on your machine, the software that we're about to use will recognize it as an available drive. And if you choose the wrong thing, you will wipe out that data. Okay. So in my case, I've unplugged it. So SD card formatter, we can use that to format the drives. Okay. I'm going to set it aside for now because I don't need that piece. We're going to use from Raspberry, they created this Raspberry Pi imager, okay, to create the first, our first SD card, right? And I'll show you how simple they've made the process. We used to have to download the SD card formatter, download Win32 disk imager or Rufus or Etcher or whatever, right? Any of those image creating software, like you'd have to download one of those, right? And then you'd have to format the disk, and then you write the image, and then you can keep on going from there. And you had to download the file before you started so that you could write the image. Now, with the Raspberry Pi imager, I'm just going to go, I'm going to put imager in my, right, and open up the Raspberry Pi imager and move this stuff out of the way now. With the imager, I can choose the operating system right from the imager, right? So the default, right, Raspberry Pi desktop, okay, 32 disks. That's the one that you want for this particular installation. If you wanted to do, say, the full install, I believe this is the full install, and this is the light install. That's the next option down, Raspberry Pi OS, right, other. This is the main one. This is the 1.2 gig download. So this is the one that'll go quick, give you 90% of everything you need, and you can add and subtract things later. And I'll show you that this afternoon. If you wanted to go with the light version is the version that doesn't have the graphical interface in it, right? So it's just command line Linux, right? Which we use when it's time to deploy a project onto a smaller form factor Raspberry, or we want to eliminate time lag and things like that from the GUI running in the background, okay? The full version here, it has all the recommended applications. So it installs Office and a whole bunch of it. I think it installs like BlueJ and Greenfoot and Genie and Thonny and Moo and like a whole bunch of stuff. And you get a ton of stuff installed automatically. But it's also it's 3 gigs, right? So it takes a little bit longer unless you have a really fast connection. Those are the ones that we're worried about today, right? There's a bunch of other stuff down here that you can just grab randomly. Like you could use, you can do Ubuntu, Manjaro. You can put a RISC OS onto this, right? Reduce instruction set. You can use LibreELEC if you wanted to create a media center. That's a Kodi-based media center and streaming device. If you wanted to do emulation, RetroPie and RecallBox. Those are I think somebody mentioned earlier, have them build a video game system out of it. Those are the operating systems for that, okay? Specific purpose. These are kind of fun, right? If you want to control a 3D printer with a Raspberry Pi, Octopi, If you want to create digital signage, right? You want to attach this to a TV and put up, pictures and wording and menus and things like that for a restaurant. Info banner digital signage will do that. Okay. Homebridge. This is where you can connect to Apple's Home Kit, right? Apple's Home Kit, right? That's the home automation stuff. I know somebody was interested in home automation. The next one down is Home Assistant. Home Assistant is a Raspberry Pi based control of home automation, and it ties to Ring, and it doesn't tie to Wise, but it ties to a whole bunch of other, smart home types of devices, and you can control it all from one place, right? So a cool project would be to use a touch screen in a case with a Raspberry that's connected to your Wi-Fi and have a portal hanging on your wall that you can control all your devices from this portal. Okay. Home Assistant helps you do that. And then for system administration, I kind of want to try this week, but I don't know if we have enough, stuff. I haven't looked into it, but Thin Linux, you get a 30-day trial of it's a thin client for Raspberry Pi. So you can actually turn your Raspberry Pis into thin clients for a network system. I think there may be a whole lot more going on in the background for us to do that this week, but the idea that you can run the Raspberry Pi as a thin client, and it's an OS that's supported by Raspberry. Right. So those are in the other specific purpose, right? If you want to get into other languages, I think they only have like a Russian version at this point. They may have some other ones coming later. And then if you have a Raspberry Pi 4 and you need to deal with the bootloader EEPROM configuration stuff, there's actually utilities for that. You can use the imager to format your SD card right as it is. You can just format it here. And I haven't looked. In fact, we'll put this one in. I'm just wondering if I can use this as just a plain formatter, like the SD card formatter. So erase, choose the storage. I'm going to choose my transcend device, and I'm going to write that information, and I'm going to go yes. And it's formatting my drive now. So this looks like this tool actually does that. I didn't know it did the erase by itself. Okay. This is taking a little while. So let's see how long it goes. I'm going to double check and make sure my hard drive's unplugged. Sorry. So this is kind of taken a while. Seems a little excessive. And this may be a full-on write though. I mean, a full-on, like a full erase or full format. I usually do a quick format. This seems like it may be doing a little bit more. So that's not too bad. So it's been erased completely. And for this purpose, I'm going to unplug it, and then I'm going to plug it back in. Okay, so I'm going to go back here to the operating system. The last thing here is if you downloaded an operating system earlier because you were concerned about your internet connection and you have that file on your desk and or on your computer and it's been unzipped, right? They usually come zipped. Make sure it gets unzipped. You can use a custom, okay? And then you would just simply browse your computer, right? In fact, I think you go here, downloads, and then you can find the file that you're looking for, right? So in my case, it would have been something like something that's not here. These are all zipped files still. Oh, I haven't unzipped any of these files because I don't need them. But you'd have to unzip one of these. Like, so if whichever one you downloaded to unzip, here's the big full one, here's the not full one, and here is the light version. So I have all three of those on my computer. I'd have to unzip them so I have a folder, okay? And then you just pick the one. Like, so in this case, I'll just go to Cirrus, which is the PyTop OS, right? And I click open, and it now loads the operating system here. That's not what I want to do, but if you are doing a custom and you've downloaded the file, that's how you would select the file, okay? For the rest of us that are not downloading the file, you're going to simply click on operating system. You're going to click on PyTop, Raspberry Pi OS, the very first item there, 32-bit. You're going to choose your storage, which is your SD card that you've plugged into your USB port, and you're going to click the word write, right? And what this is going to do, it's going to real quick format the drive, and then it's going to download and write the file at the same time, right? So not only are we downloading the file, we don't have a copy of it locally, but we're downloading the file and writing simultaneously to the drive, right? And it usually takes, I don't know, 15 minutes or so to get through this process. Actually, right, so it's at 3% at this point. Okay, so we let that go. And while that's writing, we can talk about what needs to happen next. If you have a Raspberry Pi, right, that is, oops, I keep grabbing them. I have 2 mice and I keep grabbing the wrong mouse. Right, so you have, let's say you have a Raspberry Pi that you're just gonna, you're gonna use like this, and you have a way to plug it into a monitor, right? So I'm gonna use this setup here to plug into a monitor that I have over here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And then I have, I need power. So I need this, and I need power. I need a keyboard and a mouse. And in order to make this simple, I want to plug it into my Ethernet. But if you have Wi-Fi with a monitor, then we can make we can connect you to the Wi-Fi pretty easily from the monitor. Okay. So as long as you have a monitor, a keyboard, and a mouse, this next process is doable. If you don't have a monitor, keyboard, and a mouse, we need to go to a headless setup, and I will walk you through that setup in a minute. Okay. So with this one, I'm going to go ahead and get these things plugged in while we're waiting. We're still waiting. I'm at 41%. So you're going to want to connect your monitor or your cables to your monitor. I'm going to leave my headset on and do this, but I'm not going to be on the picture, I don't think. All right. So we're going to do this on a Raspberry Pi 4 for this example. So I'm going to use the adapter here to plug in my micro HDMI. Okay. I need to grab a USB power supply. So I'm at 72%. I've got a power supply, but I'm not going to plug that in yet because we don't have a USB in there. And I'm going to move I'm just going to use so that's the keyboard, and I'm going to grab a mouse real quick. All right, so we got a keyboard and mouse plugged in the monitor. Got the power ready to go. I'm waiting for the drive to finish. It's a 98%, 99% writing, and then it's going to verify the files. Right, so keyboard, mouse, video, right? And then I've got a power adapter ready to go. And I've got a monitor, right? So I've got a monitor off to the left here. And if we can tuck it right there, you can see the monitor there. We're verifying at 70% currently. And then it's done. Okay, so remove the SD card from the reader. So I'm gonna hit continue here. I will warn you that Microsoft will always keep telling you, hey, you need to format your disk, right? So just ignore any Microsoft formatting warning. It's just not recognizing the drive because it's formatted for use on a Linux machine. Okay, so I've pulled the SD card out of I've got it out of the computer. I'm gonna take it out of the reader. I'm gonna plug it in to the backside here and push it in. It doesn't go all the way in on the Raspberry 3s or 4s. It stays, actually none of them go all the way in, but the 2s used to have like a spring load. These are not spring loaded, okay? And then once I have that in, I'm going to, I'm gonna power it up, and then I'm hoping that this monitor is plugged in. So try to get where you can see the monitor a little bit. Look at this, no love. So I have it plugged in through, oh, that's awesome. Way to have, first one's an error. Why is DVD, it's like it's not recognizing my cable. My next concern, like, is this, oh, okay. I think the problem, so over here, the problem was here. This was not pushed all the way in, okay? It wasn't pushed all the way in. And when that happens, and this is, I don't know if it's, we'll see if that works here. It's, the monitor's still not registering. And the reason it doesn't register is if the Raspberry Pi turns on without any video connected, it won't push video out, right? Because it's expecting to be headless at that point. So what I'm looking at right now is, it's hard to see that on the video, but there's two lights here. There's a red light and a green light, okay? Over here by my finger, okay? The green light indicates that it's reading, right? If it's flashing, it's reading off the drive. And it looks like, I mean, with the flashing lights, it looked like we had a good boot. So what I do need to do though, because I didn't have the video all the way plugged in, so it never sent the signal, I'm gonna restart the machine. Okay, so I'm gonna actually have to unplug the machine. There is an adapter, and I know I have one. There's an adapter that you can get that has a power switch on it, right? Which I think is a really good add to your kit. I don't know where mine is. I'll show you what I'm talking about, but that way then I wouldn't have to unplug and plug. I would just have to turn off and turn on. But for this, I have to unplug. Right? This is great when there's problems, right? Because then you can see what your students are going to run into and you can help solve them. So I'm hoping now that I've got this plugged in that I get a good signal on my, and my monitor just recognized something. You can see the green in the corner there, and then it's giving me a DVD view. I hate having to show you that kind of crooked, but I've got a prompt. I got a cursor up in the top corner, but I'm not getting, all right, so here's what I got. I've got a cursor, kind of see it right there in the corner, but I'm not getting the boot process or the sequence here. So I've got some funkiness going on. That I don't like at all. Because normally that would not be the case with a brand new installation. I'm getting read access on my, I'm getting reads on my computer. Now the prompt went away. So that's not good. Okay, so something happened there. So there's stuff going on the screen, but it's, oh, I've got some kind of error. So I may have screwed up my machine when I unplugged it. I may have screwed up the deal because it's not reading the, I'm getting all kinds of FS errors, file system errors, unable to read the iTable block. So I think, right, I think I mentioned this earlier, like it was still green. And I think in the process, this is perfect. Like this is, here's how you do this. And it breaks. I honestly, I think I just screwed this up. Like, and then if a student tells you like, oh, this is what's going on, you're like, okay, yeah, we just got to restart. Okay. We're going to restart that. Right. So I would literally, I'd put it back in the machine and we would redo the, installation. However, and I will go ahead and do that, but I'm going to try, I have some other disks that I can try in the process, right? So I'm going to plug my drive back in. I'm going to refire up my imager. I've got my 32-bit and I'm going to do the transcend. I'm going to write. So I'm going to let that go, write that out. And then I want to make sure I don't have a problem with this particular Raspberry Pi. So I've got, right. So I've got my little, it's hard to read those. They're all washed out. So I've got my little cards there. So I have, if I get the light correctly. So number 25 is an SD card that I wrote a couple days ago. So no, it's not. 21 is. So I'm going to grab off of my little SD card readers here. I'm going to grab my 21 and I'm going to plug that one in and I'm going to see if it'll boot, right? Because this Raspberry Pi, it was in a bag in a machine in a box in the back earlier when I ran out to go grab stuff before class. So it recognizes that there's video. I've got the cursor up in the corner again. What I really want to see is I want to see a rainbow screen, but I wonder, this might be a Raspberry. Oh, there it goes. Okay, no, this is good. Kind of surprised. It skipped over like all the boot process stuff. So I'm not sure if that's because I maybe made a setting change earlier or not. So this is going to boot. This one's not going to boot through the process of the setup, right? Which is what I want to show you, but I just wanted to verify. This is me checking to make sure my Raspberry is functional, okay? So if I can boot this, then I know the Raspberry is okay. And then I can deal with how to get it configured in a minute, okay? So you write the disk. Hopefully you don't have a problem. Like you make sure everything's nice and seated, and like unlike what I did, and you're able to actually boot, and you'll get to like a window like this, but it'll have a setup screen in the middle. There's a prompt that'll run you through the setup of the initial setup of the computer, and I want to get that on the screen and show you that process. So that's why I'm rewriting this new one so that I have a fresh, clean copy. Okay. So Kathleen uses at 62%. So it is taking a little bit of time. That could be if you're in USB 2.0 versus 3.0, that's going to be one of the factors that slows down things. And the verification is a little slow. I really think that Raspberry is based on, there used to be a product out there called Etcher. I think this is Etcher with a pretty face on it. Because the verification process tends to take a while. And in fact, Win32 Disk Imager, which was another product that you could use for this, I always skip the verification. I just write the image and let's just plug it in and see if it works. Like that'll verify. If it boots, it verifies, right? That's kind of my thinking on that one. And that speeds up the process. So what I'm talking about there, if you want to try that option, if you search Win32 disk imager, right? It's usually, yeah, SourceForge is usually where I get that one from. So I'm going to copy that into the, so, and I'm okay with these things kind of going slow, that it gives me time to kind of walk through a bunch of things while it's going. Like, we're not really wasting any time waiting for it to go. If you want to use Win32 disk imager instead of like the Raspberry Pi, so that would be a combination of using the SD card formatter and the Win32 disk imager. You can download that file. I put the link in the chat, and it's coming down now. It's pretty small, and when you run it, the install is pretty quick as well. And then I'm gonna go ahead and launch it. And this is all it is, right? So this little file is all that we're messing with. Whoop, grab that. In this case, I grab my image, right? This is, you'd have to download the image, right? Remember, you're verifying your Raspberry over here. If you didn't bring down the image, it's also downloading the image and copying and putting it on the disk at the same time, okay? If you've downloaded an image, and I've done that on a couple of disks, so I will go grab, actually, you know what? I don't have one of the default Raspbian OSs or Raspberry Pi OSs actually done. That says it's done with that SD card, right? So let me pause the Win32, and I'm gonna grab, you know what I think I'm gonna do as well? I'm gonna properly eject it this time. Actually, it lists as being ejected already. So I'm back over here. I'm gonna shut down properly my Raspberry. So let me show you that real fast. All right, so here's the Raspberry Pi, and I know it's kind of at an angle, it's kind of funky, but up here in the corner, there's a menu right there, the little Raspberry. If you click on the Raspberry, and we'll do this on the screen in front of us instead of with a funky camera in a little while. I'm gonna go to log out. I'm gonna click on log out, and then you're gonna click shutdown. Okay, that will shut down this Raspberry. And then I've got the SD card that I just wrote a second ago. Get it in focus. Ooh, focus. The Raspberry Pi, only red light, no green lights, right? So it's done. Unplug the power. I'm gonna pull out that SD card. I'm gonna plug in the new SD card. So the new SD card is in, and I'm gonna plug power back in. And what we're hoping to see is on this monitor, a proper boot. And then the SD card that I took out was from port 21. So this is what we're looking for, right? So it's got a file resize action going on here. And then it restarts because it resized the disk. And it should give us a splash screen, unless that's changed. Right now I have a cursor up in the corner. And it's giving me an automatic login. This is an odd boot. There's something, it feels odd to me. Because normally you get like this, you get a Raspberry Pi splash screen And this may be the HDMI, maybe because it's different, the way it produces stuff, but it's, yeah.
Did you have the keyboard and the mouse plugged in?
Yeah. I love it when demos don't go right. We should be modifying the OS at this point. Like literally, that's what we should be doing.
I think it just represents that this happens in the real workshops that we run, and we
Absolutely
have to be resilient and maintain focus on what's the real objective here. Is it just to be frustrated and demonstrate that, or to overcome and demonstrate resiliency?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I have no doubt. We'll get it figured out. It's just I'm walking, I'm walking through just with my voice because, okay, that doesn't make any sense. It booted. But so there's something wasn't normal there. And this may be normal now, but it used to be, right? It used to be you would get a splash screen and then it used to kind of, used to do all the kind of Linux things, and they kind of got rid of all the Linux things going on, but it never was just blank for 2 minutes and then fired up. Like, this is what I expected it to do. Like, show me the splash screen, then drop the desktop up here. So there was something about presenting the desktop that was a problem that was solved. Obviously, I didn't do anything to this to get to this step. Okay.
I was just going to share that I downloaded mine from the Raspberry Pi Imager, and it did the same thing. There was no other thing. It just said resizing the file system, and then I got the same thing you got there on.
So that might be like the first boot process, right? The very first boot process. That may be just what it does, it's different, right? And that could be it changed because they did. This OS. Well, let's go look. I think that they updated the OS like a month ago. I want to say it was a month ago. If we go look at the download options, they usually have the date. Yeah, so May 7th. So this is a new one from May 7th. So there may have been a change that I'm not aware of, or that I missed last week, because we did installs last week and I don't recall it like taking that long and doing that weirdness. So that was weird. So that's why I mean, when I noticed it, I'm just articulating it out loud because I think, again, it helps, right? Especially the students to say, okay, there's something weird, and right, even the instructor sees that it's weird, kind of a deal. So, so that's I don't. Now, we've gotten to the point here where it's going to allow us to continue the setup here, okay? And I really would prefer to show you the setup on the screen in front of us instead of on this, sideways deal. But I don't know that I can do it that way. So I'm going to go ahead and just start. This first one here is just basically, hey, before you get going, we need to do some setup stuff. So I'm just going to click next. Okay. The second part here, you need to make sure that you do this, right? Make sure that you switch from United Kingdom to United States, unless you're in the United Kingdom, and then you can welcome to keep it there. American English, time zone, pick your time zone, and it's going to be basically whatever your city is in your time zone. I'm not in Denver, but that's my time zone. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say use US keyboard, use English language. The reason we have to set this is by default, it uses a UK keyboard, and your hashtag or pound sign is actually the British pound sign. And then your pipe symbol, which is the up down symbol, is an and symbol, or some other weird symbol. It's not the one that we want. So you have to make sure that your country is set properly so that the keyboard is set to US. Otherwise, the keys won't be what you expect them to be. So we're going to set that location now. So you can see that it's just kind of back and forth doing its thing. I believe we are recording. Yeah, we are. So we're recording, and then James is talking about there was a bad SD card. So right? And I used the same SD card twice, so it could have been, I don't know, that delay is weird. And we can actually, we'll do a diagnostic on the SD card here in a minute. I'll show you that in a second. Set the new password, right? Cybersecurity protocols, you should change your password. For this workshop, my recommendation is just leave it as is. If you leave this computer running, right, I would say, first of all, don't leave this computer running outside of the workshops, okay? And for the most part, you know, you're going to be on your internal network. We're not really going to connect it directly to the internet, other than, you know, getting stuff off the internet. So I'm okay with it just staying this way. That way, then it's simplified, right? And then if you forget the password, we can all remind you that the password is Raspberry, all lowercase. So I'm going to skip and leave it as is, okay? And then set up the screen. What this is asking, is there a black border around the edge of your screen? So I don't have a black border around the edge of my screen, so I don't have to click this box. But if you do, click the box and it will resize your screen to fit the monitor, okay? So this is just kind of, again, these are just a setup process to get us there. Now, this is going to search for wireless networks, right? So I don't have an Ethernet cable, but this is going to, because I can see the screen, I can connect to my wireless from here, okay? So I'm going to select my wireless. And I'm going to move the camera off so I can type. Then I click next. If I typed it in properly, in. If I typed it in correctly, no. If I typed it properly, I don't like the in between, in the middle. It will connect me to my wireless here momentarily. Okay, so it's kind of hard. I got light. Let me turn off this overhead light. Not the fan. It's still getting some washout. So I did type it in wrong. So this setup there, right? Students connecting to Wi-Fi. This is part of the setup screen. So if you have the, like I said, if you have the keyboard, mouse, and monitor, then you'll be able to see this. Okay. The next step of this is updating the software. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and click next. This process, depending on your, internet connectivity and that kind of thing, you can take, 10, 15 minutes. And while that's going, we'll fire up another SD card to hopefully connect to the network with headless, right? So I'm going to use the same machine that I'm using now to do that headless setup, but we're not going to look at. I'll show you how we get there without using the monitor, keyboard, and mouse. Is there anybody here on the workshop that's not using an extra monitor, keyboard, and mouse for their setup, and you need to do a headless setup?
Seems like we all have extras. Oh, there it is.
All right, so we got one that needs a headless. Okay. All right. Yeah, we definitely want to do the headless ones because that's you're going to have a lot of students that are in that situation where they don't want to buy another monitor and connect it, right? For the students that, like, if they don't have a monitor or keyboard and mouse, like, the best thing would be like if they had, they can they can always connect it to a TV, right? And most of them are going to have a TV. And if they have a mouse, then we can at least get the IP address like that way, and then everything else headless would be easier. We're going to show you some techniques that will hopefully find your Raspberry Pi on the network. Right, so there's a bunch of different techniques, and we'll go through those as part of that headless setup. So right now on the right hand side, you can see it's downloading updates here, getting stuff up and running. I'm going to grab another SD card. So I'm grabbing another blank SD card that I have from my pile, right? And I'm gonna, right, I've inserted it into the SD card reader. I'm gonna stick it in my computer. You will see it show up on the screen down there in the bottom corner. So we've got, right, the autoplay there, and there's usually you need to, so for this one, right, I can use, let's use the disk imager for this one so that you can see that process working, right? So I'm going to do SD, and if you want to use Raspberry Pi, that's the imager there, that's fine too. So I'm going to use the SD card formatter. Okay, so I have an SD card formatter and the Win32 disk imager. You can use Rufus, you can use Etcher, you can use, right, any of these. Right, so but I'm looking at the boot drive. It's a 16 gig drive. I'm going to do a quick format. So just hit format. And I like to do this regardless because the imager will overwrite it, but I just like to kind of wipe it out to begin with. Okay. The other thing I need to do is I need to expand my downloaded file, right? So by using the disk imager, I've got to use a downloaded or an image that I've downloaded. And I'm going to go with the, let's go with size here, not folder, size. And then I am going to grab the full 2.9 gigabyte version of this. I'm going to right mouse click, I'm going to 7-zip, and I'm going to extract the files. Selecting the defaults will create a folder in this area that's the same name as this. So if you don't have a zip utility other than, say, Windows, I will point out a website that I really like called Ninite.com. And I'll put the link in the chat for this web page. So what this web page does, if you've never seen this, I love this web page, right? So all these utilities that you see here, let me just expand it out to full size. Right? All the utilities you see here, all you have to do if you want to install any of these things, right? I just click 7-zip. I want 7-zip. Let's say I know we're going to use SSH, so let me get PuTTY so that I can use that to get to the machine. If you like Notepad++, you don't have it installed, like you pick any of these. Once you pick them, I've picked two of them, PuTTY and 7-zip, which I've already installed, but I'm going to go ahead and do the install anyway. You're going to click Get Your Ninite. Why they called it that, I have no idea. It's going to download an executable. And what this is going to do, this is going to install those two programs without any of the bloatware that comes along with them, right? It's not going to install, URL, enhancements. It's not going to do any kind of extra. You're not going to get, Norton utilities out of it or anything like that. You're just going to get the two programs that you wanted as cleanly as possible. And you can see they're already finished. Okay. So I love it from a standpoint of picking up tools. Your students will look at this and go, oh my gosh, I want all these things. If your students need to modify or edit PDF documents, they can get Foxit Reader and actually then create text and drop text onto PDFs. if they need an antivirus, there's some antivirus software here and stuff like that. There's lots of good stuff here. So if you, I like to point this out to my students so that they have access to these things without having to go and find each one of them separately. Okay, so ninite.com, really good place to get those. I use 7-zip to get my file expanded, and you can see right here, Raspberry Pi Buster ARM full. It's now an image file underneath the folder there. Okay, so oh, it's still extracting. We're gonna wait. Still extracting. We've got 7-zip installed again, and I've got I also pull down PuTTY, right? And we'll use PuTTY to connect to the SSH, the SSH terminal. You can see on my other machine, it's installing. This process takes a while. And in fact, this happened last week too. It kind of pauses like that. And then like 10 minutes later, it starts over, right? It'll be, okay, I'm done. And it does the installation, it finishes up the installation. This little graphic here there's something goofy there. But we're doing an update on the first installation. I am extracting the downloaded full version of the software so that I can show you how to use Disk Imager to do the installation. We could use the Raspberry Pi Imager as well. Simply clicking operating system, go down to custom, and then go to our downloads folder, and then go to Buster, the full version, right, which is not finished yet, but when it's done, I can go grab that file and then run the installation. Okay. So if you're going to do this headless, the best possible way to do headless is to have an Ethernet connection for your Raspberry. Because otherwise, we had issues with this last week, so we may, if we try to do wireless, we may mess it up. We'll see. But I'm going to do it without the wireless to begin with. If you have an Ethernet adapter, right, on your, well, you have an Ethernet adapter on your Raspberry, but if you have an extra port on your switch or your router, plugging it in so that it gets a DHCP address from the network allows us to find it on the network and then get access to it directly. So we've got lots of stuff going on. If you have questions, right, drop them into chat. Right now we are unzipping, right, this full version of this software. It's taken a little while. I'm also running Zoom. We just formatted the drive using SD card formatter. We're going to use Disk Imager to select the image and to write the image. So I'm going to use, instead of using the Raspberry Pi, which this is my default nowadays, is this one here. Okay, I'm going to use what we used to use. So I can skip the verification step. And then I need to grab another SD card.
Kerry?
Yes.
So in the kit, there was this guy right here. What is that? Can you tell?
No.
I mean, it's obviously it's an SD card, but then it's something else. It says this is.
Does it say it's noobs?
Yeah, noobs 3.5.0.
NOOBS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's new out of box something, new out of box system, something like that. What that is if you take that SD card and put it in the Raspberry and boot the Raspberry, you will get a menu driven installation, and it will ask you which OS do you want to install, and then it will install that OS as your default OS on that SD card. Okay, it will also create like a rescue partition, right? So if you have a problem, you can rescue the disk, right? Which I've never seen function yet. So it doesn't mean we haven't, I just haven't seen it. And the reason I haven't seen it is because I usually have my students go and rewrite the disk and start from scratch with a fresh installation. The noobs, just like any other operating system that you get on a new computer, is going to be like 6 months old. The software will be 6 months old because that's kind of when they probably created a lot of these, right? So you won't have the latest, so your updates will be longer, that kind of thing. But I've had students use them, no problem. And they just, if you boot it, it'll give you the option to install the operating system, and then you pick the option you want and it installs the operating system. So it's an easy thing to do. So it shouldn't be a big deal. So my file looks like it's done. Okay. So it went away from over here. So now I'm going to go find the image file using Disk Imager. So I'm using the program right here. I'm going to look for my downloads. There's the full right there. And I'm going to select that image. I'm going to close the SD card copier. I'm going to close the imager too. I can reopen that later. So my image file is that, and then I'm going to select my drive, right? So I've got E and D. I want to verify which one because I don't need to write the image to my document scanner. D is my boot, right? So the E drive is going to be my image scanner. So I don't want the E drive. I want the D drive. And I've unplugged my other drive, so we're good there. And then I'm just going to write. Like I don't need to verify. I just want to write. So this is the file I'm going to write to the D drive. So I'm just going to click write. It redoes the partition tables and then writes the image. Over here on the Raspberry Pi 4, we can see that the line is slowly moving across, doing the updates. So right now, anything that's hitting the network, my network is going to be a little on the slow side because of that. So we're writing this disk as to run it as headless, okay? I'm just running it a different way. You can use PyImager and write the PyImager, no problem, good to go, not an issue. I'm just trying to show you a couple different ways that it can be done so that you can be comfortable with it. Almost snack time. So on the right, over here, right, it finished and it restarted on its own. At least that's what I hope it did. We'll find out shortly. Looks like it did, yeah. Yeah, it's coming back. Oh no, it just went to a screensaver. It's still writing.
Gary, one other question about the kit that I bought. It's got these heat sinks that it look like they just are glued tacky to put on the, they got a little backing on them. And then you just, I guess you just stick it right on top of the processor in the Pi. Are those necessary or what?
I usually don't use them, but I have students that use them and they're just fine. So you have the Vilros kit. So I'm gonna go to Vilros. Oh, I can't go there. So this is because of my ad blocking, anything that's an ad that's served by Google, well, I can't get there. I got to go to the actual page itself, which I think is kind of funny. So Raspberry Pi, Raspberry Pi 4s, and then you got the big, there should be a kit here. Heavy duty cooling aluminum alloy case. Did you get that one, or did you get?
I got the one with the wireless keyboard and mouse, and it comes with.
Oh, nice. All right.
Yeah.
So
I figured, hey, if they were going to pay for me to get kits, I might as well get all I could.
Yeah, get everything. So they got kits. So this one here, does that have a keyboard and mouse in it? Is it a Raspberry keyboard, or is this a regular keyboard?
No, it's the Vilrus
okay.
kit.
We're talking about the heat sinks, right?
Yeah, the heats. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I since my club was able to spring for the kits, we did, I think, I think it was the Cana kit or those, I can't remember. Okay. And then what I liked about the little heat sinks is the students actually would have to apply thermal paste and something in a larger computer build.
Right.
So I did find some value there. They did have some fun with it. And then my only observation on the heat sinks is, beside it being a novelty of when you're going to actually build a full machine, it's if you're going to be overclocking the Pi.
Yeah, if you're going to overclock, then definitely need heat sinks or even fans included. There's some other thermal options. There's a shim fan that you can use. There's cases that have fans. Raspberry Pi has a case that has a fan in it.
Yeah, so mine comes with, it's the metal or the aluminum alloy case with the fan built in, the job to connect to you. So I mean, they're pretty nice little kits. I thought.
It's really nice.
I just wasn't real sure about, these heat sinks. Was it required? Was it not?
I think if you have a case that's an aluminum case and the fan, I think you're going to be fine. However, I do like the idea of them, putting a heat sink onto a computer, right? That makes sense, because that's kind of a normal process. So now I wonder though, if you put the heat sink on, I don't think you can close that case.
You're probably right. I mean, I'm looking in there. I don't know if you can see through that. Probably not, but yeah, there's not much clearance in there at all.
Yeah, I don't think it. So if you put the heat sink on, I don't think you're going to be able to use that particular case. I would prefer to use the case. In that case, I would prefer to use that case. So, I always catch myself after the fact when I say that stuff.
Well, I was just kind of thinking this through. Whenever I'm telling my students, that's the first thing they're going to say. Well, now where's your heat sink? You have to have a heat sink. It's going to burn up the processor if you don't. So.
Yeah, and so the same kind. I mean, yeah. So if you have a fan, right, that replaces the heat sink, and these do not run near the level of, say, an i7, i5, those kind of processors. Those processors run a whole lot more power through them than these particular processors do. So these are lower powered processors. So they do generate heat. So don't get me wrong, they do generate heat, and heat has been an issue with some of these machines, especially if you have them in a confined space and running them, pretty heavy load on them, right, for their particular usage. But a case that's designed as a heat sink with a fan built into it, you're going to be fine. Unless I think, was it David that was talking earlier? Yeah. I think it was David that, unless you are going to overclock, right? So, yeah, which wouldn't normally be something that you like in class. Hey, we're going to overclock your raspberries and break them. You can do it. Like I tell you can do it. I'm not going to stop you, but at that point, I don't want to be the person that says you're going to go outside of spec and have a problem, right? So
if you're planning to do like TensorFlow and things like that, or
right, anything heavy processing like OpenCV, possibly
you should put them.
Yeah, the cooling fans are nice.
That case with the fan looks really great. I think that you're right, Carrie. It is superior than just the passive heat sink little block. So yeah, I think that for just choosing the better case in this situation is a better decision.
Yeah, for that one, like, yeah, and it's, you know, and it can be closed and stuff. I believe I'm going out here only because I thought Raspberry came out with a case that had, so the PoE hat even comes with a fan on it because it knows it's going to cover up the processor. But I thought, oh yeah, so right here, Raspberry Pi 4 case fan, and it has a heatsink on it. So they're, you know, heatsink for the Raspberry, and then I'm trying to figure out where that thing connects. They like show me a picture of it connected. That would be awesome. There we go. Oh, so it fits inside of the Raspberry Pi case and blows air across, and it has a shim. What I mean by that is you actually plug it into this one doesn't have a shim. It actually plugs into the actual ports to get power. Like you plug into the pins to get power, right? So that's kind of neat. And I think that's because, right, they're trying to address the heat concerns with the Raspberry Pi 4. It runs hotter, and if you have it in a contained space, like without the heat sink and those kind of issues, then you're going to have a problem. If you have a fan on your case, like in your case, you have a fan, I don't see an issue there. Like I would prefer the fan. The other thing that is, so Raspberry Pi for fan shim. I thought this was a fun idea too. So at Pi Moroni, the problem with this is that if you need to buy them, Pi Moroni is a British company. But this one is a fan that it goes onto the pins and just sits inside your computer, and then you can actually use the pins for other things. It's just pulling power off the pins, right? It's not doing any kind of communications with the pins. And this has a fan that sits right on top of the computer, and you can see the difference, right? Without the shim and with the shim, right? So there is thermal issues, right? Running these things, especially in a contained space, like inside a case, or out of doors, right? You know, where, you know, if you're doing like outdoor monitoring or whatever, and it's hot outside, you're going to want to run. And the 4 is definitely hotter than the 3, right? Because of the increased power and the increased size of the processor. Okay.
I have one. This is with dual fan.
Oh, nice. So 2 fans.
Yeah, and heatsink.
You are fancy.
Yeah. Well, I want to try TensorFlow with this one.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that'll be awesome. Give it a whirl.
And it's also 8 gigabyte.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try that too.
Yeah, like if you're gonna do machine learning stuff, I mean that's where you really kind of need to be looking at the 8 gigabyte version. You know, a lot of the stuff that the projects that we'll do this week, we're not going to be over demanding of our systems. There's not a plan to be over demanding. That doesn't mean we won't be. But right, for those that know me, right, we may go down a rabbit hole that requires us to have lots of stuff going on. So, okay, so a couple things going on my computer all of a sudden, right? Up here on the Windows Disk Imager, it says write was successful. Okay. And then I got the Microsoft formatting thing. So I'm going to get rid of the Microsoft formatting thing. I'm going to click OK on the disk imager. I'm going to go ahead and close the disk imager. The other thing that's happening over here on down the very bottom center there, my machine went to system. Its system is up to date. Okay. So we ran the updates. System's up to date. I'm going to click OK. So this is that original machine, and it says setup is complete, right? So I'm going to go ahead and restart. So going to restart the Raspberry, the first image that we set up. Okay. I just want to see it boot again, so I know that it's functioning. And then what I'm going to do with this one is we're going to shut it down properly, and then we're going to replace the SD card with the new one that we just wrote. However, now that we've written that new SD card, I know my machine, I need to take the SD card out and I'm going to plug it back into the computer. Okay. Does that make sense? We just got done writing the SD card. I want to pull it out of the computer and I want to plug it back in so that it recognizes it. You can see down here in the bottom that my boot is back and up and running. And on the SD card that we just did, so I'm going to open up my file manager. And on the SD card that we just wrote, which is this boot D file here, we need to make a couple of changes. We need to make a couple of modifications to be able to get to this computer remotely. Okay. So I'm going to go to actually let's do, I'm going to leave that off to the side. I'm going to go to my IT instructor, instructor resources, Raspberry Pi in the classroom. That's where we were at anyway. I'm going to slide down here to this headless setup that Andy did for us. Okay. So one thing that he recommended doing, and it's worked well for us, so we're going to do it this time. There is a config.txt file, this file right here, on my boot drive, which is the SD card that I just wrote, right? So I want to make sure everybody understands what we just did. We used Win32 disk imager to write the image onto the SD card. Okay. It finished writing the image. I removed the SD card reader from my computer. Then I plugged it back into my computer so that it would properly be seen by File Manager. And now what I'm doing is in File Manager, I'm going to the boot drive, the root of boot, and I'm going to go to the config file and I'm going to edit it with whatever editor you want to use, right? So Notepad is fine. Notepad++ is fine. Any of those are fine, right? It's all fine. And what I want to do here is I want to find the row that says HDMI_force equal hot plug 1, right? Which is right here. Okay. And I want to remove the comment so that line would actually run as part of the config. Okay. What the modifications we're doing right now will force the computer to run in 1080p video, regardless of whether it's plugged into monitors or not. Okay, so that's what we're telling it to do. Okay, the second one, and I'm scrolling down the left-hand side here of the instructions. Hot HDMI _force_ hot plug equals 1. And we comment that out. The next line down where it says HDMI group, this one right here and this one right here. HDMI group and HDMI mode. We're going to change those two settings. First of all, we're going to get rid of the comments. We're going to change the HDMI group to 2, and we're going to change the mode to 82. Okay. Those settings, based on Andy's research, will set the monitor to be a 1080p resolution monitor. Okay. No matter what the computer is doing. Right. If we search Raspberry Pi HDMI_group, okay, and then right off the bat, the very first item, video options and config text. So I love to do this because this shows the students where those numbers came from. Like, they're like, why did you use those numbers? Well, here's why. Okay. I'm going to copy this into the messages here so that you have access to this page. So this is telling me, if I scroll down and I find HDMI modes, right? There's HDMI plug. It kind of explains each of these pieces. We are looking for, right? I'm looking for this HDMI safe. we're looking for underscore force. There's the drive setting. Here's the group setting. Okay. So the group setting, 0 auto detect, 1 is CEA, and 2 is DMT, right? Display monitor timings, the standard typical used by monitors. The setting should be used in conjunction with HDMI mode. So it's telling us we're going to use this mode, right? In conjunction with our HDMI group, we're going to use in conjunction with mode. And down here, if I scroll through all the modes, right, here's all the different settings that I could set. If we scroll all the way down to 82, he chose 82 to be 16 by 80 by 720. That's not 1080p. So that's the mode we're setting. Maybe it was set by his computer. That way. 1080p would be 63 in a 16 by 9 format. So does that make sense?
You were in the wrong file.
Am I in the wrong?
Yeah, this is HDMI 1. That's but it is in the next one that is the HDMI.
Oh, got you.
You have to go
Thank
down.
you. Okay, so what he's just said, right? Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. If I were HDMI group 1, which we're not, if we remember our config file, we're in group 2. Okay, thank you. We're using DMT. And if we scroll down to the second chart, so this is where if we're using 2, then 82 should be what we're looking for, right? HDMI. So that is HDMI. This is 1080p. So good. Thanks. It happens all the time. Like, so, and then students will say, well, this is what I set. And then we go look, and then right with a second set of eyes, I'm a big fan of second set of eyes, third set of eyes, 2 brains, 3 brains, 4 brains. Like the more, the better, right? It's super simple. Like I just was flying through it. And I'm like, oh, crud, I completely missed it, right? So in this case, we set group 2, we set 82 for 1080p, and that also sets a 16 by 9 ratio, right? Which is the typical widescreen monitor. Okay, 16 by 10 actually is typical computer widescreen. 16 by 9 is your video, like movie type widescreen, right? So that's where, like, if we wanted to dig into why we're choosing those modes, why we're choosing those groups, that would be why. And right here, by using these 2 numbers, we're forcing 1080p on this computer. Okay, for this settings, that's the only thing that we're really worried about, right? For this particular settings, we're going to set uncomment if HDMI display is not detected and composite video and composite is being output. So what happens if we don't have the hot plug equals 1 on? What happened over on the screen the first time when I didn't have the HDMI plugged all the way in is the computer flipped to composite, and there's nothing connected to composite, right? So it never displayed anything because it didn't recognize HDMI as being plugged in. By forcing the hot plug, then it will always push HDMI regardless of whether you're plugged in or not. Now, when Kathleen says, and if you plug it in, it won't turn on because it's already switched to composite mode. You have to actually turn the Raspberry off and fire it back up. However, on the machine that we're doing right now, we could reset this so that it always forces that. Now, we could have, and this may be part of your setup in the future, edit the config file so that the force hot plug is equal to 1, so that it, even if they mess up and don't have video plugged in, whenever they plug it in, it will fire up. Okay. By default, that's not how it works. By default, if it doesn't see HDMI connected, it reverts to composite, and then you can't get it back until you restart the machine. Yes, no, maybe so, kind of, sort of. We are making config changes to files on the Raspberry Pi so that we can boot it without a video, and it will still send a video signal when we try to connect remotely. Okay, that's what we're trying to do. And that's what we have done with this particular, these 3 changes. This change here, right? And then these other 2 changes here. I'm going to close this and save this. Okay. I'm going to go back to Andy's instructions. And this part here, there was this, we couldn't get this to work yet. So I'm not going to, which is why I recommend we use an Ethernet cable instead of Wi-Fi. I'm going to skip the supplicant for now because I couldn't get it to work, right? The other thing we need to do is, in order to remotely connect to this computer, I need to turn on SSH, okay? As part of the boot process, I need to turn on SSH. To do that, all you have to do is find your wrong screen. This is my boot drive. This is the root of the boot drive. I'm going to expand it a little bit more so I get a blank space. I'm going to right mouse click and I'm going to create a new file, a new text document. Okay. No, yeah, I do. New text document. And then I'm going to do SSH. I'm just going to name it SSH. I'm not going to do any configs inside of it. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to type in SSH. Okay. So I created a file called SSH, a text document. I also modified the config file, right, to force the video. Okay. Now, are we okay so far? Kind of what we've done. I kind of feel like this is the second SD card. This is the headless SD card, right? On that SD card, I've modified the config file, and I've added this SSH file. Okay. Those two things should allow me to, and I'm going to put
Terry, before
yeah.
you continue on, that file you created has a .txt extension on it. You're not showing your extension.
And it's okay.
Oh, but what the instruction says not to have a TXT. That's all. No extension
on the SSH.
Yep.
Yeah, the SSH is not supposed to have a TXT.
Yeah, we did that last time, right? So then I'm wonder.
Yeah,
mine did, right?
Yeah, you're not showing your extensions. That's why.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I'm gonna go back to boot. Let me get rid of that.
Okay, I was going to say just rename it and remove the TXT.
So new.
Yeah. If to show your extensions, go to View on your File Explorer window up at top.
Oh yeah.
And then you show the file name extension, so that way you know whether it's that way you can erase it easily.
So new, and say I was trying to figure out, like, because we did that the other day, right? And I think the supplicant one was the one that had the problem. Like we did this and we did SSH. And then we just delete that off, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's just a file. Okay, so we have SSH in a file and we have the config in a text, right? We've modified the text file. Okay. Let me pull that off the screen real quick. I was trying to get the copy and paste the document. Oh, I already pasted it. I was trying copying it a second time. It's already pasted. I just never sent it. So the instructions that we're using currently, right? There's other instructions out there. I'm just using a set of instructions that one of my students created. Okay. In order to connect to this. Now, Kathleen's asking, is the SSH file necessary? If you want to run this headless and never see the monitor and you want to remotely connect to it, you absolutely need to turn on SSH, and that's what that file does. On the first boot, it fires up, it sees the SSH file, it turns on SSH, right? And then we can log in with SSH, do configuration changes, and if I want to turn SSH off at that point, I can. What we want to do is log in, do the config changes, and then I want to reboot and use VNC from, or not even, I don't even have to reboot. I just want to turn on VNC so I can remote to the console. Okay. So this is the headless version, right? So it's a little bit more complicated because we're trying to tell the computer to boot in such a way that we can connect to it remotely without ever seeing the monitor, without ever having a keyboard connected, without ever having a mouse connected. Okay. That's the plan. That is the plan. And I'm going to run it that way so that we are as real as we possibly can be. I'm not going to, because I have it connected to a monitor, keyboard, and a mouse currently, but I'm not going to do it that way. Okay. So I'm going to, this is ready to go. The only other thing that we may try to play with is the WPA supplicant, which I was unsuccessful getting to work last week, and we may need to do some more research on it. But what the WPA supplicant file would allow us to do is to set up our wireless access point connection for the Raspberry, and it will connect to the wireless network without me having to do anything on the computer. For now, because I know I have an Ethernet connection, I'm going to go the simplest route possible, and then we'll modify it to do it if we need to go a step further. Okay. All right. So for your students, right, they usually have a switch involved with their router. They usually have a Wi-Fi router, even, a modem provided by their ISP. You're going to tell them they're going to plug their Raspberry, the Ethernet port, into a switch port and then into the Raspberry so that it connects to the network. And then we're going to go find it on the network. Okay. So I'm going to close down the file manager. Okay. I'm going to eject my transcend, right? So I've unplugged it. I'm coming back over to the desk over here where I have my Raspberry Pi. I've already turned this off. It still has power. It's got the red light, no green lights. So in this case, I can unplug the power. This is the original SD card that we just got booted and got working a minute ago. I'm going to set this aside. Okay. This is the one I just created, right? This is the one we modified the files on. I'm going to take that one and throw it around. I'm going to plug that into the SD card or into the Raspberry. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one of my Ethernet cables that's connected to my switch, and I'm going to plug in an Ethernet cable. I'm also going to disconnect the keyboard and mouse, and I'm going to disconnect the video. Okay. So I literally have an Ethernet cable, an SD card, and I'm going to plug in power. Okay. This would be headless. No video, no keyboard, no mouse. Okay. So that's what we're going to try to connect to now. We're going to try a couple different ways. We'll see which one works for us. And then we'll just kind of take it from there. Okay. I'm hoping we can find it pretty quickly, and then we can take a break. So the first thing that we could try, right? So it's, you kind of see, I don't know if you can see the green light, it flashed at one. So it's still kind of booting. The first thing that we can try is we can try to ping it, right? And we would do that by open up in a command line on our Windows machine. The Raspberry Pi will work. You put the SSH file in the root directory of the card that you've created. So the Raspberry Pi by default is named Raspberry Pi, right? All one word, all lowercase. If I tried to ping, and I don't know if we're going to see if this works. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but this is something that the students can try. They can ping Raspberry Pi.local. Okay. Raspberry Pi.local. And we're going to see if it finds it. So it actually found a Raspberry Pi local. However, look what it did. And this is my machine just driving me nuts. It's using IP6, right? So I need to actually do Raspberry Pi -4 space Raspberry or ping -4 Raspberry Pi local. Okay. So I'm hoping that it finds it and then replies back with the IP address of my machine, which is awesome. This is what I wanted to do. Like sometimes it worked last week, sometimes it didn't. If this is the only Raspberry Pi on the student's network, this is the result that they should get if they try to ping it this way, right? They're using like the .local, there's a .local DNS thing that happens. And I quite honestly, like as long as I've been teaching networking, like that was a new thing for me last week. And I was like, what? That works? Okay, I gotta go learn that, right? So this whole .local thing. Because I was always like, I got to go find the IP address. And like, if you can't really ping like the Raspberry Pi without the .local because it doesn't have a DNS record for it, that kind of thing. Okay. However, right. So this is one way. This is one way that you can find it. Okay. Another way that you can find it that we've used in previous courses. And again, hit and miss, like each of these is kind of a hit and miss kind of a thing. So you may have your students try, a couple of these things to finally get somewhere. There is a software package out there called Advanced IP Scanner, right? It's a free software. I'm not gonna download it because I've already got it downloaded. I'm gonna put the link in the chat though. And you can download the file. It's a free download. It's compatible with Windows 10. Once you download it, it is, let me go to downloads. I've been doing lots of stuff here. So let's go by name and it's going to be called IP Scanner or something. No, Advanced. It's going to be called Advanced something. Is that not in order? Go the other way. Advanced IP Scanner. There we go. So this is the executable that downloads when you download that file. I'm going to run the executable and it like starts up an install, but I want to show you something that's pretty cool about this. You can install it or you can simply run it, right? So I always run it. I don't install the software. I just run the software. Okay. And what this will do, right? We'll run a copy of the software and it will pick up whatever your IP address of your PC is, right? So as long as your Raspberry Pi is on the same network with your PC, which is the whole point of this, to connect from your PC to your Raspberry, then you should be able to just click scan and it will scan your network, okay? So now you see how crazy my network is as we let this go.
Terry.
Yes.
I just wanted you to people to know about this information here about the pinging the Raspberry Pi .local. Now it only finds the Raspberry Pi with that particular name.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So if you have multiple Raspberry Pis on a network and they have the same name, you never change the name.
It will never.
Problem. Yeah.
It will never find it. So
it will never find it. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that in mind, right? I knew that this was the only one named Raspberry because remember last week I changed all the names of all my Raspberry Pis to other names. So I knew that this was the only one on the network. So that's a great point, right? If you put two Raspberry Pis on your network and they're both named Raspberry Pi, ping.local won't work. And I think that may be what we ran into last week when I'm saying it wasn't working, because I think at the time I had a couple on the network that were Raspberry Pi, and then I changed. I had Raspberry 1, Raspberry 2, Raspberry 3. I think we have a access point, a Pi-hole. I had a bunch of different names at that point. For this, I know that so your first one that you put on your network, and most students are going to only have the one that you have for class on their network. If they don't change the name, the host name, which you can't change until you log in the first time, okay? That's Raspberry Pi.local will be how you find it, right? So great point. Like if you have two of them, it's not going to function, right? It just won't work. Okay.
I think it's a good idea is to always change. I always change the name, and after that it will all of them you can just do .local.
The .local from that point forward.
Sometimes even without the .local, just the name of the Pi. After you change the name, I mean, you can try.
Right. So yeah, we'll do that. So this is IP scanner. And so like I said, we think we had some hit and miss on this last week. And today we have hit and miss too, right? Because I know based on what we've already done, 148, this one right here, this is the Raspberry Pi that we're working with, but you see it doesn't show up as a Raspberry Pi. And I think that's because it's using wireless. And you can see DC A632. These are all Raspberry Pis that are wireless, but the B827EB is a Raspberry Pi MAC address, and the DC A632 is not a Raspberry Pi MAC address. So it's not showing up as a Raspberry Pi. Now, because I know that's the case, right? I could have written that down, but your students are never going to know that. They're never going to know that these are also Raspberry Pis, just connected to a different type of network, right? And in my case, like I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them connected, plus this one, 8 of them connected to my network currently. Your students aren't going to see this unless they're, crazy like me. They're going to see one Raspberry Pi show up on the network. And if they're connected with wireless this is wireless. This is Ethernet. These are the Ethernet adapters, right? This is wireless. Okay. And in this case, we're connecting wired. Okay. So I bring this up because this is an option, but it's going to be a hit and miss kind of thing. Okay. It's going to be a hit and miss kind of thing, but they need to be aware of it. You could also do Nmap, which I don't have Nmap downloaded. Right. So Nmap is another option. So Nmap for Windows. I hate trying to figure out where to go. I'm going to go to downloads. Latest release self-installer. Let's go with the self-installer. All right. So Nmap, right? If you've seen Matrix, that's how long Nmap has been around, because Nmap was actually used on the screen in the Matrix. So this is a network scanner. It should do a real similar job to the IP, advanced IP. It's a little more involved as an option. So I'm installing that so we can see how that works as well. I will put the link in the chat, and then I will read the chat messages that just came through while I was doing other things.
That was me. I've got a password protected network, and so you can't even get an IP address without putting the password in. So it won't show up unless and students, if they don't have the same thing, if they've got a password, they can't go and change it. I think in the config settings there was a way of putting that in. I'm pretty sure there was. I haven't done it for a while.
Are you talking about wireless?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what we've done so far is just Ethernet. We haven't connected to wireless on purpose because and yes, you can. The WPA supplicant. I think what we need to go and find is a tutorial that has a better description of how to put the information in. So we'll do the wireless one next.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks.
Okay. No worries. We're going to go ahead and we have to have NPCAP for this stuff to work. So I'm just accepting the defaults at this point and this is for Nmap, right? To run Nmap on the network. Right? And if you're in a classroom, right, I think running these scanners is going to freak out any kind of IT department. So they need to be aware of it, and or maybe set some setting changes to allow it. I'm lucky. Our classrooms are all in a sandbox, right? So we can pretty much do whatever except connect access points without permission. Like, so we can't do rogue access. Record this. I should probably wait until after I get done. I think on Nmap, when it's installing, there's a piece, for lack of a better way to explain it, there's a piece of the software that kind of grabs onto the network interface. And I think as soon as it did that, like, it broke the network, right? And then the installation stopped, but I couldn't tell it stopped. I was like, well, let me finish the installation and maybe it'll come back, because that usually is what happens. It didn't even finish. I had to actually kill the installation. I had to go into add remove programs to remove the software. I did a the restart, and it just came back up and restarting. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I hard shut it down and then restarted it. And then at that point, as soon as I hard shut it down and restarted, I went and popped popcorn, because this computer loads up Teams and 15 other things as it goes. So I got my popcorn, and then I just shut things down as I got back, right? So,
well, on the flip side of that, I already had Nmap installed on my computer, but I think I probably just locked myself out of the rest of the network here on my campus.
Nice, yeah. See, and I was like, I did mention, like, as soon as you start, people are going to be like, hey, what the heck's going on?
Bitdefender went a little nuts on me, so I'm going to have to call IT in the morning, I'm sure. So,
all right. So a couple of problems there. So we didn't use Nmap last week, even though we did the same things. But Nmap is an option, but Nmap, like at home in a student's house, they're not going to have IT like watching the network and looking for scanners. If you do this in a classroom, like, I would stay away from Nmap unless you have permission, or you're in, like my case, a sandbox, right? The other thing is, don't try to install Nmap when you're actually conducting a class where you need the internet connectivity to continue to work through a blip, right? And I think it usually is just a blip, and in an install, you normally don't see that, right? You're not worried about, keeping a live, show running. And so, yeah, lessons learned. And I think that's, it happens, and we recovered. We're back. We're good to go. So I wouldn't do Nmap unless it's already installed. Like, I took it off. We're not going to show you Nmap because of that. I can scan on I got all these popcorn things in my mouth now. Sorry. So Zoom is doing something in the background. Okay. Anyways. So yeah, so if you're going to use Nmap, make sure that it's already installed before you even connect to these networks and things like that, because it does, like I said, it does play with the Ethernet. Same thing like virtual machines play with the Ethernet, but they usually don't play with them enough to hurt anything. Nmap has some installation going on, so it's enough to cause a problem. So just something to be aware of. We're all going to learn from that mistake. So that's good. We learned something new today. Don't install Nmap while you're conducting a Zoom meeting. So we did talk about using command line and .local, Raspberry Pi .local, as long as it's the only Raspberry Pi on your network, or it's the next Raspberry Pi on your network and you have changed all the names of the previous Raspberry Pis on your network. That usually works if you don't have any other conflicting names, right? If you don't have two of them named Raspberry Pi. The other thing is, I'm like, I lost all the chat earlier, didn't I? I'm like, all the chat's gone. The other thing is, we use advanced IP scanner, right? And there's some little wonkiness there where it may not pick up the Ethernet side of the connectivity, but it picks up the wireless side of the connectivity. So that's what we've been noticing lately. And then Nmap was going to be the third option And I left let me turn off my Outlook. We don't need to get messages every 20 seconds. That would be the third option if it's already installed right before you get started. And I can get it installed tonight and we can run the test tomorrow to show you what I'm talking about. The fourth option that you have to find, all we're trying to do right now is find this head list, right? And I've already found it. I already know where it's at. So all these other things I wouldn't normally need to do, but I want you to see them so that you can figure out how this works. Okay. So the other thing that you can do, and probably the easiest for the students, as long as they have access to the router at their house that has the DHCP server on it, is you can go to your router and in my case, I got to go out to the Meraki cloud for this. And I got to remember, oh, hold on a second. So on your router that you have, you can go to DHCP. Oh, that's setting up DHCP. I don't need to set up DHCP. Monitor. So I have lost where I'm supposed to go. Last week it was already there, so I didn't have to mess with it. I think go here. This is going to just show me my configuration. It's not going to show me the links. I just need to see, here we go, monitor, overview. Nope. Why am I missing this? All right. So what I'm trying to get to on your particular router, I mean, mine's kind of funky. I was trying to get to the DHCP, so I want to see, what things that were handed out recently, and I'm looking for the Raspberry Pi right here, right? This is saying 146. Here's that 148 that we got a couple minutes ago. It's actually not showing as a Raspberry Pi. So then this is causing me stress too, right? Because this should have shown as Raspberry Pi. This was the Raspberry Pi that we set up, the first Raspberry Pi that we set up, right? That I unplugged and I set aside. For some reason, this one's not showing the name of the computer. Okay. So even in this route, I would run into problems trying to track this down. I could look here and I could look for like things that were handed out in the last couple minutes and try to get to them SSH wise. And one of them would respond back as the Raspberry Pi, but that would be kind of weird, right? So that's odd. Like, again, this is a fourth method. In this method, this is the first time it hasn't worked. So this method usually works. And the Raspberry Pi pinging method didn't work last week. So that was kind of odd. So I'm having a weird time today, and then shutting stuff down. So that's all these things are not normal. But I think this is kind of what your students are going to be up against. So one of the things that you can then discuss at this point with the students about this is, like if they had documented, my network is not documented, which is right now that I'm looking at this, like this, that's a bad idea. I need to figure out what all the pieces are, so that when I see addresses, right, and I see 147, 144, I see these, I know what those devices are. So I know that they're connected to my network or not connected to my network, or they should be connected to my network, or they shouldn't be connected to my network. Okay. So I think from that standpoint, then we can that's a different rabbit hole to go down, right? The documentation, network topology, right? Those are all things that can be added to our, training or what we plan on doing. Okay. I know of the 4 items, I was able to see the Raspberry Pi and see it respond to the ping request early on. So I would not have even looked at these other ones. I brought these other ones up so that you can show your students, if they're having this problem and it doesn't find it here, try this one, try this one, try this one. So with the 4 methods, I only showed you 3 because the Nmap broke everything. You would have 4 different ways to try to track it down. I don't know that actually that the Nmap is going to show me any information different than what this is showing me here.
Kerry.
Yes.
One thing that I like to do in the lab, because I can control that, I always put like a crappy router, like a Linksys, and connect that to my network, and I put all the Raspberry Pis there, so I can just do a scanner in that subnet.
Right.
And I have full control, and IT doesn't have to go over. I mean, to simplify and so I can see all the IP addresses and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Like that, especially if you can control the environment, that's awesome. I think the idea of what I'm showing you now, like all these different ways and methods, like your students need to find this IP address, short of plugging it into a TV. Like, because literally I could plug it into the monitor, hover a mouse over an icon, and in 20 seconds have the IP address. Like, so I'm trying to show kind of how they would find this on the network without that. Trying to understand, have them understand what, how to do these scans and things like that. We're just having a hard time today with it actually pinging. Of the 4 ways, we did get one, right, that pings properly. And with that, right, I could open up PuTTY, and I can type in the address that was found to see if that's the machine. So 172.17.69.148. Okay. And I've got a connection to that device. And if I hit Pi, which is the username, that's the default username, and then the default password is Raspberry. And now I've been able to SSH into this box. If this is their only machine on the network, then it's 100% confidence that this is the machine based on us finding it with the ping command. Okay.
Are you showing your screen?
Oh my gosh, I'm not. Welcome to my day. There we go. I apologize. So let's just kill that. All right, PuTTY. And I just went using PuTTY, right? Because we installed PuTTY earlier. 172.17.69.148 is the IP address. Okay, I'm using SSH, right? Secured shell. I click open, and I get the login prompt, right? So I just type in Pi and Raspberry, and I'm now logged into my Raspberry. You can also, from a Windows machine now, go to the command line. And from the command line, you can run SSH. You SSH space the username that you're going to log in with, and then an @ symbol, and then the IP address 172.17.69.148. Okay. And this will also, yes. The password here, same password. Right. Now I'm logged in on 2 different methods. I'm logged in with the command line, and I'm logged in with PuTTY, both to the Raspberry Pi. Okay. Headless, no video, no monitor, no keyboard, no mouse, no nothing. Just me connected across the network to this device. Okay. once you're here, this is headless, right? So headless connected with Ethernet. So, and we found the IP address without ever looking at a monitor. Okay. There, you know, the students are going to have to try a couple methods and try to correlate those IP addresses, things like that, to kind of get, you know, a sense. And that's part of the discovery of this, is them trying to figure these things out. Now that I'm here, you're going to run a command called, so we're going to do a super user command, super user do, and we want to run raspi-config. Okay, so raspi-config is the configuration utility for the Raspberry Pi. This is the text-based version, since we are in a text-only mode by connecting to it via PuTTY, okay, or via SSH. The only thing I want to change here right this second, the only thing I want to change is I want to go down to interface options, and I want to go to VNC, and I want to hit enter on VNC. This is the graphical connection to the desktop, and I'm going to enable it. So a left arrow to get to yes. I hit enter, right? And VNC has been enabled, and I hit OK, and I'm back to the menu. I can escape out of the menu. Okay. So I installed the Raspberry Pi with that SSH file that we put on the root directory. It turned on SSH. I was able to find the Raspberry Pi using, you know, one of the 4 methods. I SSH to the machine. I secured shelled into the machine. I went into the Raspberry Pi configuration, and I turned on VNC. Okay. If you've never used VNC, what you're going to do is you're going to search for VNC viewer. Spell it right. That'd be good. All right. So it's by a company called Real VNC. Real VNC is actually built into the Raspberry Pi OS. You're going to go to the download page. I will copy that into the chat. Where's the chat? It moved. There we go. All right, so it looks like there's a couple messages of weird things, so I need to figure those out real fast. So I'm going to put the download, right? So the viewer is in the chat. So go to the viewer, whatever machine you're on, right? So I'm on a Windows machine. I need the viewer for Windows machine. I think your students will constantly click on the Raspberry because they're going to connect to a Raspberry, and they think they need the Raspberry Pi version of that. The Raspberry already has VNC server running. We need the viewer to see the server. So we're only installing the viewer on our current machine. In this case, my case, Windows. If you're on a Mac, use the Mac. You can also put it on your phone and connect to your Raspberry Pi on your phones. Lots of really cool stuff that you can do there. Okay, you would download the VNC viewer, you would install it. This is another opportunity to have them run the hash file, right? To double check to make sure the software is good. Okay, again, just kind of building those habits of verifying data, right? Just not trusting things randomly. Okay, I've already downloaded it. I've already installed it, right? It's this little icon down here in the bottom. I'm going to open up the viewer. All right, and I've already, we've done lots of things on this, but I'm going to type in the IP address of my headless computer, right? Like I did with the SSH. So 172.17.69.148. Okay. And because I turned on the VNC viewer, it's like, oh, there's a VNC viewer. Do you want to, do you want to connect to it? Yeah, we do. I need to turn in I put in my username and password. And now I'm looking at the graphical version of my computer, right? So of the Raspberry Pi, without a video connected to it, I'm looking at the graphics, right? From my machine. I'm also looking at the command line, like the bash, right? The terminals, right? I've got terminal sessions. All three of these are connected to the same machine, okay? And now that I have the graphical up, I can finish the installation of the operating system on a headless Raspberry Pi. There's no video connected to the Raspberry at this point. Okay. This remote access, right? SSH and VNC. Now we're getting into system administration, right? Remotely connecting to servers, remotely connecting to desktops, troubleshooting desktops remotely, right? Configuring desktops remotely, okay? So we've done the installation on 2 SD cards. One of them, we booted into a window, right, where we could actually do, we can actually see what's going on. We had a keyboard and mouse, just like you would if you set up a computer on a desk, okay? This option, we set up the computer, we modified some config files, we loaded up the OS and started the machine without keyboard, without mouse, without monitor, and then remotely connected, turned on the ability to get to the graphical interface, and then we're going to go through the setup steps. I'm not going to run the updates on this particular one so that we can get onto a config file or into the configurations of the rest of it. Okay. But we will run them at the end of class. So I'm going to set my machine real fast, right? So United States, American English, US keyboard. Obviously, it's going to be dependent on the person and where they're at and what they want to do. So as that's going, okay, so yeah, the one is reminding me to show my screen. The other one's a weird IP thing. We'll have to look at that in a minute. Change the password. I don't want to change the password for this particular, that's just too many things to remember. I've already messed up enough today. And then my setup screen, I don't have a black border because I'm on a virtual. And remember, we also already told this to be 1080p, right? So we're seeing a really nice screen of this. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll go back there in a second. Set up the screen, select the Wi-Fi. So this is where I can now connect to Wi-Fi instead of Ethernet if I wanted to, okay? In this case, I'm gonna leave this one not on the Wi-Fi. So I'm gonna skip this part and then I'm gonna skip the updates, okay? And then it's gonna wanna restart. Actually, it won't, I don't know that it will. Okay, to set up the VNC on the Raspberry Pi, I SSH'd, I'm still connected to the SSH terminal over here. So are we okay with the SSH component? Getting connected with SSH? Okay. Once I'm there, the command that you want to run, sudo space raspi-config. And let's put that I'm going to put that command in the chat so you have that command, but sudo, which is super user do, raspi-config, that runs the configuration utility. Okay. There's lots of stuff we can change. Right now, I don't want to change anything but that one VNC. VNC is found under interface options, right? Interface options, VNC, if you hit enter, you get into the configuration, right? Do I want to enable it or not enable it, right? It's highlighted yes. I hit yes, it will enable VNC. I'm already enabled. I'm going to hit escape and exit out, right? I don't need to turn it on because it's already turned on, but you would hit enter on the VNC, okay? Now that I've got it up and running, here's my Raspberry Pi, okay? And I'm connected and I ran the boot, right, the installation and everything. Joe got something to work.
Okay, so this is what I actually got the wireless to work because I don't have another Ethernet connection here in my office. So I actually used that script for the WPA, and I set it up. I configured it, and I'll just show my screen here real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, you're sharing, but I just actually got it to work, so it does work. All I did was I used Nmap to go out and find out there on that subnet whoops, share. So here's my Pi connected through VNC. Here's my connection back to it. So that that configuration that you shared earlier does actually work, because here I am connected to that little guy over there.
So the WPA supplicant?
Yeah, the WPA supplicant works.
So what we'll do then, because I didn't turn on Wi-Fi on this particular box. So what we'll do, what time is it? We got 15 minutes. So I think we probably could do that.
Let me quit sharing.
I'll try to go and do the WPA on that box and see if we can get it up and running. All right, so that's good. All right, cool. I like it.
There we go. Stop share.
Stop share.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think I may have just fat fingered it the other day when I was like, why did that not work? So, okay, so now that we're here, I want to show you a couple of things, and then we're going to try to do the WPA supplicant, and then we should be done for the day. You should have 2 SD cards. One of them that you connected to a monitor and did your thing. The other one you should have been able to connect via Ethernet to headless, right? And that's what we're at this point, is headless. I'm going to go to the Raspberry Pi here. I'm going to go to preferences, and then I'm going to slide down to my screen is off the edge of the screen. Raspberry Pi configuration. Okay. So this is the graphical version of the Raspi config utility from a minute ago. Okay. Right here, I can change the name of my computer. Right. I can change my password if I wanted to here. You can boot to desktop or CLI, right? So either way, I wouldn't make any other changes. Like if you want to change your host name, great. That's not a problem. That's working fine. I'm not going to worry about the display settings right this second. We'll do them. We may play with them later. This is that interfaces section, right? So right now we have the camera disabled. SSH is turned on because we use the SSH file to turn it on. And VNC is enabled because I turned it on via the text-based Raspi config, okay? There's other things that we can turn on. Right now, we don't need any of these, right? You can adjust performance, right? We're sharing some memory with GPU. If you wanted to use a little more, a little less, you can do that. And then you can reset your localization options, your locale, your time zone, your keyboard, your Wi-Fi zones. All of that's already been set based on that initial set configuration. I just want you to be aware that the config file is where those settings are done, right? This is kind of like the control panel for the Raspberry, right? It's the kind of the basic things that you would set up, okay? Earlier we talked, somebody had mentioned about like a performance on the Raspberry, the SD card. If you go to accessories, there's actually this Raspberry Pi diagnostics utility, and this will actually test your SD card for performance issues, right? So if we run the tests, it's going to do read, write, IOPS, and a couple other things, and it will come back and tell you, did you pass or fail? And then if you failed, it'll because it'll tell you what was good or bad about your particular SD card and how it writes or reads, right? So let me go find that too while I'm looking at the chat while this is running. So my IT instructor. So if you go to instructor resources, Raspberry Pi in the classroom. At the very bottom of that is and what he just talked about is setting up this WPA supplicant.conf file. Okay. The only other thing that we have to do, US, I think it's capital. Is it capital US? Is that what you use, or lowercase US?
Yes, it was capital US, and of course you don't put the
you don't put the open close like the greater than, less than
greater
signs.
than, less than. Don't put those.
But down here, you do leave the quotes in.
Yes, you do leave the quote. You do leave the quotes in down in the bottom part, but no brackets of any kind.
And then, if I'm not mistaken, I know like on my network, I think Linux sees my wireless with a capital letter as the first letter. I don't know if that was a issue on yours or not.
On mine, I used all caps for my SSID because that's the way it comes across with other devices.
Okay.
And then of course the password, however it is. I was going to take this out and show you exactly what my setup was here.
Wow. My SD card failed bad, right? So right there is not too bad, 8,900 when I should have had 10,000. But down here on the random right, I'm only getting 77 IOPS and I should be in the 1,500 range, right? So, and then read IOPS are really bad as well. So my read and write speeds on this particular SD card. So this SD card is probably not something I'd want to keep. I also have, right, random writes is also a really bad number too. So you can test your card. Like this is, I probably would replace this card if I was going to use this on a normal basis. This is one of my random older cards. So it's probably not it's either worn out or it's just not designed to run as quick as it needs to run. I got that from this SD card, our Raspberry Pi Diagnostics. Cool. Show us your stuff. I'm going to minimize this down. Actually, what I need to do, right, is that computer. I just changed the host name on it. We're gonna restart this machine. We're gonna shut this machine down, and I'm gonna move the SD card over to my computer. All right. So good. Most everybody. How's everybody doing, right? Are we getting connectivity? Are we finding the Raspberry? Are we remotely connecting? A little bit of head shakes. I can only see like the first 6 people. So like, if, everybody else, if you're having issues, let me know. If not, keep on trucking. All right, so that machine is down. So I'm going to go ahead and close VNC Viewer, and I'm going to unpower. I'm going to take the power off. So what I'm going to do is I'm putting this. I'm putting put the SD card in the card reader. I put it back in my computer, right? If I open up File Manager, let me go ahead and close down stuff I don't need. This is not activated. This is not, right? This doesn't need to be running. I've got my boot drive right here, okay? And I'm gonna make that, and then I wanna make this my second one. So here is the instructions off of the My IT instructor site. This is a student run instructions. You can probably find other examples of how to set up the WPA supplicant. But what we're going to do is we're going to create a new file, right? It's a text file. We are going to get rid of the .text, component there. It's going to be called WPA_supplicant, 2 P's. Right. Okay, and then I'm going to right mouse click on this and I'm going to open it with Notepad. Right, and then what I need to do is I need to copy. I don't think that's a picture, so I'm going to have to type this stuff in. Right. What we're doing is just we're giving the computer instructions on how to set up the wireless network, and if it's in the boot drive, it'll take that information and drop it into the real WPA supplicant file and then delete off this file off of your boot, right? That's what it's supposed to do, okay? So CTRL_interface equals.
I was freaking out because now that WPA supplicant file and the SSH file are gone off of my.
They're supposed to be.
Okay.
It takes this information, like this first line is saying, hey, put this information over in the supplicant file, right? And then everything else. And I wonder if group should be netdev or should be, that was an example that he was using. I'm wondering if it should be actually like local. I don't know.
I used netdev whenever I did it for mine.
And it worked?
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, so what happens, the SSH file, the machine sees it, it triggers to turn on SSH, then it deletes SSH. Because if it left it there and you logged in with SSH, did some configurations and then turned off SSH, if it left the file, it would turn it back on. And then this same thing, this gets you connected to your current network, but you may make changes after the fact, and it doesn't want to redo those changes if you don't need to. So it deletes these two files, right, as part of that. So the first one is telling it that it's gonna update a particular file, the etc run or the var run WPA supplicant file. Update config equals 1 means it's actually telling it to update. The first one's telling here's where it's at. The second, the next one here, the country equals, you're telling it what the Wi-Fi country is, and you've got to set the Wi-Fi country for it to function properly. Okay. Then we're going to set the network equal to curly bracket, right? Yep. And I should spell network correctly. That would be great. And I'm just going to tab over SSID is equal to quote. And I think on mine, I think it looks something like this, right? And then PSK is going to be your passphrase. And I'm going to take it off screen. I like y'all, but I don't want you knowing my passwords. All right. And then after that, right, so I've got my username or my SSID in quotes. I've got my passphrase in quotes. The next line down, I'm going to close the curly brackets, and then I'm going to save this file, right? And the file is here. It just got saved at 458. It doesn't have a .text extension on it, right? Because I took the .text off of it. So my hope is when we boot this, my Raspberry Pi will connect to the wireless network that I just configured, right? That's the hope. That's the plan. If it functions, then and you don't have an Ethernet cable, then this is how you would connect your computer. Okay.
Don't forget to add your SSH file.
SSH is already turned on, and VNC is already turned on. Those don't go away. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but don't you have to have the file created here on your for it to find it? No, oh, since it's already done, it okay, got it.
Right. So the SSH file will turn it on permanently unless you go into config and turn it off. We're going to exit or eject that, and then I got to turn off all these other things that are causing me issues in the background. Currently in use. Oh, do I have? Let me close down. Let me close this down. And I think I should be able to eject it now. Okay, successfully ejected. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in the Raspberry Pi. Okay, so I'm back, and I turned off I lost my camera, but I'm over here I plugged it in. I plugged the micro SD card in, and then I plugged in the power. Okay. And we can go over this again. I know we're kind of rushing at the very end here. It's just now at the end of the day. All right. So it's booting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to connect with VNC, right? So I can go and see the graphical connection there. that was 148. So it may take, as it boots, as soon as it VNC comes up and runs, then it'll connect. So we'll wait until it gets there. Kind of trying to speed up the process real good. So it looks like, so Heidi's good. Angelina's good. Let's log in. All right. So I'm a little disappointed because this should be, see, I got Wi-Fi, WLAN is not associated. And now I say no APN. Let me wonder if it just takes some time. Let me see what happens here. This is me. And I think it might be like the way I have the wireless config file set. I think that may be my problem. Like I think, for example, like if I click there, I'm going to turn off Wi-Fi and then I'm going to turn it back on. And I want to see if it sees the network. The next thing I want to try, if I come down, no, I don't have wireless here. I think I'm just typing something in wrong. Like I think the name, the way I put the name in is wrong. And that's why I've struggled with this particular deal. So I'm going to try all capitals. I'm going to try all, I'll try all lowercase as well. But this one, I don't have. You are absolutely 100% correct. I love having extra eyes. Kathleen pointed out that I did not put .conf on it. Like I was still thinking SSH and I didn't do any piece on the end. So that file should actually still be there because it should not have read it because the .conf file was not, it wasn't there. Like it wasn't .conf, right? It wasn't a config file. So unplugging and plugging back in. I will tell you WPA supplicant has been painful for me this last week. I haven't been able to get it to function right. And again, I think it's all just me doing it wrong, right? So boot. And WPA supplicant, you can see right here that I need to put a .conf on here, right? So that it reads it properly, right? So that looks good. Close that down. Eject this. I'm not going to stop the video till I make this work today. So you guys can hang out with me. No, I'm kidding. I think it's going to work. I'm going to have hope that it's going to work. This thing has been killing me the whole time. But with this config change, if it works, right? And once we figure out, it's not if it works, it's when we figure out how to make it work, right? Because that's something else that you need to get across to your students. Like, well, it didn't work, so I went on to something else and I didn't use Wi-Fi. I was like, well, that's not what we want. Like, that's not the plan here. So what we want them to do is we want them to see us like this, like, oh, I messed this up, I messed that up, I got to go on from there and this, that, the other. And then, right, off we go. So Heidi, have fun. I also have class at 7 p.m. Central, but I'm going to solve this, right? We're going to get this working.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Okay, so I went ahead, did the headless, connected fine, SSH fine, we have the IP, but I don't have a password assigned yet. So how can I get logged in if I don't have a password? It's just empty?
It's Raspberry.
That's what I typed in.
And did you use Pi as the user?
I did.
And Raspberry all lowercase?
I will try it again. Yep, I did. It could be my typing. I will just try it again.
Caps lock?
Yeah. Yeah, caps lock maybe. Maybe not. So RASPBERRY. So I'm connected. And I'm still upset. Like it's not. What am I doing wrong? So I see how it presents right there. This is how I've typed it in. I've typed it in like that. But I'm wondering if, but look, it does it. Well, dark passenger has a capital, so these are all like neighbors and stuff. So
I think
You
maybe
think it's because you're connected via Ethernet?
No, I think it's because of I think I probably forgot the SSH file. Maybe I had to do that again. I'm going to retry that.
Okay, for yours. Yeah, so I put this in this way. I'm wondering if I just do it all capitals, if it would connect. So that'll be my next option, is to bring it back and edit it. What I also want to see though is the file still there? Like if I bring it back, is the file still there? Wi-Fi is turned on, so turn off, so I don't have it turned off. So it's turned on, so that's not the issue. And I am connected via Ethernet cable. That shouldn't matter, right?
Yeah, because I think once you disconnect, then it'll try to go to Wi-Fi. Maybe that's what it does with mine.
Okay, so which if I disconnect, it'll kill us off of this machine here. Okay, so I'm gonna do one other thing. Let me see. I'm hoping I only have to do one other thing. I think I jinxed myself when I say I never get WPA supplicant to work. Right? If you think you can, you can. It will, right? If you think you won't, you won't. All right. Let me get rid of that. I'm gonna go look at that file again. And I don't want to open the file up on the screen because it does have my passwords in it. Where's that at? So let me get Notepad. Move this to the other screen real quick so it doesn't accidentally show up. And then do I have... So if I go to my boot drive, so the WPA supplicant drive went away, right? So the file went away, so it read it and put it into place. So there's something wrong within my file. Yeah, so there's something wrong in the file. It wasn't that it didn't read it. So text document. I should have saved these from earlier. .conf. If you need to leave, you're welcome to leave. I know we're running a couple minutes late. I can't sudo nano it because I'm on a Windows machine. I probably could have done it if it was plugged in and done it there and then rebooted. Actually, I don't know. Can you get to this? I don't know that you can get to this boot partition from within once you're booted into Linux. So that file exists, and then I can open this file. Oh. Let me escape out of that. I'm just going to open it with Notepad. That's what I was trying to do in the first place. All right, so this is the file here, and we got to go back to the instructions.
Gary, the only thing that I noticed that you did different that I didn't is down there in your network name and password, you used a tab and I just used a single space.
Single space? Okay.
Yeah, I know that's ridiculous, but that's
no, it's not.
That you did different.
It's not ridiculous, that's for sure. var run /WPA _ supplicant. Has anybody else tried the supplicant route and got it to function? because I'm out here trying to, I'm trying to get this one to function, but I'm just curious, right?
I haven't done that in a long time, because I always build the image on my on a keyboard and a mouse, and then make copies with the Wi-Fi already set.
Nice, yeah, and I do the same, like when I'm setting up a lab. The idea here is like you have students that are doing this at home. They don't have a keyboard and mouse. We really want them to be able to connect. So I'm going to try just all capital letters. I don't know if that's going to help us or not. And it could also be, it could be the spacing thing. Like maybe it's the spacing thing and I just go back to using the other. So I may have to do this. I'm going to copy this so I don't have to type all this crud again. Right, I'm going to take it off screen again. And I'm confident in the password because we've been using it for the last week and making things connect. So, and I think that's the last piece, right? And well, then I have to close the bracket. So then I enter, I can backspace and close the bracket. Close bracket. Okay. Copy, and then I'm going to save this. All right, so that should have updated over here. 512. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I've got an odd one. I've got a host key verification failed. That's why I can't SSH. It says possible man in the middle, offending ECDSA key.
Does it give you an option to go around that or not?
Yeah, I think I've got to add it to because of my security. I'll bet you there's something there.
So then, yeah, we ran into that last week. There's a file. I don't know if it's in the error message. There's a file that if you go and edit the
known hosts, yeah.
Yeah, if you go in there and just delete off the record that's associated to this IP address, then that error goes away. And the problem with that is that if you SSH to this address with on a different computer, same IP address, it freaks out on us.
Okay.
So that's what's going on with that one. And I'm sure I could replicate that for you as soon as I get this functioning. So I can replicate that error. I'm good at that. We're going to try another boot here and see if we get connectivity. Okay. Yeah, so this one's been WPA, supplicant, and me just aren't getting along. Haven't gotten along. I think once I get it figured out, it'd be super nice. And it'd be definitely something I would want to triple check before I want to figure out how to make it function so that I can help my students through it, right? Because if they don't have Ethernet or they can't put the Raspberry Pi near their router, they won't be able to connect to it.
So here's the thing, though. The IP address that you have in there is for it on the Ethernet network, not the Wi-Fi network.
Right. Right. So it shouldn't. I mean.
Oh, but I see what you're saying. You're saying it should automatically connect to the Wi-Fi network because we put the information in there.
Yeah, we're telling it.
Will it do that if you're connected through Ethernet already? Because then you would, there's no reason why it can't not have two active network connections at the same time.
Yeah, we do that all the time. Like I have multiple machines on right now that have that same. So yeah, but if I do that, right, if I actually disconnected the Ethernet, first of all, we're going to lose this connection.
And then you've got to go find it on your wireless network. See, that was my problem.
Then I got it. Then if it's not on the wireless, I can't find it. Right.
Right. Yeah.
The WPA supplicant shouldn't like it shouldn't
You will get two IP addresses, one for the Wi-Fi, one for the network. Yeah,
right.
It shouldn't have any problem.
Right. So I have, whatever my problem is, I think it's in the way I type it, right? Honestly, I think it's the way I'm typing it. Because it's right up here, it goes and it says it's not associated. If I click on this, it sees the network. There's no problem. It's seeing the network. So that's not the issue.
But I think I just saw that you haven't enabled. If you click on enable, can you click again?
That's turn off Wi-Fi.
Off on. Okay.
It wouldn't see these if Wi-Fi was off.
Yeah.
So then this file is supposed to be in var/run WPA _ is that where it's supposed to be? .conf. And I'm going to take it off screen again, because if it does open up, it'll have my, I need a sudo nano. I'm going to nano that, not just sudo it. I want to go see if that file, so that's not where the file is. Oh, I misspelled it. Awesome. CONF instead of COMF. Still not there. Actually, where is?
What was it again?
Where is the?
It's var run.
Right, var run WPA supplicant. So that's what I. Actually, that's where it runs it, but that's not where the config file is located. I think the config file is located somewhere else. Like the real file.
It is in /boot/ It's not /boot where you have the file originally.
Where is WPA? It's /etc/WPA supplicant. That's the normal place for it. So it puts it in run so that it actually runs it on that command, on that boot.
Whenever it loads.
And then it writes it, supposed to write it to the /etc/WPA _ supplicant /WPA _ supplicant.conf. Okay, maybe. All right, so it's there, and the information I typed in is there. I am going to change it to the lowercase version that I thought it was, and Control X, Y, and enter. And then I'm going to sudo reboot. So I'm doing this off screen because it was my config file. I'm going to bring it back over. So a couple of things. I made 2 changes to the file. I changed, instead of the tab, I did the 1 space issue, and I made capital for my wireless, and it failed. I'm hoping that, like, putting it back to the way I think the wireless should be and having that single space instead of a tab, hopefully, if that's it, then I've been thwarted by a couple of spaces in the program, like literally all week. So this will take a couple seconds to get back. It comes back. It's connecting to, so it's connecting here. It's not connecting to wireless. So we still have that issue. Man, I want to do it through the supplicant. I don't want to. It would be really easy to just select that and type in the password and be done. I would feel like I'm cheating.
Yeah, but that kind of defeats the purpose of being able to get to it from a wireless network.
Right.
So this is what I did. And this kind of while you were talking through this whole process, because I mean, obviously our wireless network is different than our wired network. So I couldn't find how to figure out what, because advanced IP scanner would not tell me, what it was like it did on yours. So I plugged in I hit my cell phone over there on our wireless network, was able to see what the network was, and then went back through Nmap, did a network scan, and found the only device that had port 22 open on it,
and
then connected to it. So that was how I was, but I never tried to connect to it through wired first, or tried to connect them both at the same time. So
that's nice. I like that. That works good. Yeah, so that's another option. Like, I think we need to definitely add that to the pile of things that people could try, right? If they're doing a port scan and you look at look for 22s, I would have a bunch of them, so I'd have to try a bunch of different ones. Or I could, if I had documentation, like I mentioned earlier, okay, that one I know what that one is. I know what that one is. I know what that one is. So this was kind of funny. After the Pi is connected to power, make sure you wait 5 minutes. For it to connect, which seems odd to me.
Gary,
yes.
Can you check the /etc/WPA supplicant folder to see the configuration file?
I'm actually a sudo nanoed into the configuration file, and it's actually just this piece, just the piece that I wrote.
Is that? But
so here, I don't mind showing you mine because mine's a public access Wi-Fi connection. Mine has all of that information in there. Let me share here. That's what my Etsy WPA supplicant file looks like, and that is actually on the machine there.
Yeah, so mine looks exactly, except for the SSID and the password. I'm double checking, right? Control interface equal dir /var/run WPA supplicant.
Do you have dir equal?
Yep.
Okay.
Interface equal capital D, capital I, capital R equal /var /run /WPA supplicant space group cap all capitals equals netdev update _ config equal 1 country equal US capital US network equal bracket SSID equals my SSID PSK equals my password, and then the next line down a curly bracket at the end.
Do you have some additional security maybe set up on your Wi-Fi network? I mean, well, that wouldn't be it either, because
I'm gonna
there is an option in the network section that is called scan-SSID equal 1, okay, which I think it will. You don't have that one?
I don't know.
Harry, could you take it and go look at another? This is what I would do. I would take another SD card that is configured with the GUI, and then go check what they wrote into the settings based on what the GUI put in there, and then make sure that both of those are the same.
Right.
Because that's all we're doing.
Yeah, at that point, like yeah, exactly. I'm gonna try one other thing.
I'll stop sharing back.
Because I think I have a separate, so I'm going to close this one down on my network here. So this network right here, that's a completely different network. So I'm wondering if there's, so I'm going to try, this is a Raspberry Pi based access point. So I'm going to try that one. I didn't want to do that. So what I want to try now then is, I want this to come as the boot, the way it's supposed to be. So frustrating. I'm wondering, like you say, like, is there something on like the way my stuff is configured? And like I said, if you need to leave, more, go do your thing. I know we're running way late because this is just me trying to figure out why this doesn't work. It's really, it's been frustrating since last week. So, okay, so I need to do a new file, right? And it needs to be WPA_supplicants.conf. Okay. And then I'm going to edit this with Notepad. And I'm going to paste in my previous deal, and I'm going to get rid of the, right? So this is what I had before, right? Minus the passcode. Oh, I misspelled it.
What did you misspell?
My wireless was misspelled. So I'm going to use my one that we set up last week. This is a Raspberry Pi wireless access point that we set up last week. It's not my normal stuff. So, okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. I misspelled my wireless network. It's FUIMUS and that was FUMUIS.
That'll do it.
Yeah. So I think, again, I think just me, if I had not said that Supplicant and I don't get along, I think we would have been done with this already. We would have been done 20 minutes ago. I really think this is just.
I'm stoked it works. I mean,
yeah, right. I want it to work so bad that I'm going way late on class because of that one silly thing. It's gonna work, right? It's gonna work. And I really think it was, just a comedy of errors, mistypings here and formats there and things like that. I think that's essentially what's going on. I just wanted to get 2 machines functioning today. That's it. That's all I wanted.
I was just like complete, because I was like, man, what am I going to do? I don't have another port here in my office. I mean, tomorrow I'm going to go set up in the lab to do everything from in there, just because I just did it in my office because I was like, oh, how am I going to find that IP address from, so I may have the wrath of the IT department on me tomorrow. What were you doing in there?
Yep. Oh, look at there. Wireless. Stupid. That was so stupid. Oh, I should learn how to type better. That would be really good. So yeah, it does work. Look, it works great. As long as you type in the password or the Wi-Fi access point correctly.
Like I tell all of my students, typing counts, learn some skills, right?
I am sorry. We wasted 29 minutes for that because I mistyped the name of my network.
Nope.
Okay.
Not lost time, just learned lessons.
Oh, it is. Right, it is. It's lessons learned, but WPA supplicant works, so that's nice. So we'll rehash up the WPA supplicant again. We'll do a couple more installs throughout the week anyway. But so what we did a regular installation using PyImager. We put it onto a regular Raspberry Pi connected to monitor, keyboard, and mouse. We're able to log in, do the configurations. We'll do more configurations in the morning, and we'll explore the OS in the morning. The second item we did was a headless, right? So we wanted to do, and I've done this entirely headless. I did it without a monitor, a keyboard, or a mouse connected to it. But you did see I had to go back a couple times. So it was persistence, right? And correcting of typing. essentially is what it boiled down to. So there was some weirdness going on there. And oh, and I also I didn't do the conf to begin with, so it didn't boot properly the first time, and then it finally did, and then the user or the wireless was wrong, that kind of stuff. So, but what we have here is this is a headless unit, right? There's no keyboard or mouse. All I have connected to this thing, literally now I can disconnect the wireless or the wired, and it literally has power. That is it, just power. Yeah, just like he's got in the back down there. You can plug in power. It's on your network, and your students, they can connect to it and do their homework from their computer, their laptop, whatever. If they're working on a Raspberry Pi, they can do everything without actually connecting to the Raspberry Pi physically. Like they don't have to plug stuff into the Raspberry Pi other than the power. Okay, so that's what we got accomplished today. We also talked about all of the different kind of possible ways that you could set up a network, and I wanted to just kind of throw those things out there for people to think about. Again, I apologize for us going late, but I wanted to get that fixed, right? And it's recorded. I hope we recorded this. Did I turn the recording back on? We did. Okay, so we should have a 2-part recording if it ever finishes doing the conversions. And then we'll have that to be able to revert back to and watch Carrie make all kinds of mistakes again. Hopefully tomorrow we don't have as many mistakes. We will always have mistakes. There will always be something that doesn't work quite right. And I'm okay with that. And I'm actually okay with what happened today. Like, we learned some things like, what not to do when you're doing a Zoom call, and what, and then how to fix this problem, right? So those are good things in the long run. It did take up some time. And again, I apologize for that extra time. We're going to end the meeting now though, because I do have class in 28 minutes. And I should probably go figure out what we're going to cover. So have a great evening.
Thanks so much. Take a breather.
Enjoy. Take it easy. Have fun.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye, Kim.